That was a pretty good part, the coon part.
Yeah,
All right, fine.
I like
I don't disagree with that.
you shouldn't because it would be wrong.
Rags, do you remember
Would
how
be
we
wrong.
like totally played through the whole that alien game? That was weird, huh?
Like, what are you talking about in terms of, like, we just played through all of it? We completed an entire game in, like, 9 hours, but in 3 streams, we're struggling to get through a TV show
That
discussion?
wasn't exactly where I was going with it. I was just like marveling at the fact that we went through that whole game. We didn't really even like it.
What I'm curious about is what brought this to the forefront of your mind at this time?
I was moving things around and I saw it. I don't know why it's in the recommended for me right now, but yeah, and I was just like, man, yeah, we did that. Yeah.
That was it. That's right. We did do that.
That is something we did do.
We did did it. And it wasn't,
Yeah.
yeah, it really wasn't, huh.
Yeah?
It was like a roller coaster that never got very high.
No, it was there was certain little points where we were like, hey, this, you know.
Hey, it's
Yeah.
sort of, yeah, I'm kind of having fun, sort of enjoying myself a little bit.
Yeah.
And then androids would show up,
And
and
you'd be
you're like,
like,
"Why?
well, yeah,
Why?
GG. Oh.
Why are you here? Why are you here?"
And we never found out why they were here.
So, you know,
I just don't. It feels like an obligatory thing with aliens games now. I guess is that you just have to fight
You
androids
gotta throw in them
'cause
androids, yeah.
you just have to in this aliens game. You really have to fight androids.
We can't just fight
it's-
aliens.
We can't just. I mean, we as the developers who can do whatever we want. We can't just not have androids. Can't do that.
Now, there's people in chat now, so we can pretend as though we can address them instead of just the ether or each other. Hello, chat. Welcome to EFAP 174. We're gonna try and be
Yeah,
fast
hey,
with
chat.
this because we're actually a little bit stressed for time, and I mean that in the EFAP sense, where it's like we've only got 100 hours. Damn.
no. Quick
so,
run!
As people have many have pointed out, right? There are people missing. Now, we did Drinker, as you may remember, popped in part 1. This isn't quite the format for Drinker. We did a talk about Arcane the few days after he came on, just going over quickly what his favorite sort of parts are and stuff. I can't remember which catch-up it is, but if you want to hear that, it's in there somewhere. It's the beginning of one of the catch-ups he's done for Open Bar. Now, so we lost him, and you're like, whoa, where's Fringy? Fringy's assuming, Fringy thinks that the show starts in 40 minutes from now, and it's fair that he does, because he was asleep when messages were sent about that not being the case. So you'll see him in 40 minutes. Or less. Or more, I guess. It could be anything. Where's Jay? Well, Jay doesn't look at Discord messages, but claims that he does. Like, that's a wonderful existence. Literally, we were like, right, everyone's about ready to go. Then it's like, Jay has gone live on Twitch. It's like, wait, what? So Jay knows that we're streaming, and Jay will be here after completing a reaction to someone's video about him and Hassan. It's alright, because to be honest with you, if there was one part to miss of our discussion out of these 4 episodes, it would probably be episode 6, I think. Maybe the first half of episode 6, at least. It's probably the lowest stakes part of the 4 episodes. So, but it's not saying it's not good. It's like, alright then, well, where's Doomer? Well, unfortunately, Doomer hasn't felt too comfortable coming back on for Arcane. He's said he's more than happy to come on for a different topic sometime. But as many in chat will know, he's gotten into many arguments post-stream, and there are many comments that are very not friendly regarding him. Now, I wouldn't want to say it's like explicitly a negative response. Like, well, I guess you could say negative, but like in the sense that there's a lot of comments that are quite constructive in terms of like, I think this was the problem with the argumentation, blah blah blah. But you get a lot of comments that are also just like, fucking get rid of him, and sort of thing, which was unfortunate. We were hoping he'd come back. I left it up to him, and he said he would rather not this time around because he feels like it would be like people would overall that the situation would be made worse because a lot of people were very unhappy with him. I can already see a lot of people are upset about that, and I'm glad.
I am.
Yeah, I wanted him back.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear the conversation because there were a lot of people that would go on about how everything's a travesty in the writing and everything like that, and it was nice to have a dissenting opinion here and there, and it was an interesting conversation. It really was. I liked episode 2 of this a lot because of it. And yeah, we got groany and grunty about like when repetition started to set in and a lot of things were repeated, but that was really all that was annoying about that. The conversation was great. I loved it. So, Doomer, if you're listening, if you want to come in, we won't say no.
Well,
Just
and he
saying.
has the ability to join whenever he wants, if he wants.
Yep.
No,
You're right
no
there.
crashes.
Go on in.
Because he had plenty of like barely anyone was referencing any of the good stuff he said or the insightful things he said. It was mainly just the
Yeah, he had a
he
lot of
says
good stuff to say.
stupid things. Like, it's all right.
Or the entirety of the first stream, you know?
Yeah.
Like...
Yeah. And I, part of the regret is that I know that there was lots of things he wanted to talk about, and so I'm just like,
I know.
that the door's
More
open, Duma. Assuming you are listening, the door is wide open. And with that,
Yes.
we really I hate to rush us, but we really do just have to get into it. Because
Yes,
Fine,
because
jeez.
I guess why do we have to rush?
Time
Because
is of the
one,
essence.
because time. So there. Yeah. Where? Yeah. Carry on.
yeah, what is our limit? Is 5 hours, 6 hours?
I have to leave in about 5.5 hours.
All right, and I think with this one, because we really don't want to be like, all right, as soon as Rags leaves, we'll just set it to the next EFAP. We will probably carry on till the end.
Carry on. Yes.
Yeah.
This will be the last Arcane EFAP, all right? Yeah, see, someone already said not again. It's like, I know, okay, 3. All right, yeah, all right. So, let us begin. Episode 6, which opens up on a flashback of a young Victor, which is possibly my favorite of all of the kids' flashbacks.
It is my favorite flashback as well. We get to go to a new place, which again, one of the things I really like about this show is that you don't get set fatigue. You are always going to new places, you're exploring new colors, it's vibrant, and you feel like every episode sort of takes you to a new place. You're always seeing a little bit more of the world.
It's also not a useless flashback that doesn't do
Oh,
anything.
it's jam-packed. And
Yeah.
I was just
I
going to say
wonder
that
where that happened before.
the shot opens on some of the most grimy, gross water. Because the
Yum.
idea is that this is the water for the lanes, or at least it's the Undercity slash.
Well,
There's so many names for this.
There's a
the
runoff.
city
Yeah, they kind
slash
of
the
the
lanes,
trenches, the lanes, the undercity.
fissures.
It goes by many names.
And what
Much like me.
a clever fucking visual to have it be that we're seeing the reflection of a child jumping into the water to play in it, and it's like this disgusting, grimy shit. It's like, yeah, this is what they grow up in. And as you just
Builds
mentioned,
character.
Silco referred to this as we get the city's runoff. That's how it works. Yeah, and we follow all these kids are playing, and we follow the water down into where Victor is playing. Noticeably away from the other kids with a little thing that he's put together, a little boat.
He's just off doing his own thing.
Yep. And you even have a kid curious for a second to look at him and be like,
Wonder who that kid is.
is it implied that one is Sky?
I was
that's
about to
what's
ask.
implied.
because
What?
I'm not 100% sure. I
don't
thought
know.
that too, but I'm not sure.
I
Is
think
Sky a
that's what's
League of
implied,
Legends
but-
character?
No,
No.
Sky is the girl who gets incinerated.
The assistant.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember her name.
Yeah.
I'm terrible with names, Jim.
I don't think you are terrible with it. Nobody's really remembered her name. We'll talk about that when we get to it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Victor. This scene is just. It's funny when I was watching it. I was like, I know what you're telling me, and I love it. It's like he sets his little
Symbolism.
boat. It starts trickling along, and he's looking at it, and he's smiling, and he's real happy. And then it's just going a little too fast, and he can't quite keep up with it until he starts really trying, and then he falls over in his attempts to keep up with his. Let's say.
Creation.
It's just perfect because I know exactly where we're going with Victor. Just the idea of his mortal body is restricting him from being able to pursue his mechanical ingenious. It's like, yep.
Because the boat just keeps chugging along, without a care in the world. Doesn't have any defects, it doesn't have a broken leg or anything.
Yep. And so yeah, he falls. The boat goes off down the stream. He follows it until he gets to a little cave, and there's a really weird creature in there, which
Gollum.
I've actually got nothing for the creatures. Theo, is there anything about that you can draw from the game, or is it because he calls it Rio, right?
I've got nothing.
Rio
Obviously,
is
the
river.
only thing I can even think of would be Rek'Sai, but I assume it has nothing to do with that.
No, Rek'Sai is a well, it's a Zeosai, which is a void creature, and that's down over in Shurima.
Oh yeah, that's the
Yeah.
void creature. That's
Rags
right.
knows
Yeah.
about that, yeah. But yeah, Rio and this guy who, correct me if I'm wrong, have we not seen him since he blew up in episode 3?
I
Yes.
believe so.
I don't think we've seen him.
We did.
Yeah,
So-
we haven't seen him since he blew
He's
up.
been referenced, but we haven't seen him.
And yeah, so the idea here being that if you're super attentive and recognize everything, you'd be like, oh, he's, okay, this is, because I thought he was just
He's a
guy in
science man.
background who made Shimmer, but now it's like guy who, he's up to some other stuff. And he says, I think he just says, did you build this? And then, they end up, he's a very curious man, and it's just the fact that we're getting dialogue at all is just like, oh shit, okay, this is more for him than we expected. And he says, why aren't you playing with the other kids? Does Victor say anything to that? I can't remember.
No, he just kind of gives him this look,
Yeah.
like, I don't know, I don't get along.
Why don't you play with the other kids? And then I think he just comes out of
Victor's
hiding,
like, how come
basically.
you're not playing with the other kids?
Yeah, weirdo.
Yeah. What you done down
Then he
here?
says, loneliness
Loser.
is often the byproduct of a gifted mind. Which is just one of those... I almost say it's standard. It's just like, you don't get this in, like, fucking Book of Boba Fett. Yes, I'm still referencing it. We're not done referencing it.
I
No.
love punching
No.
bag whenever we're
To be
talking
fair.
about Arcane. I love it. It never gets
To
old.
be fair to Boba Fett,
No.
Cad Bane did look at
No,
Boba Fett and say,
no.
"We're not so different, you and I."
No.
And that was incredible.
Hold on, did they actually use that line?
It wasn't exact. It was very close.
But you're
'Cause
a
I know
killer, you
Batwoman
should
said it,
admit
like,
it,
twice.
And then,
Yeah, he says a lot of bullshit. So
He basically is like, "We're the same thing. We're not so different, you and I."
Yeah.
Which, by the way, a very, very slight tangent. I know we're short on time, but my dad and I, we went to the theater proper, and we saw Moonfall, and it's the Roland Emmerich disaster silly movie, and it was
that's out.
horrifically
Yeah,
wonderful.
Rags, I just want
And they
I
have
want
like
you
a
to
line
add
that almost says that.
to the context of that. Roland Emmerich has said, "Fuck Marvel movies, like they're all the same." Like he's just a. Why is it that all these directors do this right after their movies fail?
Mahler, I want you and definitely Fringy, and of course whoever wants to join. That movie is it is the Roland Emmerich movie. Like he's trying to find the perfect version of his own movie, and this is his apex film
Oh, well,
because it has everything that Roland Emmerich. It hits all of the check marks.
we've got
beautifully.
plans to do a Roland Emmerich arc because the thing is, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
that'd be
Armageddon is like unironically really fun.
Mhm.
It's like dumb.
I would
but
say
still.
this movie's a good EFAP watch too.
He's
'cause it's
honestly
so
his movies
fucking
are
batshit.
like entertaining. They're just not.
Oh,
good.
absolutely. I loved watching it in the theater. My dad and I knew going in it would be terrible and stupid, and that's why we went. We did not we don't expect high art from Roland Emmerich.
I know, crazy as that sounds, everyone's gonna be like, "What?" I know.
He is like a 14-year-old who's making movies. He's kind of like Zack Snyder, but a little but different, but the same. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I can follow that. He's not as edgy as Zack, I think.
No.
Oh, that's been out for like 2 weeks. I've completely missed that.
And, you know, and Roland's
You
like your
missed
favorite creator.
Moonfall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How could you?
Well, I guess I know what I'll do for Metal's Forge next week because that sounds fun.
Yeah, it's a movie. It is
It's
a film.
movie.
It is a film.
There is a nice shot here that someone even in chat was pointing out that they frame Singed so that he clearly acknowledges the disability that Victor has. It's like coming out of the shadow, just realizing it, which is gonna play into more and more things as we go on. It's just like stuff that they definitely want you to know is happening, but don't care if you miss it. Which is the kind of shit that I love.
utilizing the fact they're in a visual medium. You really like to see it.
Yeah, visual storytelling. How about that?
Ew. Tell me what happens now.
They
Yeah,
did it
explain the whole
explicit.
thing. Give me a
Bastion says,
speech.
one of your legs is, I see.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
I
you're
was
fucking
once like
crippled.
you.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, you're crippled.
You're
Oh my
disgusting.
god, get away from me. Be gone.
Just
And,
throw
You
some
want to help
flowers at
me?
him.
No, fag.
Unclean.
And like, it's gonna be quick, and it happens all in this episode, but what Rio is and what Victor sees is like a microcosm of what Victor's life's gonna be, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
like Rio is this cute, awesome, natural little thing that's running around being happy, and Victor feeds it, and it's like, oh, this is great. And then I think Singe's commentary on just that interaction is the mutation must survive.
He's
Yeah.
dying. I'm attempting to prevent that. The mutation must survive. It's like
I just
this-
that
come
language
across
is
as
very
slight-
important, though. The
yeah.
it must.
It comes across as somewhat innocuous, I think, like in the context of I'm attempting to prevent that, and it's dying.
Yeah.
It comes across maybe more, I guess, more of a sympathetic thing that Singed is doing than the mutation must survive might let on.
And we will get the part 2 to this scene a little later.
Yeah.
And then we get one of my favorite scenes in the whole show.
Does it involve Jinx?
No.
Oh, this one.
Not this
I
time.
forgot this
Okay.
scene was right here.
Victor is sitting at the place. I think we've seen him a couple times, kind of like where they end up going just to think.
Mm-hmm.
And Heimerdinger walks up and he says, seems just yesterday I stumbled upon an aspiring young scholar from the Undercity here, ruminating in his steel oasis. Which I really like that, isn't it? It's just a thought, a steel oasis.
Mm-hmm.
Like a thieves' den?
What is a thieves' den exactly?
Oh, it's where all the thieves hang out.
Oh, that's neat.
In a den.
Yeah. That's their steel oasis. Fuck it, it's fine.
But the sort of like why would that be prompted as a because it's kind of like just this is how I met you, and then it's like a bit of a gap, and then I heard your prognosis. It's like, oh, he's talking about it because this guy's dead, basically. And he says, do you contemplate death? And he says, only that of friends. It's just because Heimerdinger's old as fuck, and apparently Yordles live for a very long time.
He's like
he said earlier he was 307 or something.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
He's an old man.
He's an
But
old
he's not
man.
as old as he's older than Bilbo.
Yeah.
Oh damn, yeah, you're right.
And then Victor says, I suppose your legacy has been well secured. What haven't you to show for your life? And it's, there's just one of the prime examples, there's lots of them, where the character, it's not even just the show for us, it's not even just for us to dig into the show and look at subtext for our own enjoyment. The characters in the show are aware of subtext. Like, Heimerdinger's response to Victor saying, like, you've got a well-secured and important legacy, good shit, is, you should be proud of what you've accomplished, Victor. It almost doesn't make sense, like, if you look at it just robotically. It's like, that wasn't a response to what Victor said. It's like, well, no, because Heimerdinger's responding to what Victor's thinking about.
Yeah, what he's implying, what he's referencing.
He's like, you're secure. Implies
He's
I'm not.
insinuating the contrast.
Yeah. And, like, Heimerdinger's expressions, he's just, like, so sad because he knows exactly what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
And he says, my achievements will be short-lived even in your memory. And I think you see a little butterfly land, and then it leaves, as Heimerdinger says, those who shine brightest often burn fastest. And it's just, like, super depressing, but also the best Heimerdinger could possibly do and say.
Yeah.
Nothing for it, as they would say. And then you get the intro, everyone's favorite. There's still a lot of split like commentary on that intro.
There's still, there are the people who think that it's bad, and then there are the people who are wrong.
No, right, calm down. The intro is awesome if you remove the music.
Visually, yeah, visually,
That's got to
it's
count
great.
for something.
It absolutely counts for something.
I will say that the music is fine. It just was, it was just out of place in the first episode.
I think
I think
parts
it's out
of
of
the
place
music
in
are
the show.
fine. Yeah. Alright, where are we?
Off to Mel.
Oh yes, Jace tells Mel that Victor is dying. It's actually, I should be more fair to the scene. It's a pretty good one.
She's upset.
She's annoyed at him because he fucked off. Which,
Yeah.
After fucking
you know,
her.
I like
so.
that scene.
Yeah, women don't like that, right? They're
Yeah.
very against that. And they even have her, like, aggression represented in what she's doing. Like, she's moving it
painting
more
the palette
aggressive.
knife.
But it's just really well done because, like, it's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, what are you going to tell me that would make me feel better? It's like, my friend is dying. It's like,
Yeah.
Oh.
I like
Okay, that's a
how
good one.
in I'm glad we're kind of at this scene right after watching a Roland Emmerich film where characters are just horrifically simple and stupid and stubborn in every way to draw out drama. But in this, once he tells her what's happening, she's like, "Oh shit," and then she
Oh,
understands
good excuse.
like a normal
Okay, I get
like a
it.
normal human being
Yeah.
instead of them drawing out how they need to feel for a certain, I don't know, directorial whim against
Mhm.
all reason. So it's really nice to see.
Yeah, that was kind of something I was afraid of seeing. Like, oh, great, are we gonna draw out some really needless drama over this shit? Because he took off after fucking her. Yeah, okay, great. But nope, she gets it already.
She
She's like,
understands.
oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
It's not like
Paul's a character. Yeah.
Well, and
pretty
it's
good.
No,
Because
this
a
is my
person should
greatest
be upset
fear. It's
after
like,
that.
yeah.
It's interesting to think about too, because remember the dynamic right now is that she's kind of a puppet master, and so it's like I don't hugely care about him, and he's annoyed me. But then it's like someone's died, and it's just like this huge thing for her to deal with in terms of like, how do I approach this? And then because I think this is the scene where she goes from trying to strictly be a bit of a puppet master to being like, actually, there's more to this guy than I realize. When he says, "When I'm with you, nothing feels impossible."
He's got a lot of investment in me.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, maybe there's more to this guy than I'm realizing, sort of thing. And she then even says about, like, her history, that she was exiled from Noxus. Yeah, because
You
she
call
was like...
someone from Noxus a
Noxian.
Noxian? Noxian?
Yeah.
Fun fact about that, by the way, the thing she's painting there is the Immortal Bastion, which is the huge fortification that the capital city of Noxus was built around.
Which is important for the last episode that you know that about the painting.
Yes.
Technically. I mean, I say important. It's important to us because we care about details. But it's you can tell from the last episode what the painting would probably represent, judging from her mother's reaction to it. But still. Then we get a bit of Victor looking at that hex core, getting real tempted at this point, which is so interesting to think about with Victor in this show, especially for people who played the game. You're just sort of like waiting for that scene where it's gonna happen, right? Eddie's second out, this is gonna happen, but they really, I feel, are aware of that and play with it quite a bit. But thanks to the coughing up the blood and different crazy shit happening from him touching it, he concludes something. We will get back to that.
The way they show it, like, the hex cores, like, weird stuff all around him, like, completely enveloping the rest of the shot when we first come to Victor in this scene. I think that's a really cool way of showing what's going on.
Oh
in
shit,
his
yeah,
head.
I should mention that. I will get the screenshot. And it's a nice, it was mentioned before about the way that they scene transition. But obviously Mel was sitting there and then he is here, which there's a lot to think about with this image. And this is partly why people are very invested in Victor, I would imagine. He's going through some stuff. But yeah, next up we got... So, yeah, there's some weird stuff going on over in Silco's henchman land, where a lot of people are missing and doing things, and Jinx is out of the loop. So she goes to the last drop bartender and asks him what's going on.
Yeah.
And you can tell first of all, he couldn't even see that she'd come in. She sneaks into the room very easily. I'm not saying that for any other reason than pointing it out. It won't be relevant in episode 9 at all. But she's also, like, scary to him. So it's likely that either that he just is scared of her in general, or the fact that he's been told that she needs to not know about what's going on. Which is that Silco is aware of Vi and trying to deal with her before Powder finds out, sort of thing.
I don't know how widespread the don't let Jinx know. Well, I guess the information that Vi is out probably wouldn't have been disseminated that much for precisely this reason.
Yeah.
Like, some goon might just let slip to Jinx, and that's exactly what Silco doesn't want.
I can hear the whistling wind of the LOL menu. Don't think I'm not on to you, Maul. That's true. There is I figure that's fine for ambience. Nobody's gonna be too bothered by that. But yes, you could hear little wind sounds in the background here and there.
I've heard that sound before. Wow.
Must have been the wind.
Yeah. It's funny.
In the wind. yeah, she just gradually coaxes out that the Silco's preparing people to get some girls. And then she even baits that she's gonna, she like attaches a thing to his back. It's such a like. There's a brief moment of like, is she actually gonna fucking explode him? Or it's like, no, it's just the little paint one or the
Paint him.
It's a prank, bro.
which we haven't
Yeah,
seen
just
since she was a kid, right? I think that version.
Yeah.
Dirty clothes. Yet another staple of Zon. Is it okay with your accent? I can't tell. Is it Zorn or Zon?
Zon.
Zon.
Z.
Okay, Theo, that doesn't help.
A-U-N.
Why would?
Yeah.
But no, your question is fucking broken because it's an accent thing. There's loads of
Yeah.
ways
Well,
to work that
that's-
way.
Well, for spelling wise, right?
Z-A-U-N.
Z-A-U-N. Yeah,
okay.
Zon.
Yeah,
Okay,
Americans would
Zon.
say Zon,
Okay.
but we would say Zorn.
Zon.
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 Yes.
Boom.
Do. So, then we cut to good old Caitlin and Vi, who they both like and dislike this moment. So they
Someone in chat just said Steel Oasis. I get it, Rags. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hey, it only took, what was that, like 5 minutes? That's fine.
I'm sure they're just catching up. I'm
Yeah.
sure they're just catching. Yeah, I'm sure they're catching up.
So they're at the top of like a cliffside, and they need to get to the bottom. And so Caitlin's like, oh, I don't know, how are we gonna do this? And Vi, like, very confidently is like, I got this shit, and jumps, and then fucks it up and falls.
Yeah.
And I like that, as like, she's so confident, and yet she can fail. But the thing is, the fall looks pretty bad.
Looks pretty bad
It looks
now.
really bad. Yeah.
Especially when you're dealing with a stab wound. I don't know, man.
like,
Yeah.
you gotta be careful. We're veering on she should be dead.
Well,
Mhm.
I mean, she doesn't have a mechanical stomach, but it is pretty
True,
bad.
it's true.
It is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's quite a way down, and oof, you know. I'm not sure how
Ooh,
to
yeah, that's
how I
one.
would tweak this, but I'd probably make it so that you don't need
It's
this
just not
scene
as
really at all.
intense. Yeah, if you
Well-
need her to be out of the picture even further, just don't have it be such an intense fall.
Yeah, because all this is communicating, other than, they get down there and Vi's kind of in a fucked up state where
Yeah,
she can't
which-
perform as she normally does, is that the structure is unstable.
And
Which is
that was
relevant.
already achieved with the stab, I think. So we didn't really
Yep.
need to do it this way,
Yeah.
but that's what happens.
It
and
does get across that the structure's unstable.
Maybe it's
which
to
is,
knock her out. So
relevant.
It does do that,
way
that's true.
Caitlin is kind of, I think, because Caitlin now needs to go about her own method because Vi can't tell her what to do anymore, and so she is forced to ask the locals.
Well, yeah, it does knock Vi out of the picture for a little bit, so Caitlin has to do some stuff herself. But just worth noting, someone's watching them.
Mr. Firelight.
Yeah, we do know him at least to be that at this point.
Known as the people of the board.
And it looks like you see a bunch of goon people running around. Are we supposed to think they're Firelights or Silco's goons?
I think
I
it's
believe
Silco.
Silco's goons.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Firelight's a little bit more distinct, aren't they? Those look more.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
always
Tend
see
to have
as
their
Silco's.
hoverboards, their masks, and
Randy
they
goons.
tend to tend to be a bit more coordinated than that. Like, I don't think you'd be out here standing around watching them if it was them, doing whatever they're doing.
Yes. Wait, where are we? Let me get my copyright back up.
Vika and Jinx now.
Savika, yeah, she's gonna go tell. Wait, oh god, VLC's frozen. That's terrifying.
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness
Oh
gracious!
no!
Oh, it's all over, everybody. We tried.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh wow!
Bye.
Come back for part
Glad we
4.
started early.
Well, while it maybe recovers, that is the next scene, right? Theo, you can help me out here. You have your own vision.
Oh, wait, yeah, the next scene is Savika with Jinx, yes.
Yeah, she's saying that. Yeah, so Savika walks into Silco's office with Jinx is waiting for her, and she drugs her out and puts her in the chair, specifically to ask her what the fuck's going on, because Savika's gonna know, considering she was the one that was beaten up by these girls, whoever they may be.
Mm.
And there's a moment where she's essentially told that like Savika basically thinks that this is the end for Jinx almost, because as soon as she finds out the sister is there and stuff, she's going to explode. And I think she says Silco will finally get the message that you're no better for the cause than you were for your family.
Mhm.
Which is like, damn, bro. Like,
Jesus.
also, I'm just gonna get a new version. Fuck you, VLC. You wanna freeze on me?
You
Kill
gonna
you.
restart it or?
Yeah. That's the yeah. All good. Hang on. Let's make sure I frame it right so that people at home don't get a balked screen. We don't want that.
Nope.
Pork?
One sec.
Oh.
But yeah, this Jinx looks like it's gotten to her for a moment, but then she's like baiting.
I wonder how much it legitimately was getting to her, and how much it was an act to get Savika to keep going.
Yeah, I think it's one of those moments. It's like Black Widow in Avengers. It probably
Yeah,
did
that's actually just what I was thinking.
probably something that did affect her, but she can still use it to her advantage, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because ultimately it's her stuff, right? Like, she'll be thinking about what Savika's just said, how much truth there is to it, and then realizing, wait, Savika's here and enjoying this. Fuck you. Like, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
The expressions, again, just top-notch throughout the scene. And, yeah, the choice of words from Savika to say that he'll finally get the message she just says in response, I think I know how to send the message. We see the result of a little bit later. There's also a shot that I love. Hopefully I can get it before we get hit with copyright. Uno momento.
Esteban.
Oh yeah, she puts her knife through the thing, and I was just like, wow, she stabbed that through? It's like, well, no, it's probably one of the bullet holes that Caitlyn put in there, isn't it? But yeah, we very quickly zoom into her when she Savika mentions Vi, and the knife turns into a visual.
I didn't even notice that. That's cool.
There's a lot of ones like that, and obviously she's realizing in the background.
I mean,
A lot of things
yeah,
on this lady's mind.
There is plenty going on in her head, but she's still cognizant enough to put it aside and not implode for the moment.
Yeah, what we know from this now is that she's not only aware it's definitely Vi, but that she's here. And so, and Savika seems actually kind of happy about this, just because it's accelerationism, basically. Get her fucking insane so we can finally move on without her.
Yep.
Savika's interesting.
It's not really wrong to think that Jinx is kind of a ticking time bomb in that sense.
Oh, totally. I could easily see myself fucking hating her if she was on my team, and it was my boss that liked her, not me.
Yeah, because it is preferential treatment in a big sense, because she is useful, but she's also unstable as shit and sometimes shoots up the entire crew.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we get another really good scene, and it's with a different character. A little character known as Marcus.
Yay.
Opening with a shot of his daughter in a frame, him frowning at his own reflection in the mirror, and then slamming the sheriff badge onto the table. This is storytelling, by the way.
No.
It's just, sometimes you don't even get to appreciate this sort of stuff, because everyone's been lulled into liking shit like Book of Boba Fett, so that you don't even expect this to happen. You're just waiting for someone to say something, because that's what storytelling is.
I feel this way.
Angry.
Yes.
This is how I feel.
I'm angry because I'm the sheriff.
I'm going to
Sometimes
talk to
I need
myself
to
in the
remind
mirror.
myself of the things that I want and how I am feeling.
Do you remember Reflection 10 years ago?
Damn you, Reflection.
Stop dropping me!
And yeah, it's neat as well because he's clearly really unhappy, and then he notices a laugh, and then he smiles briefly because it's his daughter.
Like, oh, the one thing I care
feel
about.
like that handful of seconds sums up his character, like, completely. That's exactly who he is, right there.
It's him in microcosm.
Unfortunately, his daughter's real happy because she's playing games with Silco in his house.
Uncle Silco, woo!
Fucking terrifying.
Silco's in his house with his daughter, with his goons. Like,
very bad. And this scene is something a lot of people seem to forget when judging Marcus as a person. We'll put a little pin in that. That'll be relevant next episode. So
It will be.
it says, I fucking love Silco's dialogue in this scene. It is top notch. We got...
vicious.
Do you remember... So, everything he's saying is supposed to pass past a child's brain, but it's also supposed to be incredibly threatening and informative. How do you do that? He says, "You remember our old friend Vi? She was about your age when your father told me that... well, sorry, she was about your age when her father went on a long trip, and her daddy assured me that she went with him. Could you imagine that? Being separated from your father?"
Fucking look he gives Marcus as he says that as well.
Excellent. It's like,
It's like,
Silco, you little
Jesus
bastard.
Christ.
He's always got this look at. He's always got this very plain look in his eyes that just says, "Bitch."
Yeah, so like the summary of the scene is Silco is like, Vi is alive, you told me she died. And he was like, she's safe, she's fine. And that reflects what Marcus was interested in, which was just saving a life. It doesn't matter that she's not dead, she's out of the picture. And he's like, she's literally not out of the picture, she's in the lanes. And he's like, the fuck? And Silco basically says, Vi and Caitlyn cannot be allowed to resurface. Do we understand each other? So, this is as blatant as it's gonna get. If those two get back to Piltover, I kill your daughter.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's just loads of language in the scene. Like, yeah, I think he says, like, let's talk outside, and Silco just goes, can't you see we're playing? It's like, ah. And then, of course, the house of, like, tiles falls apart, and he just says, accidents happen. It's like...
There's so many lines like that.
Yeah, they'll never know it was Silco, yeah.
Work on a child of, like, the laughing way he says, everyone makes mistakes, right? What's important is that we don't repeat them.
This is why people like Silco so much. Scenes like that. We got another one of them coming up this episode. So anyway,
because he's a good person, like, make that clear.
Victor discovers the hex core reacts to organic matter, though it falls apart soon after. It doesn't sustain. That means they still need to do more work, and we get into desperation levels here. He says, I feel my body eroding, and Jace says, I'll bring Heimerdinger, maybe he can figure it out. Until then, we do what's best. And we were watching this, I remember me and Fringy were like, they're going to bring Heimerdinger's going to be fucking terrified by this thing, and he's going to suggest destroying it. That's what's going to happen. This is going to happen.
Yeah.
Just because of how well characterized everybody is at this point. Jace brings in Heimerdinger because he wants to help Victor without realizing that this is probably not the kind of thing that Heimerdinger's on board with.
Probably the exact opposite of what Heimerdinger's on board with.
Yep.
Because this shit's dangerous, dude.
'Tis indeed. Now, Vi takes Caitlyn to a safe house type thing, or it's a house they used to play and live at. That's the implication. But considering the area and who we see around it, it's like things must have changed compared to what it was, because there's loads. It's basically like a drug addict's like fucking place now.
Yeah.
There's all these shimmer people everywhere.
The lowest of the shimmer addicts.
Yeah, this is the parts of the world that no one likes to see, and it's like, hey, we're doing a thing you're supposed to do if you want us to believe that shimmer, a drug, has a really bad effect on a society.
Yeah.
Can you guys think of any show that maybe I could reference that does the opposite of that?
Let's start with a B.
It's on the tip of my
Bubba's
tongue.
New
And stops
House.
with Book of Boba.
Did you sing the theme song there by accident?
I might have.
You just went
It's funny, if anyone in chat, you may have watched our coverage. We were confused all the way up until the beginning of the last episode as to what the fuck spice even was, and it's like the biggest thing in the whole show.
It is the source of like all of this conflict.
Everything to do with the
the
Pikes, why like the Tuscans were murdered, why Boba Fett's so invested in this town, and how he's gonna fix it. All has to do with spice, and it's not even well done. He just goes, "It's been killing people," and we were like, "Oh,
okay."
How?
That's a great question, Rags. We're not getting that far."
Spice is so delicious, they're eating too much food and exploding.
Oh no!
Oh
eat till they
no!
explode. Terrifying. So yeah, Caitlyn's just looking at them, and they're kind of monstery at this point. And she's just staying away, and gets into the place. But Vi is pretty delirious at this point, probably from blood loss. And she starts seeing
crashing.
powder running around this place a lot, and
I feel like it's worth appreciating when an actual stab wound is causing severe damage to a character.
yeah, you don't
Yeah.
get that a lot in a lot of shows. It's kind of neat. Is fading in and out of complete consciousness here, lucidity as they might call it. And they have a pretty interesting conversation. Caitlin says this is not going to work if we can't trust each other, and she says you topsiders always find a way to screw us.
Hey, racist, calm down.
I think Caitlin says like, "Oh yes, we're, you know, it's all of your problems are our fault." And while Vi is looking at like a, what word am I looking for? An
Hallucination?
hallucination. That's it. Of powder. He says not all of them, and that I think is as blatant recognition as you're gonna get that Vi feels heavily responsible for what's happened.
Yep.
Directly says, I shouldn't have left you to the powder ghost, and Caitlin interprets that as being to her.
Related to the brothel scene. It's
Yeah.
very nicely done. And she's like, we're not monsters, we're people. I think, I can't remember what she prompts. I think she says something like, you know, you gotta learn to trust or whatever, and then she's like, you don't know anything about me. And that's when she says, I shouldn't have left you. She sees powder. But Caitlin says, I can tell you've got a good heart. And then we hear the echo of that line from Vanda all the way back. Was that episode 2 or 3? I can't remember. Oh, it would have been 3. 2, sorry.
Ooh,
It was it was 2 before she was going to turn herself in.
Yeah. So, yeah, everything's running through Vi's head right now. Just all of the things. And, still pretty aggressive with Caitlin, but Caitlin clearly believes in Vi right now. Moving on, though. Heimerdinger demands the destruction of the Hex Tech. He has a flash to what we assume is Rise, or someone else anyway, destroying
I believe
lots of
that's
things.
Brand.
Oh, really?
That would be my guess, because I remember I mentioned to you that in current lore, Brand was a student of Rise's who like wants to use the power of the world runes, which are the biggest magical artifacts in the setting. Think Infinity Stones, to like do horrible shit, and he did like just annihilate a village with them, in kind of this sort of manner at one point. So, and you know, fire. So that's my guess.
No, that's true. Definitely a more fire image. I'll have to see what that, because I'm assuming they're just going to develop the fuck out of that as we go on with this show.
It could easily just be a random mage schmuck, and it's still fine.
But yeah, its potential for healing is irrelevant to Heimerdinger compared to its potential for destruction. And this time, it doesn't quite work out. If you remember back in the first 3 episodes, Heimerdinger's demand for destruction basically overrules anything, but now Victor says that's up for the council to decide, because he already knows that Heimerdinger's power is lessened at this point. And before this scene ends, he's like, I've got to go do something, and Victor's like, what? Like literally, like, what could you have to do right now? And we do find out, not seconds later, that he's basically immediately going to plan the destruction of Heimerdinger's career, basically.
Yeah.
And I assume he does this very easily in terms of setting up that plan, because he'd already thought about this.
Well,
It was only
Victor
a matter of
mentions-
time before he might have to enact something to get Heimerdinger out of the way, basically.
Victor mentions he has a friend to visit as well, which
True.
I think it's easy to see where that's going, considering the starting scene.
Well, and when Victor pleads with Heimerdinger, Heimerdinger's response is, Victor, something's changed. You're different. And then goes back to the hex core, and it's just like,
Stop, no.
Yeah, and then Caitlin walks outside the building, and she bumps into this guy.
Does he have a name?
Oh, probably.
I don't
what
know
it
if
is, though.
he's got
I
a
don't
name.
remember
Well, I know
that
he's
name.
got one. I just don't know if they say it.
And I may as well take the time to get the visual of when we first met him. But this is the thing. I don't blame anybody for not remembering him.
Yeah, it took me a moment to remember who it was.
But this is here, and it's something to appreciate. That's kind of like how I feel about it. It's like I wouldn't blame people for being like, huh? And they do, you know, they give you all the information you need, even if you don't remember him. It's that he's an old friend, and I think he explicitly says, her old man saved my life. I probably owe him more than that, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he and this is him and Vander in the first episode. And then, of course, he is now here. This is top notch for representing what Shimmer has done. This guy is a complete fucking mess.
This stuff is bad. Like,
and yeah, to the point where Caitlin thinks he's like a threat, just from the way he looks.
look at him. Look at the growth on his head. Like,
It's got
fucking
a little
hell.
tumor.
That's a nose. Oh yeah, top left. There.
And so yeah, it's so blatant that it's like awful. That even I think a little bit later she's like, "Why fucking take Shimmer? What's
Which
the
is
point?"
a worthwhile question.
Yeah, because if this is what it does to you, which by the way, fucking allegories for real life drugs, eh? But
What kind of
he's-
person would willingly inject themselves with addictive substances? I don't know, Jim.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, he says Shimmer makes me. It essentially makes you feel more powerful, and he says to be like someone and to make other people afraid. Like he's it just boosts you up. Like we saw it, we've seen it several times, and it's just like the second you've taken one dose, it's pretty much you're fucked.
Yeah, you are instantly addicted. We saw it with the henchman in the episode 3.
Yes, we did. Though I imagine Shimmer's changed a little bit since then, but it's probably still got that level of property, I'd imagine. So he takes her to a little potion seller, and potion seller is like, "Hey,
Potion
You
Give me
can't
your strongest potions.
Yes.
Give me your strongest potion.
you cannot have my strongest potion unless
Aw,
you
man.
trade." And don't worry, I think everybody agrees with the criticism here. She immediately gives up her rifle, which is
Yeah.
Yeah.
all you need for this scene is for her to offer something like one of her buckles, or like the little belt things on her arms and stuff, and then like to be given a look of like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah,
Then-
I can't imagine the price is super high considering where this person is.
Yeah, like, and she has no
but-
idea what this stuff is worth. So then you have
Yeah,
her offer some
you would-
bullets, maybe, and then the woman like somehow gestures she wants the gun, or maybe even
and
you
it
have
would
him say like, "You're gonna have to give her the gun," and she could be like, "You fucking no, I can't get," and then you could just have his
Yeah,
pause and be like,
how-
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
you know,
the-
I have no problem believing she would do this trade. I just need her
Eventually.
to have been pushed into it.
Yeah, she's not gonna. It would show how important the gun is to her. It almost seems like, oh, it's just a gun. It's not worth that. I mean, here it is. Instead of really wanting to hold on to it because it did save Vi's life earlier,
Yeah. This is the thing,
and
it
it is
represents a
her way of
lot.
defending herself. Yes, so she should be
Um,
hesitant to give it up.
I do like the idea, by the way, that the potion seller adds something before handing it over, as if to imply
Yeah.
that had they stolen it, which they
Nothing would
could
have
do,
happened.
yeah, it wouldn't have worked. So, but yeah, I just would have liked to get a little bit more prompting, because I can believe that she would give up the gun, even though, because if someone said like, well, no, she would never give up the gun, it's just like, if it means saving Vi's life, that's the interesting conundrum, and I think that she would eventually give it up.
I mean, I know what they're going for. Like, oh, you know, she started out here pointing the gun at little tumor guy, like a whole bunch, but then she realizes all the chaos and shit down here, and now she realizes that, you know, she doesn't have to, you know, solve all her problems with violence, and so she's going to give up her gun as kind of like a representation of that. But no, you're right. It was kind of immediate for her to just go, all right, here you go, my most prized possession.
I thought the kind of angle they were trying to play was furthering the thing from the first episode of the topsiders not knowing how to haggle in the Undercity, so they can just get overcharged constantly.
Which,
It's a different
yeah,
situation, of course, because
I
you know,
guess, but why would
like-
a potion seller want a gun? You know?
I don't know.
It's
piece of-
valuable.
yeah.
She could probably trade
A
it
gun
for
is a
something else.
pathway to many other things. Yeah,
It's true, and
Guns
it's a
are
good
very
fucking
valuable
gun.
apart from
like-
their use.
Yeah.
It is.
And yeah, just something to know. I really like this shot, first of all, showing that the guy is like just locked into staring at that bottle because it's likely a Shimmer variant of some kind.
Oh, yeah, shimmer in it.
Ooh,
And then he
purple.
like sort of goes "Huh," and like you know realize like looks away sort of thing. If I can get that shot again, there's a better one a little bit later as well. But just he's looking at it, and then he like wakes himself up, like, I'm not, that's fine, yeah. And as she drags it away, they have this shot as well. It's just like, look at that fucking guy. He is, even his eyes glow pink, just briefly.
Mm.
It's just really nice and subtle to show just how much this has just destroyed his life. This stuff.
You have Silco to thank for all of that.
Yep. So, next scene, Marcus is going with Silco's plan to frame the firelights, which I think is super interesting to think about that he didn't do that up until his family was threatened.
Oh, hey, it's not Jay.
Oh, hey, not Jay.
Hi, not Jay.
Gotta give him a
It's
second.
F. Hi,
Yeah.
F.
Need to boot up.
He's revving up.
Okay.
Do-do-do-do.
Ringlow.
Ringlow, you there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi.
Don't worry, you haven't missed too much. We're only halfway through the first episode's coverage. At an hour, so yeah, not fantastic speed, but we're gonna have to keep going.
Oh, go.
We decided to start a little early because we could. So
Yes, yes. So for those of you in chat, I was asleep while all of these plans were set in motion.
I
So
told
when
them
woke
that
up-
already. Let them know
Okay.
that you're not to blame. See, I told you guys this would happen. And
Well,
then
I would just clarify that these plans were set in motion while I was.
He said
asleep.
that you would say it's just clarifying.
Yeah.
I think I used that exact word.
I am.
You
I
do a
am
little
just
gaslighting?
clarifying.
Hell yeah.
Let
that's
him
what
drink
we
his
do
first
here.
coffee. Let him boot up.
Mhm.
We
Jeez.
don't blame
I
you.
haven't
You're-
had it yet. I just got
It's not-
it. It's sitting
It's
here.
not Pringy's fault, chat. This time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This time. Jay also started up a stream, and we've now realized that Jay wouldn't have made it even if we hadn't changed the time. So Jay is a liar. Jay is cancelled, and that's good. It's good that that's happening. Anyway,
Man, so much stuff happens. Like
I know
the
right?
world doesn't stop when I go. You know, it's not like the world hits pause and revolves around me. There's all
Pause?
sorts of things happening.
Which I think is unfair. If we were going to pause at any point, it should be when Frankie goes to sleep. All in favor?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Aye.
not sure. I don't know.
Aye.
Frankie's like, well, actually, that's probably not a good idea. So yeah, like I said, I think it's interesting that it is now that he's engaging with framing the firelights, which he was clearly against doing in episode 4, but it's it's too much pressure now. And then the first question Jace obviously has is like, where the fuck were you with all of this? How is this only being dealt with now? And Marcus says that they've been dealing with the Hexgate security, so we haven't had time to deal with like undercity terrorism essentially.
Which
And
is a nice, just to add, that's a neat addition to the world building that, verifies what Silka was saying about Topside leaving them behind, because they don't really need the fissures as such anymore, because they're
Yes.
a global shipping lane now, thanks to the Hex Gates.
And then, so this scene is actually the most blatant scene of Marcus being a clever boy. He basically tells Jace the only way to deal with the firelight problem is to lock up the bridges, and we wouldn't want to do that. And then Jace is like, do it, and he's like, oh, are you sure?
Oh.
When it's
Wow.
like, that's exactly what Marcus wants.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't want Silco coming into his house again.
Well, that, plus the fact that he can snipe off Caitlyn and Vi, because that's his primary
Yep.
job from Silco now. So it puts him in the best position he can get. That is the best thing he can do right now, considering everything. But there's another interesting interaction where, and I think this is the most blatantly shrewd that Marcus is being, and it might have been picked up, where he's like, oh, that Kierman girl, she got someone out of prison with with your approval. Anything that I should be helping with? And Jace like hesitates with what he's doing, and he's like, no, we got it covered. Which is interesting, right? Because does this mean that Caitlyn did all of that without Jace's knowledge, and he's covering for her? Is that what we're supposed to gather from this?
It's either that or Jace didn't know the extent that this would go to the point where it's being picked up by the head of the enforcers, which makes him think that, oh, like, did she do something that's like legitimately like a fucking big deal?
Because Jace looks shocked when Marcus brings it up. My assumption is that Jace is realizing Caitlyn forged his signature. But that he trusts Caitlyn so much that he figures that whatever she's doing it for is important.
Wow, Caitlyn should be very, very, very appreciative of Jace.
100%, yeah, because that never actually gets brought up again. But
Yeah,
obviously
there needs in season 2, there needs to be a conversation between Jace and Caitlyn about them. Like what are they to each other at this point? What's going on? Where do they stand? Not just relationship wise, which isn't going to pan out, but it's what Jace knows about it, and that conversation needs to take place, and it's something that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Well, yeah, because we're almost there, but like the relationship between Jace and Caitlyn has dramatically changed since they would have last spoken to each other, and neither of them realize that yet. Because they've become different people to a degree.
It's really neat how they've just like they just grow apart. I don't think that's something you particularly see very much when it's not like dealt
Yeah,
with a
because they're
huge
separate.
amount. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're separated,
But
they go down
they
different walks of life, and they just end up different people.
But yeah, so the bridges are now gonna be closed up. Well, they're closed up in the sense that you have to be inspected before you can cross the bridge. That's how it works. Which leads us, by the way, that scene, Jace is just writing something, and we're about to find out what that is, because we have a council meeting where it opens with Heimerdinger saying, "We have traded honor for prestige, and to return to what we built this place for, it's going to take vigilance, and we must hold each other accountable," which was, I think Jace was just waiting for a word to jump on Heimerdinger, because he's like, and who holds you accountable? And so I quite love the character work in this scene. Heimerdinger is just like, I'm gonna explain in simple and calm words why we should do a thing that's obviously the right thing. And like when Jace fucking attacks him, Heimerdinger's like, what? Like he has no fucking clue that this was even a potential. He's completely blindsided. And yeah, Jace says Shimmer is rampant, attacks at the Academy Square and the Hex Gates, enforces fear the lanes. Like, what the fuck have you done about all of this, Mr. I'm leading this place? And Heimerdinger is legit like, I have no fucking... What? What is happening?
Like, that would be pretty, like, stunning. Like...
Yeah, because he's never received these criticisms before. He's obviously... You know, like, I like Heimerdinger a lot, but he's obviously been pampered a little bit. Like, nobody's a dick to him, because he's nice to everybody. And
he's kind of distanced himself from everyone else's affairs.
Yeah, he's happily just been in the science, which he's missed the politics. Which again, this was all set in play in the previous 2 episodes. And yeah, so Jace like stands up and he's like, "What's your plan to fix this?" And Heimerdinger's like, "Oh, I see what this is about. Your hex tech needs more time." Which is again just cutting right to it. Heimerdinger knows what's going on now. He was a bit confused, but now he gets it because he's just looking for that motive. And there's this moment where I think Heimerdinger goes from here being like, "Oh, you're suggesting bullshit, I'm gonna deal with it." But, and so, like, I would argue he's aggressive and ready for the fight. That's Heimerdinger's expression here. But then, Jace starts talking a little bit, and a statement he starts coming out with is, "You are the true father of Piltover, and your years of service can never be repaid." And the second he starts saying that, Heimerdinger realizes what Jace is about to do. And the expression. Absolute falling of his face. Cause it's just like, oh, look at this little guy.
Devastated.
Because this is simultaneously the fact that you would even try that, the person who I have helped so much and taught so much.
And he spoke up for you so much.
Just, yeah, he just never would have seen this coming. He didn't, and his little ears, they flopped out as well.
Even Jace isn't pleased with what he's doing.
No.
His entire demeanor on the scene.
He's not a fan.
Feels like he's got to do it.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to, but he feels like he's got to.
Because in his mind, he thinks that's like the proper thing to do for Piltover, basically.
He's going to save Victor's life.
For Victor.
That sums up a lot about...
Yeah, he's not doing it for himself. It's like he wants to help Victor and hopefully Piltover as well. I think Victor is like at the front of his mind right now. It's like, we need this technology to save my friend.
Right after,
I feel like that's the statement to sum up all of Jace's character, or like a huge amount of it, is he doesn't wanna, but he feels like he's gotta.
Why doesn't
that's-
Heimer say Jace is doing crazy shit in his basement? So that crazy shit in his basement is precisely why the counselors are on Jace's side. Hextech is why they're invested in Jace, and why they're going to side with him, because they would rather proliferate Hextech in all of its possibilities instead of going safe and controlled.
Yeah, not to mention this was kind of bouncing off of when they were speaking during the opera, and how Jace basically said, like, if you invest in us, you get a front row seat to all my cool shit.
Yeah, like,
And so everyone is already, like, literally and figuratively invested in Jace's work.
Not to mention, Jace has a very real point that humans cannot wait for progress because they don't live as long as Heimerdinger does.
Yeah,
They have
Victor
short
has
lifespans.
weeks, maybe
Yeah.
months. We don't know. Yeah, he doesn't have all this time.
Weeks from the looks of it.
Yeah, it's pretty bad already for Victor.
They don't have
There
that
was
same
a-
amount of time to get things done. They can't plan that far ahead. They don't have, like, okay, we have a century timeline for this particular project and all of its uses. Because a
I used to
century
read
is an entire person's lifespan plus.
when I
Also-
was young. I used to read a lot of. Yeah, go ahead.
Just as someone said, and yet neither of them bring up Hextech. Heimerdinger explicitly brings it up, and then Jace says what Theo just said, which is that we can't wait for progress. Humans die. So it's addressed, but I don't even think it needs to be addressed. The point here isn't that the council fully understand the nature of the safety of the Hextech. It's that he's being completely backstabbed right now. And there's not much he can do about it because the council have been bought, essentially. But go ahead, what were you saying?
There was a old science fiction story I read, because I've read many when I was young, where a human was converted. I forget the name of the story. I wish I remembered. But there's a part where they have this crew of different alien species, and amongst them there are humans. And a human character is talking to one of the aliens, and one of this alien species, they live for hundreds of years. And they say that they think one of the reasons that humans, at least in this world, had progressed so quickly in terms of technology and things like that, whereas his race had taken much longer to do it, was because the shorter lifespan of humans had encouraged them to be a lot more risky and to try and get things done faster because they knew they didn't have this huge swath of time to
Kind of
just
sounds
kind
like
of fall
something that
back
went on in
on.
Mass Effect.
You know, the Solarians only live for like 30, 35 years.
Yeah, but you got races like the Asari who live for like hundreds and hundreds of years, if not
Like
thousands, if I recall
1,000 or
correctly.
something.
So I remember that being brought up, like, why humans are so, bold and brash and abrasive and quick and everything is because they don't live long enough. So I remember that being a Mass Effect thing as well.
And I'll give you one more because I've responded to 4 things from the same chat because the goalposts keep fucking moving. Heimer doesn't bring up Jace's new invention. Why? He has no reason to bring up the invention beyond saying the technology is untested. That's it.
Yep.
He can't. What is he going to say? Like, I saw them put a plant on the hex core and it made it become a bigger plant.
And then it died.
It's like, yeah, there's really no. All he can say is, I believe that's going to lead to bad things, which is like the point he's making. The thing is, the councilors aren't taking that seriously right now because they want to get their supply lines open, their businesses thriving, etc.
Not to mention, how's he going to explain that to the council anyway? Are they even really going to listen, like, as non-scientists?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. It all lines up as far as I can tell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
He can cite examples of magic destroying cities. Yes. Changes nothing. You know what else destroys cities? Technology.
Yeah, you know what else destroys cities? Armies. Like, I don't know.
The thing, Heimerdinger isn't wrong, it's just that he's not going to be very compelling, and this is what he's been telling the whole time, only now they have very tangible results from Jace's inventions that really stand in the way of allowing Heimerdinger's mindset to come through. And yeah, he says, it ends with, it's time we give our beloved father a well-deserved retirement. And he's just like, don't do this. Because it's obviously not about whether or not he needs a retirement or whether or not his points are just, he's too old to understand. It's literally,
he's worried
like,
about
need you out of the way.
Well, Heimerdinger knows they're trying to get rid of him because he's the only thing standing in the way of safety. Well, destruction. Sorry, the other thing.
Yeah, the other part of safety.
But yeah, I really like they show each of the counselors. Some of them are shaking. One of them is Caitlin's mum, who looks really like fucking worried because
Like,
this is big potatoes, but they all have the power to do this. And so they start committing to it. And Heimerdinger it. Jace is the last one who
He still hesitates.
yeah, he
very
does hesitate.
hesitant to even raise his arms. It's like, because he's
his
very
idea
well
and
aware
everything.
he just stabbed his mentor in the back, and he never did anything wrong to him, basically.
He even looks away from him. He
Yeah,
turns his head to the other side.
I think it's important that Heimerdinger is still blown away that Mel would agree. And I think this is a moment of, like, he has to realize that Mel is not quite as straightforward as he probably thought.
Yeah.
And he's just seeing everyone else vote him out.
It's so sad, the devastated look on his face as they all vote. Like, man, I didn't think I'd give a shit about
Droopy
Heimerdinger,
ears.
but fuck, man.
And I don't even think it's only because he's getting voted out. He's just like, oh man, you're probably all gonna destroy yourselves. I've seen this all before.
Dude, there's so much to it. I think that it's the fact that he is, like, as he was described, the father of Piltover. He's like the one that created all of this, got everyone together, focused everybody on the ideas, and he's getting removed. And he's watching all these people who I think he would believe, just with his, like, basic understanding of, like, dare I say, humanity, that, like, they wouldn't vote me out. These, like, I've been with these people for probably decades. So yeah, it's incredibly stressful environment for him, but his whole life's flashing before his eyes, I'd imagine.
He was completely blindsided, I imagine, which is why, like, even if there was more that could be said in his defense, he isn't able to really say it. Because, like, what the fuck is happening?
Jace comes in with the final vote, which means it's passed, and Heimerdinger's just fucking gotta deal with all that. But I think it's worth mentioning. This is very fast, in terms of a process. What does everyone think about that?
I think it's easy to abuse, and we've already seen the abuse.
I know when I watched this the first time, I felt like it happened too quick. It's not a huge deal because there is some setup that leads to be like everyone's got their motivations for it happening. This has been sort of referred to before. I just feel like it's suddenly happening. Like someone just brings it up and everyone votes on it, and then
you would figure
boom,
that
father
there would be a
Piltover.
process for this, you know? Not
Yeah.
just that you
Yeah, like
see
I
them,
want the
like,
father of
assume-
Piltover
hands up,
gone.
everybody.
Hands
Alright, see you
raised, he's
later.
gone.
Yeah.
You'd
like,
assume
but
there'd be
there's paperwork
safeguards
stuff.
to prevent this kind of speed of trial happening, though.
Well,
I wonder...
Does Piltover have the division of powers? Like,
I don't know that Heimerdinger ever thought of that sort of thing.
That's where I was going to go with this.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
true,
imagine
it's
they're
true.
kind of a young system in a sense. I know that 200 is like, that's not that young. It's like, it is if like
It
they've
is
not
young.
dealt with a lot of these kinds of issues bureaucratically wise or I imagine this council has been very straightforward for so long that they have rules that they're not even like, you know,
Aware
like
of.
Britain has
Totally.
rules like this in relation to the Queen, where it's just like, why the fuck does she have the power to do this? Like, don't worry, she'll never use it. It's like, yeah,
she never does it.
but
What
the-
if?
That's why no one
But
thinks about it.
But that's
yeah.
the thing. I can believe that they maybe, when they were setting up this council, is like, well, if every other member votes for a council member to be removed, then, like, that's reasonable, right? That means that something's wrong with that council member, or this is the right thing to do. Without realizing, it's like, yeah, but what if they're all politically corrupt and essentially paid off to get rid of them? What if it's a thing to get rid of the person who I just don't think he ever foresaw that it would be used against him in a really, like, slimy way.
Because I don't think he foresaw that people could get on the council while not being, you know, of a similar mind to him in that way, because you'd theoretically arrive on the council by standing for what Piltover was built for.
And as far as I'm concerned, it's probably something that Mel and Mel knew this was an option, and then got Jace to push it really hard, and then like this was all done so quickly and effectively, and then the rest of them, they're not really voting him out because of what Jace has said. They just know that they got to follow along with what Jace suggests at this point if they want access to more Hextech shit. Especially with Heimerdinger's whole premise being we got to stop the Hextech shit. So yeah, I think it's built really well. I'm not sure how I would tweak it to make this maybe more easy to digest in terms of a political system having such a significant change.
Yeah, I
so
don't know. I'd have to give it some thought. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. It would help if we had more time, certainly, to drag it out a little bit longer. To maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure off the top of my head. It feels quick. It feels like it just sort of happens in an instant. Um, but
I think in the
it,
context of it being galvanized by crisis in that sort of way, helps smooth things along.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, hi, Jay.
Wow.
How was your stream, Jay?
It was great.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it. I would have, but I was.
Yeah, we were just doing
was
EFAP,
busy.
you know, so we're too busy.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
I thought we were starting at 7, which is
Yeah,
currently
well,
half
now
7.
Which is
but-
currently
7:30,
half an hour late,
motherfucker.
if that were the truth.
Well, if we were starting at 7, I would have ended stream and come on.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
but because
please.
wow,
That was my plan. My plan was to stream for an hour and then come on.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
But then
fucked it up.
considering I was late anyway, I thought I'd spend a little longer wrapping up.
Mhm. All right,
Since I'm
then.
already late, I'll just be later.
This is why people want to kick you. This is
Yeah,
exactly
true.
why.
Well, because I'm not here.
Because you're a flungus.
Let's say he has to be here for us
Got
to
him.
kick him.
you missed Heimerdinger getting fired. How could you?
No. Well, to be fair, I don't want to relive that painful memory.
That's true. All right, enough pleasantries. We must move on. We're already running out
The
of
only
time.
thing that would have really improved this scene is if Jace looked down at Heimerdinger and said, "Okay, boomer."
Damn. Well, this show is meant to be able to be consumed by like teenagers and stuff, right? That's a bit harsh, you know. I think that's like R-rated shit. And from your silence, I think you agree.
I think so.
Jace should have directly said to Heimerdinger, I need you out of the way so I can help Victor with Hextech. I think that would have probably improved it.
And then the other councils are like, I agree, but not for the reasons you may think.
Oh!
And they just say, "Yeah, Victor needs our help." Yeah.
Now,
Who's Victor?
next scene. There are many people who claim that the interest of Vi and Caitlin and Vi comes from nowhere in episode 8. I'm just taking off my copyright screen there. So she gets to the old potion, and she's flipping out, and she grabs her as she's flipping out, and they just have this little thing, and it's like, it's fine, don't worry about it, moving on. And
Great guy.
we've already had a few other little bits and bobs. There's just, you know, there's an interest of some kind between them about something. Anyway, moving on. So you got she sees the name Powder and Vi on the wall from when they were comparing heights when they were younger, and she's like, "Who's Powder?" And she says, "I thought she died. She's my sister." And she says, "How do you not know she's alive?" And then she's like, "Hard to check when I'm in prison." And she's like, "Well, don't you have parents?" These are all very normal questions, but like when you listen to them, you're like, "Oh my god, Caitlin!"
Can you say privilege?
It's just like these questions are very awkward for to understand. The answers are all really horrible. It's like, no parents? Yeah, they were killed by enforcers, asshole. It's like, all right.
Oh,
What do you think? I hate him.
Though the potion
Then
seems
she
to
says,
have...
why didn't they comply?
Oh god. I would have taken a head off, I think. But the potion seems to have done a magic / fantasy, which is heal the wound just completely. It's all done now.
Ta-da.
Mechanically, Shimmer is a fantasy juice that does all kinds of things, and I think we've already had it implied it has healing properties. So I'm mostly fine with this.
Yeah. Magic shaman lady in the
When Amanda got
shadows
stabbed.
might be special. Yeah.
Yeah,
he took the shimmer, it got him right back on his feet.
true. So anyway, they sort of restated that this place is very rickety, and then they hear noises outside, and it's Silco.
Oh my god.
Ever the one to make a cool looking entrance.
Shit.
It's quite a. It's almost like you know, like you have hero entrances, like such a villain one where he's holding the shimmer vials, and the creatures of this area of people who have just been destroyed by shimmer all surrounding him and stuff. Just like, ugh.
He's drunk Jesus.
He is.
He's already done the slow clap entrance, so now for this one.
Yeah, it's true. He's nailing
He's got a
them all.
checklist of entrances to do.
Yeah, dude.
Um,
He's Silco. He's got this covered.
One of the lines he has that I found really interesting, he says, "Candidly, I thought you were the prize of your second-hand family, but Jinx is more than I ever imagined." I wonder if there's an implication there that he was actually planning something for Vi of some kind. Because a lot of people talked about this, but in the scene with in episode 3, it's interesting that he gives the command to Deckard to kill them after the explosion, like implying maybe that the command previously wasn't kill them. It was something else. I don't know. Like, there's thoughts about what was Silco's plans exactly, and it's just like, I'm pretty sure he was gonna kill him. He definitely decided to eventually, but, you know.
May have had a contingency of, if I can make Vi see things my way, that'd be a fucking asset to have on hand.
Maybe, yeah. Also, it's probably worth mentioning, I can't remember, I don't think we ever mentioned it in the streams, but, Goga mentioned the reason that she's got Vi on her face, and I was, like, convinced by it. Her prison number was 516, and so 5 for 5, 1 for 1, and then together they make 6. That's enough of a reason for her to put that tattoo on her cheek, I think.
Interesting.
And then when she put it on, she was like, "Oh, my name's Vi."
Oh, what a coincidence!
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Another theory I heard was that's the number of people that she lost.
I don't know if that works. You have to push it a little to make that work, right? Because you have to count Powder when her whole thing is getting to Powder as soon as she can. Like, she didn't confirm Powder dead, so Powder can't count, which means we have Milo, Clagger, Vanda, and her parents, which makes for 5.
Mom and Dad, yeah.
Unless you want to say 5 for V and then 1 for maybe Powder's dead. She's the one of the other thing, but I think the 516 thing works just better. And I think that was just the writer's way of trying to be like, okay, we'll keep the stupid Vi tattoo, but we'll try and justify it a different way.
What was
that noise?
How did that sound on your end?
It sounded like you were eating, wanted to say something, and then gave up halfway through.
The food was so delicious, like, I can't talk right now.
I want to talk, but oh god, just saying.
I'm not eating.
What do you think, Jay?
It's even weirder. Why are you not eating?
I don't believe
I'm not
you.
eating. That's
You're
just
lying.
the noise
That's
that
a lie.
Not eating.
I stopped halfway through my words. Like, hang on, let me try again.
Oh my god.
What the fuck
Anyway.
Anyway.
The thing that, like, if I was, like, a fucking writer and I was put that on my desk, it's like the character's name is Vi and she has a tattoo that says VI on her face, my immediate thought would be to go, okay, do people call her Vi because of that tattoo?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I think this is one of those things that they maybe had to throw together, like, suddenly on the spot, because they realized maybe they'd made a mistake, because in Vi's lore in the game, her name isn't Violet, I don't think. Or at least...
Right, that makes sense to me.
Like, so the nickname Vi probably came from the tattoo.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
To me, that would be the best explanation that they could have in the show.
Well, I mean,
like,
I think this is
like,
sufficient.
Well, the thing about this to me is that, right, even if her prison number is that, and she's getting a 5 for the V and an I, right, whatever, right? She still must be aware that that's her name and that what she's doing is getting a tattoo of her name on her face. Like, that's still got to be something that she knows is happening.
So anyway.
We'll take your silence as agreement.
I'm just glad they let him get tattoos in prison.
Yeah.
Gotta keep all that creative freedom flowing, you know?
Alright, where are we here? Yeah, so, Silka does villain speech. Jinx is walking around, she's overhearing this. She's not quite sure what's going on. Vi decides instead of battling these fucking shimmer goons, she'll break the structure they're in, because it was already pretty rickety. And, I think it topples forward, so they just move forward, as in, like, it's toppling to them, so they go straight through, because then it won't hit them. Basically, the kind of thing you should be able to figure out as a human being that they never do in a lot of movies. You know what show they didn't figure that out in? Book of Boba Fett.
I
The
remember
stupid
Boba Fett.
droid was chasing them down a really long street. They just didn't turn left or right because they were like, "Why would I do that? It's stupid."
No, we'll
I
be
don't wanna
cornered
live.
if we keep going. We can't just keep
They've
going
all
in
gone in
circles.
fucking
It's not like this is
different
a city or anything.
directions.
Did that in
Split
Batwoman
up.
too.
Just
Split
Yeah,
up
but
would be a
Batwoman-
good idea too, yeah.
There's a scene in
I remember,
Trainers when they're getting chased by a guy with a baseball bat, and they make a joke specifically about the fact that 3 of them don't split up because he keeps following them because he's too afraid to go in a different direction.
I remember Batwoman did that too. Batwoman's chasing this dude in fucking Batmobile. Dude's on foot and he's just running down the street. It's just
Happens all
Just
the
like-
time.
all the
Split
time.
up!
People lose 75% of their IQ whenever they're being chased by anything.
To be fair, that actually, you know what? If I was being chased, I'd probably lose some IQ because I'm a little bit scared because I'm a little pussy.
Yeah, probably
Ah,
some.
little pussy.
I mean, you do
But I'd
make
also
eating
wanna
noises
live.
while you're not eating, so yeah.
So, this whole structure is about to fall on Silco. I've seen people mention, like, plot armor that he survives this. Like, it looks as if he knows there's a big eye. He looks at it, and so he probably would have been like, I'm in the center of the eye. This is the best I can do.
Yeah, he
Right.
pulls a Buster Keaton.
He does, yeah. Like, he does move himself, so I think he moves himself into the eye to give himself the best chance of survival. Then we get a little music number, because there's destruction everywhere. Vi and Caitlin are climbing back up, and Powder pops the flare, for lack of a better descriptor for what it is, because I'm not even sure.
The flare, that's what she was told to light.
And
back when she
Violet
was
will
kid.
always find her.
Yeah.
And I've seen it noted that it makes a big blue smoke, which is the closest thing I think we get to a connection to Jinx's tattoo. She's got blue clouds that go down her arm and like torso, I think, as well.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, that makes
well,
sense.
and I just wonder if that's why that tattoo is there, that she's thought about pulling this thing for her whole life, basically. But yeah, Vi spots it, and they do a sort of montage of them heading toward it while Silco is losing his fucking mind.
Now, this is kind of the first time we've ever seen Silco do that. He's always been calm about things, but this time he's actually losing his shit, and kicking
Yeah.
the hell out of his henchmen, which is really strange all of a sudden.
When he tries to do his usual response for a moment, you see him by here, he's just sitting down and having a think. It's not quite working out, though, and so he gets up and starts doing a big yell. And I think that what we're supposed to take from this is that this is the most stressed out Silco has ever been in his entire life, and he can't control himself anymore, like he usually does. We've got all the pressures of the usual stuff with Piltover versus Zorn, but now his, like, favorite person in the world might think very differently of him if she's able to find out something that he desperately tried to control and has now failed to the point where he knows, I think, this is about to fall apart.
Yeah.
Lots of things going wrong for Silco right now, and he's not really able to do anything, so he's just fucking flipping out.
Because of course he had to like throw together a response in an afternoon because he didn't know that Vi was alive, and then suddenly she's just in the lanes.
Yeah, this is all happening really quickly for him. Also, there's this shot, and combined with the music, which I can't share, quite effective.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't
It's
even
good
register the
stuff.
music was Woodkid the first time around.
It was what, sorry?
Woodkid. Do you remember the person who did the music for that one trailer for Assassin's Creed Revelations? That one song?
Oh, was it that guy?
Yeah,
That was a
that
really
guy.
cool trailer.
Neato.
I remember that trailer. They had a lot of good Assassin's
Good
Creed
artist.
trailers.
I like Woodkid.
But what's also happening at this point is that the bridges are being sealed, and Marcus is covering it with all of his men, which is just we knew this would happen, and it's happened. Until the sequence ends, and yeah, seriously, Silco is fucking up his friendo there.
Curb stomping him.
Yep.
He's already dead.
The sequence ends with Powder's flare running out and her getting a bit frustrated until she hears her voice being called. And this is the thing, gonna be different for everybody at this point in the show, but I was so fucking invested in this
Pretty
after the
invested,
first
yeah.
three
Oh, yeah.
episodes.
I know.
I was just like, oh my god, they finally met back up, and everything. Oh shit, I've skipped something actually.
You have skipped. Yeah,
Okay, so
a couple of things.
we'll get back to that in a moment, all right? So we get part 2 of the flashback for Victor as a kid. He's clearly collected some of those little like flowery weird things that Rio eats, ready to deliver them. And he sees Rio. This is the first shot, by the way. It's just like, man, this looks like fun.
Yeah, alive, if not exactly well.
Yeah.
I think would be the way to describe that.
Oh, yeah, it looks really rough.
On the
Man.
milking machine.
Well, it could be milk. It could also be ejecting.
Mutation
I
must
want
survive.
that gecko milk.
Yeah, Singed. He's an interesting fella. That guy.
Well, yeah. So Victor's terrified, and
Yes.
for Rio, obviously. And is it that when Singed walks into Victor holding him, he repeats that the mutation must survive?
I thought you understood. The mutation must survive.
Mhm.
And
like-
Victor's just like, you did this, and leaves.
Victor would have just thought that meant, oh, you're gonna save its life.
Yeah,
Not this.
not doing absolutely anything to keep it alive, which we then cut to, like, they very deliberately split this up, and I like it quite a bit. They pan, and the room changes, and look how far Singed has come with Rio. He's now in this giant tank. Just all this experimentation.
Still alive.
All the
Quote,
notes
unquote.
on the walls and stuff.
Yeah.
Singed is an incredibly interesting character, given how little time he has in the show.
Yep.
And still a little more to go.
Yeah, we still got more to go. We've still got a little bit more to learn about him.
And
It's also just well executed because, especially with Victor's first response once the scene begins, that's exactly what had been going through his mind as he came here.
Yeah.
Recalling, the second time he went down to Singed's lair and found Rio like that.
yes, completely concluded by his line where he says, "I understand now."
Mm-hmm.
And this is a cool moment for the game fans too, because this is totally normal for the show watchers. That's Singed. That's what's happened. That's what he looks like after the explosion he was in. But for the game, it's like, oh fuck, that's Singed. And they know that. If you watch the scene knowing it's a reveal, you could tell that they did that on purpose.
Yeah.
There's a dramatic beat when he turns and everything.
Yeah. Good shit.
You just like him because he also makes goo? No.
No.
I like that in the show we have several different types of scientists, essentially. No, not types of goo, just types of scientists. Like, we try to... It feels like we're hitting all of the, I guess, important archetypes that we want for scientists to explore, these concepts, like Heimerdinger's hyper, like, socially responsible scientist. He's always concerned about, let's slow it down, let's chill out. We need to make sure that this is safe. We need to test it. We need to steadily march forward, even if that means that we're going a little bit slower to make sure that we're safe and we don't hurt people. And then on the other side of the spectrum is Singed, who is entirely devoted to, like, science and making progress in science and achieving these things, beating death, essentially. He is completely subsumed in that goal, and not even, like, there's no doubt in his mind that this is the way that he ought to operate. And then it feels like Victor and Jace are in the middle, kind of oscillating between both sides, but with different motives in mind. Because, like, in the case of Victor, it starts to become more about himself and saving himself, whereas I guess with Jace, it's more so about trying to, this is what we got to do to, like, save the most people. It's just really cool to have all of those perspectives in the show and explored throughout it. I think Singed is, like, really great as a method of exploring that.
I can't wait for more of him.
I can't wait for more of him. I'm super excited to see more of Singed.
Especially with what he's been up to.
Oh,
Yeah.
The show fits into with its attitude towards science being having all of these attitudes towards science explored. is pretty relevant to what's going on in the world, where we have stuff like AI being developed, which could potentially be very dangerous, but we're still developing it anyway. I feel like it's a very relevant modern concern that this show is about, even though it's literally about magic.
Allegory.
I mean, I would say, yeah, I guess, because this one's more focused on death, I guess, life and death. Like, that's kind of what Sin's is trying to work on.
Yeah, he's...
Taken must survive.
And just how Victor has gone from being disgusted to being like, I need help.
I suppose I probably should wait for this, but I'm just wondering about in the context of stuff Singe says later, if the mutation surviving has, like, how one interprets that.
Well, do you want to put it in your back pocket? We'll get there.
Yeah, I guess so.
A little lunchbox.
I don't have a lunchbox.
Loser. So Silco is looking... he sits down in his office and he realizes, wait, what the fuck?
He's still mad.
Jinx has drawn, like, a bunch of shit with a knife and arrow that points up, and he spots that Savika has been tied up, let's say, with the word liar inscribed on her arm.
Yeah.
Which is not good for Silco. That means that, obviously, Jinx has found out everything from Savika, more than likely.
Means all the shit that he just went through was for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I think that's the last we see of Silco for this episode, isn't it? It's going to be next time.
His second act low point.
Yes. he has quite a life, that Silco. So anyway, back to what I was jumping ahead to, because I fucking love this scene. We've got, like... Jinx is pretty tangled right now. This is very much a difficult situation. And she already is almost like... Vi's not here for me, that fucker, and throws the flare. She's obviously angry. But then Vi is actually there. And, like, this is the thing. She's already a killer. She's already kind of a psycho. But, like, I just fully believe that Jinx doesn't want to have to deal with any of this. And, like, this expression where she sees Vi, it's, like, one of hope as far as I'm concerned. Representative a bit of... Like, wait, me and her, that was like the best time of my life.
Yeah.
And anyway, it's just a huge moment because they've both come very far, and you as a viewer, like, this could go in many ways. And I think they handled it incredibly well. So, she hugs her immediately, and it's neat in a sense that Jinx would be very against that with pretty much anybody else, but she's already just let her in completely. So quick, and she's already tearing up as well, because this we got all the context for their childhood, so this just, you know, what is being appealed to here with both of them.
Because all those, I guess, negative feelings that Jinx has been cultivating and dealing with, it's hard to, like, when the person's right there again, I guess, and, like, they did show up after you lit the flare. I don't know. It's hard to really deal with that at the same time.
Well, not to mention, too, it was pretty, like, just from some of her designs, how she painted her nails both blue and violet showed, like, in a subtle manner that she still was really hoping to see her again. She was always on her mind.
Someone in chat said, it's amazing how the AI drew all of this. It's almost like humans did it.
What?
So, the only thing that makes me think about is I've actually seen some people watched our Boba Fett coverage and concluded we said that Arcane was made by robots.
Why?
So I can explain this, because listening comprehension, work on it, right? Go back and listen again. What I say is that Luke was constructed in audio and visuals completely artificially. Though, if you keep a good eye on him and you listen closely, it becomes clear he's robotic. Then I said, a lot of people say that there's no chance of anything like not human ever being able to come close to human. And then we immediately say, well, we've just watched Arcane, so we know that even if it's not human, you can still get to the point where it's almost better than human. And some people were like, yeah, but Arcane wasn't made by an AI. It's like, that's not what we're saying.
That is, man, that is really broken comprehension, yeah.
Just, like, listen again, and you'll understand our point, because for some reason you thought that we thought that this was all made by an AI? Like, no. And I'm not saying that's
Can
what
you
that
imagine
chatter
if we
is saying.
found
It's
out-
just the only thing I can think of that they could say that.
Could you imagine finding out, like, literally the entirety of Arcane was made by an AI?
That
That
would
would
be
be
fucking
terrifying.
terrifying, and I'd be like, please get this
Dude,
AI
that
to
would
make
be-
more.
I'd be right in the corner, just shaking back and forth, like, "Oh my god, it's
Well, I feel
terrible!"
like the
It has
problem there
taken
would
over
be,
art.
like-
An AI did that. It's like, well, I guess that's the end of that era and the
Also-
beginning of the new robot god era. Yeah.
But the thing is,
What you want at that point, right, is you don't want like Disney to own that AI. You want anyone to be able to use that AI.
Yeah,
Because
but anybody
Disney would
would
just
be
have
able to own
like
that AI, right? Because it was
Disney.
just some
Disney
weird
would just
little
have full
French.
control. Like they can
it was
they
just
can
a-
make a movie at the touch of a button that's amazing, but anyone could do that. It's just Disney owns the button.
So we're back on this topic again, are we?
Yeah, please.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
well, and I was
that's
just going
gonna
to say that even if this were all handcrafted, I do believe AI will be able to create this shit on their own eventually, of course.
Eventually, yeah.
Like
I'm not so
what we saw with
convinced.
Luke was it getting better. It is already better than Mando season 2, and it's been what, a year?
I don't see how anybody could not be convinced. Give it like 100 years, give it 1,000, like however long you think it takes. We're going to head towards there eventually.
It depends. We could reach some kind of fundamental technological limitation that stops progress, right? That would be the other possibility.
I suppose that's possible. I guess the thing is that when we already see now that you've got like artificial intelligence that can like create musical compositions and artwork, and it's not like there yet, but just give it time.
Yeah.
I don't know why that you'd assume that it wouldn't be possible with enough time or enough, continued development.
I mean, I assume that it is.
Yeah.
So something I like as well is that when I was watching this, I was like, just tell her you were taken to prison. That's the first thing you got to get clear straight away. You didn't abandon it. She literally says that first thing. It's
Yeah.
like, I didn't want to leave you. I was taken to prison. And Powder's reaction is Marcus, and then she goes, I don't know. Like the fact is that Jinx would have been told by Silco through Marcus that Vi was dead. So that means either Silco lied or Marcus lied. Someone's lied, basically.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the thing is, Powder, Jinx, really at this point I could call her either. She's this is great, but things aren't quite like they used to be. Like she misses the fuck out of Vi, and it's nice they're reunited. But I mean, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, basically.
Just to ask, are you real first?
Yeah, she
Like-
says, "Are you real?" Which is pretty
Yeah.
rough.
Well, that implies she's very well aware of her like mental situation. It's like, oh, she sees all these things and doesn't even know if most of them are actually real. Building puppets
like,
of the
promise.
dead friends.
I
And-
imagine in like less clear terms, this has happened in some form before.
Yeah, maybe
in
even
her
that. Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, and then we get one of my favorite expressions throughout the whole thing. This is in response to the confirmation: Vi is real. This is real. We're here. This is happening. I'm your sister. And then just Jinx breaking down because she says things changed when you left. I changed.
Mm-hmm.
And like just with how she looks when saying this, to me it's just like she's not happy about where she is right now.
Mm.
Yep.
But she's there, and it's kind of hard not to address it.
What she wants now, she realizes that it's closer within her grasp. Going back to how things were before is closer to being in her grasp than she ever realized it was. But she's still realizing it's probably not possible because of she's voicing that frustration, right? She never knew it was this possible, but it still isn't. She's so close now to getting what she wants, but she still can't have it.
Yeah. It's,
Well, I imagine she wonders if it is still possible because Vi
just the fact that
doesn't
it's
know
Vi,
you.
the fact that Vi exists, is alive, and cares about it.
Yeah.
She's got all these things confirmed right now, and this is her reaction. That I may have gone too far, but that confirmation is then damaged significantly in a moment because Vi says we've both done things to survive, and what matters is we're together, which I think is the closest we'll get to what Vi went through in prison. She's probably done some stuff in there that she is not proud of from that
Imagine
line.
she's killed some Silco goons.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably proud
And
of that though.
just a quick video game thing that I guess is worth mentioning. Vi calls Jinx Pow Pow here as, a nickname for powder. Later on in the video game, later down the line for her, she starts to call that gun, the minigun, Pow Pow.
Oh,
Interesting.
That's
nifty.
fun.
Still would be nice if that minigun came later, though. Just saying.
Yes.
But yeah, this, in terms of like a juxtaposition of character, this is such a soft moment, and Jinx is totally, like, this is the nicest and calmest we've ever seen her. But then you hear footsteps, and I was thinking about this when I was watching it the first time. I was like, Caitlyn's here. And the problem with Caitlyn being here is several-fold. You have to understand all the characters in play right now. We go with Caitlyn first, because she's probably the easiest. Her perception is, I've broken someone out of a prison to help understand how Silco is destroying different things and controlling different things related to the fight between Piltover and Zorn. So far, I've done really well and made sacrifices for this Vi person, who I believe is a good person. She's got lots of issues happening, and we've just bumped into Silco, who tried to kill us. I feel like at this point we've got enough to work with. And we're kind of, like, are we heading out? And then it's like, well, Vi's got to see her sister first. Her sister, who 100% matches the person who's fueled Caitlyn to go on this adventure, the person who's killed a bunch of enforcers, the person who's been blowing up parts of Piltover. So Caitlyn is obviously feeling partially betrayed and furious, but then go over to Vi, who's like, loves one of these people and fully respects one of these people, having to deal with both of them, completely crossing swords and needing to calm the situation down before it gets any worse. And then Jinx, being someone who has incredible issues with abandonment, betrayal, mistrust, lies. She's got all this confirmed from Vi, so it's working out. But wait, Savika told her earlier she's not here for Jinx. She's here for the gemstone, and she's working with enforcers, or is with an enforcer. And this person shows up. And so that's all you really need. Vi is hanging out with this person. Savika said she was hanging out with an enforcer, and that she's lying to you. She's not actually here for you. She's here for the stone. If enough of the facts from Savika line up, then it's all it needs. You just need to push Jinx slightly over the edge, and she'll the rest will be done by something that's a part of her psyche right now, which is represented perfectly by voices in her head. She pushes Vi off straight away and starts charging the Gatling gun. Her fucking expression as well. It's like she's so fucking ready to kill Caitlyn already. Which has got to be a little bit.
Then we got that little. Yeah, it's. I was just gonna say I like the little birdie there, just chilling out. But
the crow is stressful in this scene because with every few lines it cuts back to it going like brah, just like
Look, he's already figured out. He's already figured out that something's going wrong.
Bro, I'm paying attention.
Well, yeah, because the crow's invested in this working out.
Yeah, it's like no, it's not working out. Brah.
Yeah, Vi's just trying to calm them both down. And
all it takes is that one little realization, though, for her to turn the fucking gun on Vi. Like,
yeah, because she starts putting it together. She's like, "You weren't actually here for me. You're trying to get that stupid fucking stone."
You're playing me. Yeah.
And meanwhile, while that's happening, Caitlyn is like, "Your sister is Jinx," and that Vi is like, no, like, hang on, like, because
stop it, you're ruining it.
That's out a little bit,
snowballing out of her control.
Yeah, like, because that realization is fucking terrible. Jinx has killed lots of Caitlyn's friends. Meanwhile, just to the left of Vi, Jinx is losing her mind. And they spin around us again with the fucking dead. Look at that shot, man.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Like, hello. That's bad, man.
And yeah, she's...
Again, Milo's here representing something.
She's weak. Yeah. She's being manipulated. She's being lied to. Can't trust Vi.
Doubt.
But then Vi does a really good job of coming across as very fucking genuine. Even when she's aimed the gun right at her face, she's like, she says, like, no, I'm here for you. And she even, like, grabs her arm a little bit. And there's just this great moment of, because even I was like, you can only push this so far. The flaw I often find, and we're going to get into this big time as this stream goes on, with Harley Quinn type archetypes, is that it's an excuse for a writer to do something they do anyway, which is when, you know, I'm like, I'm pretty sure 2 + 2 is 5, and Free's like, no, it's 2 + 2 is 3, and then Rag's like, I can solve this situation, and then, I don't know, there's an explosion that happens, and Rag's like, actually, maths is kind of gay if you think about it, and then we all, like, have a huge fight, and it's just like, why is nobody talking about the thing that would solve the problem? Everyone's just going nuts. And then Harley Quinn archetypes, they're allowed to just do that for free. They can just literally talk about anything they want at any time, and destroy conversations, and create drama. Great. It's just a free pass. But, I was actually impressed with this, that Vi says all of that, and then puts her hand on Powder, like this is the best possible argument she can make, and Jinx really doesn't have anything definitive to work with, and so she actually stops. She's like, I need to think, because she's still got the voices in her head telling her she's wrong. This is carnage for a fucking brain. Yes. If you look at her face, she starts hyperventilating as well, as Vi's talking to her about how she can trust her. And, yeah, I was already sold pretty much at this point that they're doing an incredible job with Jinx. This is really hard to nail, but I feel that she's reacting very straightforwardly to a lot of what she's been given when you apply the variables of her brain and her sort of main concerns, her main insecurities.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, look at this these frames.
Yeah, it's like,
and then she hears something, and I want to say this now so we can get out of the way instead of being like, maybe. We find out next episode that the Firelights were keeping an eye on Vi, which we saw, and they decided to attack her once they had confirmed that she's working for Silco, and they treated her hugging and being connected to Jinx as evidence of that. That's why they attack now. It's not a coincidence.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Because I think a lot of people think it is, but a certain character makes clear that the reason they went for now is because they believe all of them are working for Silco. So
one sister started working for Silco, who's to
he
say
doesn't
shit about the other.
Yeah, well, they have a whole conversation with that, which we're getting relatively close to. I love this action scene. It's been great. The Caitlyn's gunning for the gemstone. Vi is just looking to defend herself from whatever the fuck is happening, and Jinx hates these people and wants to kill them, and she's firing her Gatling gun throughout the whole thing, pretty much.
There's a lot of like quick shots, and you know, it's very frantic in pace, but there's still enough for you to clearly understand what's going on. Like a particular sequence I'd refer to with that is, you know, when one of them throws a blob of the crystal thingy at Jinx, she ducks it, shoots it, and then like quickly as the person's going past, slaps a grenade on the back of his board. And then there's a few quick cuts around as everyone realizes what's happening. We get a cut to the Firelight leader as he picks up on that, and he goes down there and, you know, saves that person as they're about to, well, fall to their death or whatever.
They have a lot of moments where Jinx is very aware of the environment. She picks up like all of the details, all the noises. They show her several times doing that. Yeah, she shoots through the thing we saw them use in episode 4 to freeze people. And yeah, and as he's flying past her, just this, and it looks fantastic.
Looks really good.
All that detail. But yeah, she attaches the grenade, like Theo said, bops him up. And the leader does realize, yeah, lots of little interactions like that in the fight. More importantly, I guess, for character, is that Vi's just trying to fight off the biggest one out of all of them, but casually sort of keeping an eye on Powder in the fight and realizing something a little disturbing, which is that she's very much enjoying this.
Yeah.
Like, as bullets go fucking flying past her. Like,
that's my jam.
Almost tags Vi as well during the fight. But this right here is... We're going to get a lot of this in Season 2, I'd imagine.
I would hope that's
what it's going to be about, I'd imagine. But yeah, and this is, I think I was trying to point out, but this is the thing that Jinx does in her fight scene. She bites her lip, but they're also showing her just having loads of fun as well. Which is not what Vi would like to see, and it's obviously...
Got a bit of that pink glint there in her eyes.
But yeah, Caitlyn's knocked out. and kidnapped, and the Firelights steal the gemstone with it as well. You get this happens.
Look at the Plague Doctor go. Look at her.
Just dodging that shit, and then this is the thing. Does she have the power to be able to kick a guy like that over? It's like,
I guess if everyone gets these basically supernatural capabilities, I don't know. I guess it's just part of this world that people can behave like this.
I think they do work to justify it here and there, but that Jinx, guess she
Because
needs
it's
to be more
essentially
buff.
just superhuman speed, being able
she's
to
just too scrawny.
pull
Yeah.
things
Just
out
make her rely on
and
her
put
tools and
things
shit
on
more.
other things in the time that it happens. It's just superhuman speed.
Well, because meanwhile you have
yeah, but I
Vi is partially exhausted from brawling the fuck out of this one guy. Like, I fully believe that just happened, but with Jinx, it feels much more like we're relying on a little bit of toon physics.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's what I was about to say. If we're talking about like an animation, how like what are we doing when we're trying to figure out, I guess, like how fast people can move or how heavy things are or how things operate.
I think the show does a half and half good job of making it grounded, but then also like jumping into a bit of craziness with it. And so like
Someone's saying
we feel more justified for Jinx, I guess.
someone chat saying that Joe Rogan punches like shotgun blasts and he's 5'6". He's always so like really
He's
muscular.
also huge.
Jacked.
Height is like a tank.
Right.
That's
Built.
we're comparing Jinx's body
Jinx
to
is
Joe
not
Rogan.
Jinx is explicitly scrawny. Like
Very scrawny, yeah.
I'm just imagining Joe Rogan in a fucking Jinx wig now.
There's gonna be memes of her face on his body now. Or maybe his face on her body, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jinx gets slashed on her leg by someone getting a shot, and I just like the fact that she like screams and then in response aims the gun at him, charges it up, and he just looks fucking terrified, like, oh god, what have I done? Like, I probably shouldn't have just tried to go for that easy strike. Vi gets knocked out because she's distracted by watching Jinx.
yeah, watching her like beat the shit out of someone with the minigun, which is kind of fucked up.
Yeah. But Jinx gets distracted from executing the kill by them picking Vi up. And they slam like a staff to the ground and it just makes like the smoky bomb shit. Smoke clears. And you get like what feels to be like, I don't know, the closest you get for Jinx being normal to be like, Vi? And then when she realizes she's gone, meaning she can't fucking confirm whether or not this shit is all real, if she's being lied to or not, she just, the screen all flips out with the scratches and everything, she just shouts no.
Loses it.
Oh.
Which, yeah,
No!
again, I was just fully on board with her being like, it sucks, because you don't even know if you can trust Vi, but she's just been kidnapped now, so what does that mean? It's like, I don't know.
It's more really good expression work as the smoke clears and her face goes back to, you know, the more vulnerable expression she had earlier in the scene around Vi, and then when she's gone, just shit, man. Like,
But yeah, that's episode 6. We're at 2
end
hours.
of Act 2.
Not too bad. How was that for the fact that it came out in Acts? Like, what was the feeling with this being the end of Act 2 in terms of a cliffhanger?
They did a good job of building the hype.
I definitely wanted to see what happened next. A lot of things are gonna line up. We got a lot of characters in a lot of places.
Wow. So I'm real glad that I got to watch it like a minute after this.
I was gonna say, you don't count Rags because you got to watch it whenever you want. I met Theo, I think, is the only person here, maybe Das, but you were literally not allowed to watch any more until.
Yeah, I was just sitting here like counting down the days until the next arc.
Were there weeks between the
I think it was a week, right?
1 week between each act.
That's not so bad.
I was a little late to the showing and everything like that. By the time I had watched it, all the episodes were out.
Well,
I think I wonder if like Netflix is gonna actually try and do that with more of their stuff now. That it seems like if you want to get people to keep talking about your show, that staggered releases is a good way to do it.
I'd be
Mm.
fine with them releasing it weekly because I would just talk just talk with everybody about it.
There is a fun element of the discourse, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, the fresh episode that everybody could talk about all at once.
At the same
no
time,
one's being left behind, you know?
Mm-hmm. And, you know, it gets talked about for a while instead of kind of, you know, the conversation sort of gets stamped out a lot
What did you think of
quicker.
the entire show? It's pretty good.
Yeah.
This is right.
Yeah, I think it is hard for people to talk about their thoughts on an entire show rather than, yeah.
Look how long we talked about Boba Fett.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it for long enough that when we compiled it, well, I shouldn't say we, you compiled, compile all the episodes into one.
It was funny.
It
There's
lasts like
in the
9
live
hours.
In the live chat, so it was like, wait, so what is this video? And someone said, Friggy compiled all of the videos into one. It's like, what?
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Who told you this? Anyway, we open on episode 7.
Intro is really cool.
With a
Look
music
at that.
video.
It reminds me of Infamous.
Oh,
This music video is fucking pretty. I love it so much.
Hey, Rags, what do you think of this opening music video?
Nice.
Nothing at all?
Wags? Okay.
Nothing at all.
Silence from the doggo.
Yes, he thinks nothing, yeah.
Well, that's fine. We'll just keep going. Yeah, I think it's pretty neat. The quick, I guess, tonal introduction to who the Firelights are. It's just like the compilation.
I'm back.
What? You back?
I'm back. Yes.
What do you think of this intro, Rags?
I'm not a fan. It's not. I don't care for it myself. It's just a. I just don't care for it. I don't know. It feels too. I don't like it. Too urban and hip hoppy, which seems like it just doesn't mix with a lot of the other stuff. I don't. It's not my thing. I just didn't care for it.
Yeah, I like the art, but I have to agree. I didn't know what the hell it was doing. Honestly, it kind of reminded me of that show Devilman Crybaby, where there's this character for like several episodes. For some reason, he's just like rapping for like 2 minutes, and it leads nowhere. And I'm not even sure what the fuck they're doing. And it kind of reminded me of that.
I think it's fairly clear what they're doing with this.
I was gonna say, but I keep talking, so you go ahead.
Nah, that's about it.
The lyrics like give explicit reference to like what the Firelights are about.
I'm sure the lyrics are.
Well,
what's
I
just
figured-
like the intro lyrics. Like I get how the lyrics are part of it, but like stylistically, it's not my thing. I didn't care for it.
What does it mean though if like the lyrics are totally appropriate and you just don't like the method by which the lyrics are being conveyed?
I guess it means that I like the lyrics, but I don't like the tone in which it's conveyed. That seems pretty basal.
I guess what I'm saying
Isn't
is
hip hop like the
what
most appropriate genre to represent the
fucking gang
Firelights?
shit,
Though,
like-
considering like.
Well, yeah, because like I'm not too into hip hop and rap and stuff, but
Neither
I
am
can
I.
super appreciate that this is pretty damn awesome.
I guess
I
all
appreciate
would say
it.
is I'm not quite sure that unless it applies to a lot of the music in the show, like if we're gonna, if it's like, oh, if it feels too modern, it's like, well, pretty much all of the songs are not like fitting like a Victorian era thing like you would hear in Dishonored or something. So do we apply the same one to like every single other song that we
I'd
hear
have
in the show?
to see the examples individually.
No, I'm just thinking
I don't
about how
know.
good Dishonored is.
Yeah,
Well,
that's good.
I guess my cross reference would be the club music in episode, what is it, episode 4 or 5?
No,
Five.
five.
Our
Five,
reintroduction to the Undercity. I think the song's called Dirty Little Animals. If that fits, I think this fits.
Mm-hmm.
I really
I
like
think
Dirty Little Animals' lyrics really inform
Yeah.
Shimmer's effect on the world as well.
I think it's really good because the lyrics, like I mentioned before, are kind of similar to Playground from episode 1 in a way, but very different in style, tone, and focus.
Yeah, which is indicative of what Silco's effect has been.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely like those visuals, though. It definitely reminds me a lot of Infamous's cutscenes.
Yeah, definitely agree on the visuals. They're good visuals.
Did anybody here play Infamous, or was it just me?
I
I
played
have not
Infamous
played
Second Son, but I never played the first one.
I played the
Right,
first one
so-
when it first came out. I have basically no memory of it.
Oh man, I adore Infamous. I love that game. It's that game is super cool and super duper underrated. Barely anybody talks about it when they talk about cool PlayStation 3 games.
Mhm.
Game had a great tone. It's really leaned into like the comic book sort of vibe, but a little bit darker. It had the binary morality system, which that aspect of it wasn't great, but I did like some of the like storytelling choices that came of it. Yeah, that's a cool game, and it's just nice to be reminded of it every now and then.
Yeah.
They should re-release that on like PlayStation. I guess it has to be on PlayStation 5, which I don't have, but they should re-release.
You'll get it eventually. Give it time. Give it a few
Ju-
decades.
well, they need to do Bloodborne first, okay? Can we just halt
They
all
need to put
re-releases until they do
on
Bloodborne for PC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it
Okay,
in
how
Then,
they
Bloodborne.
do
then we
it,
can
just
then we can all just get on with our fucking lives.
just give that game a frame rate. Like, I don't care.
Right?
How you do it, just
Wait.
give the game a frame rate.
So, in chat, Disco Elysium is getting an adaptation from Amazon. Is that true?
Ugh.
I mean, we are getting a lot of video game adaptation. Like the Cuphead show just came out like yesterday or like 2 days ago. Apparently, we're getting a BioShock TV show. There's going to be a Fallout series on
BioShock
Prime.
one's gonna be terrible.
So we have very much entered into that era of video game adaptations.
It's really funny that a game that a lot of stupid people on the internet shit on for being communist propaganda is getting an adaptation from Amazon.
Wait a minute.
That game has a great art style.
They-
I need
That game
to
has
play
a
it.
fucking beautiful art style. I highly recommend that game. I mentioned it like a few streams ago, but
People call
I've only-
BioShock communist propaganda?
no, Disco Elysium.
Oh, okay. I was confused for a second there. Like, wait, this is
Well,
new.
I mean, someone said that BioShock was pretty
Someone said
down.
Andrew Ryan was an ardent socialist or so, a socialist icon.
Someone who is right. I thought you guys would have picked that up. It's all about, getting the value of your own work.
That would never not be funny.
Yeah.
So anyway, Arcane.
Anyway, pressing
Yes.
on with
Anyway.
after that really cool intro.
Well, I like the opening conversation. It's again like just taking advantage of the dialogues. You've got Caitlin immediately says, "Oh, I knew it was a mistake to trust you," and then Vi basically just says the same in reverse, like "Fucking, I don't trust you either." And then she's like, "Well, you walked us into 2 of Silco's traps," and then she says, "This one isn't Silco. We'd be dead already if it was." And she just goes, "Oh, very nice. When were you gonna tell me about your lunatic sister?" I just like that Caitlin's so straightforward at this point. She's captured someone else. She's got nothing to lose.
I'm sick of it.
Yeah, and then instead of answering that, Vi's just like, "Oh yeah, what the fuck's the glowing stone?" And then Caitlin's just like, "Ugh." And then she's like, "That's what I thought." It's like, yeah, they both got things to keep for now. There's no reason to give. But the problem is like, Caitlin didn't make it about the stone at all, so it's just like, yeah, it's kind of true that I was here for more than I let on, but I mean, you're a prisoner. Like, it's kind of hard to argue. It's just like, yeah, okay, fine, we've both not been 100% honest. So, yeah, Echo is introduced. He's back. He takes off the mask, and you're like, oh yeah, I feel like a lot of people would have guessed that was him at this point, because even for the reason alone, there's like, where's that kid been? The white
Yeah,
kid, where's he been?
For a couple episodes, when we got this reveal, for a couple episodes, I've been wondering, is he gonna come back? Where's he? Because we're running out of episodes here for
His
him to
dad
kind of
got
come
murdered.
So-
What's he been up to now? Without his
back. Yeah.
dad.
So what's happening here?
Yeah, and in
Where
a
are we
sense-
when are we gonna get him?
He has been here since episode 4, it's just that he's been
Yeah.
masked up, so...
As
Yeah.
an avid Echo enjoyer, there's like slight aspects to his design or motifs of his that let you recognize him. Like for the first
Yes.
time we see him as the Firelight leader, he's got his stopwatch swinging around, and spoiler, I guess, in the game, Echo has time shenanigans. There's also the red scarf thing he has, which he has in the game. That was like clue number 2, and also the kind of baton thing he has. It's not the same one as he has in the game, but that's the kind of weapon he uses.
That was actually what gave it to me. I was like pretty sure Echo has like a big stick he hits people with. It looks rather like right build. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's Echo.
I wonder if they're going to give him the one he gets from the game, because the one he has in the game is like the hand of a clock he stole from a clock tower in Piltover.
Neat.
Feel like when you think about the fact that he had that clock, it's like, right, so there's a really cool example of incorporating an element that is more recognizable from like the original source material, and then trying to contextualize it and not put too much emphasis on it. You know, a little bit more subtle.
Indeed, it is a stick-like weapon. Yeah. So
I meant the clock, but
clock is a stick-like weapon.
Yeah, it's a stick-like weapon. Echo believes that Vi is basically as evil as Powder, and he just explains that, yeah, it's like, so you're working for Silco. And I love that from his POV, there's plenty to sort of run with on that front, but from Vi's POV, that is such a fucking absurd claim. She just says, fuck you. Like, I love that. It's such a straightforward, like, why would you even suggest that, you idiot? Like, of course I don't work for Silco. Killed Vanda, like, what the hell? And it's just like, well, I don't know what's going on. Fucking Jinx, you know.
Another thingy from the game, the whatever it is he's keeping the gemstone in, like, heavily resembles his Z drive from the game.
People don't know what that is, yeah.
The Z drive is his time travel device.
What does the Z stand for?
I don't know.
Zyme.
Zy. Oh, damn it! You said it.
Yeah, I got
it. I'm gonna Zyme travel.
Yeah, he says that he's been following her since she's gotten out, and he like refers to it as like, "What the fuck are you doing, showing an enforcer around the lanes? Like that's a problem." And then she's just like, "You never talk to me at all. Like you always punch first." And then he's like, "Who'd I learn that from?" And it's like, oh.
My man's demeanor has changed.
Yeah, she points that out.
Growing up.
Yeah, because he says people change, and it's like obviously referring to himself, his theories about Vi, and of course Powder to Jinx. Because dialogue.
Well, it's important for these characters as well, because those formative years, you know, that they spent apart, especially for Echo, he was a little youngster.
He really was, and you get a big blast of that when she says you never used to stand up to me, and then she manages to get, I don't know how she got her cuffs off, but she did.
Yeah.
And obviously, like,
Echo
he's...
says, and you still block with your face.
Yeah.
It's like that line.
Getting all up in her personal space and everything, like, Jesus.
Well, yeah, and he...
stay on my personal space. Number 2, stay on my personal space.
I like that when... I know the reference. Congratulations. Clap.
Ooh.
Anyway.
Is that a Simpsons thing? Or...
Applaud me more. Applaud me more.
You know what? Chat could hear that, but you couldn't. It came through on OBS, but it didn't go through on Discord, so chat could hear me clapping you, but you couldn't hear.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. I believe you.
Chat, don't reveal the truth. Okay, thanks. Anyway, so yeah, she like takes off the cuffs, and as he's realizing from the sounds of it dropping, he's like shocked because obviously this should be like, oh shit, we might have to fight, and then she just hugs him. Which is a nice moment, because of what we know about them from those earlier episodes. Which episodes 1 through 3, man, are they important for just making everything that much more meaningful.
Oh yeah.
Where am I going here? But yeah, he's trying to maintain the fucking tough demeanor, but the thing is, she's known him in a time where he was literally like fucking, I don't even know how old he was at the time. Fucking like,
I think he's the same age as Jinx, like, overall.
And
I think that's quite important as a moment for his character, because like he is just a kid playing at gang boss, like even if he's a very
crime lord
kid.
Yeah, kinda. So yeah, and Vi's like not gonna put up with that bullshit. She knows who he is. It's like, oh, good stuff. And they, you know, it didn't even take that long for them to pull off that payoff. If you consider the time in episode 3 compared to this, but it's just like it becomes that meaningful. So back over to Singed and Victor. And he just has some fucking glorious lines. The favorite for me, obviously, being, nature has made us intolerant to change, but fortunately we have the ability to change our nature. It's like,
yeah,
all the things you can think about what he's referring to with that, Jesus. And yeah, Victor says, will it work on plants? And Sid's just like, you're not here about the plants.
I know the look of a doomed man.
Yeah, and he says, if you take this path, they will despise you. Which is like them game fans just getting their giblets tickled, you know?
I'm making myself
my
lazy
giblets.
more just talking about him, because just everything he says, there's so much to read into it, but nothing to, like, it doesn't go anywhere particularly just yet, other than, like, implied potential routes. But he talks like he has a long and storied history. Like,
Yeah, he's been around a long
full of
time.
wisdom, but like not even evil wisdom,
Evil
just
wisdom?
ruthless wisdom. Just
Evil wisdom.
Well, he's the kind of person you'd want to be a Sith Lord. Instead of this cartoonish bullshit, you get like someone who's like, I'm not here because I like pain. I'm here because it's the best way to achieve my goals. And yeah, and he says, love and legacy are the sacrifices we make for progress. Another great line. And
I really like that in terms of what it says about his priority. Well, it says exactly what his priorities are, but just he has completely discarded the notion of like reputation and honor and glory. It's entirely dedicated to science.
there's a
to
contrast.
bring about the ends that he believes important.
There's a contrast there as well with Heimerdinger and Victor to an extent, because of the conversation those two had about legacy specifically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, it was all about legacy.
Well, and in a sense, Heimerdinger maybe even sets up this point from Singed, being that he didn't disagree with Victor when Victor said, I'll be forgotten. And Singed is saying, sacrifice that and you can live. Sacrifice what? Being forgotten? Like, it doesn't even matter. You know, like, the legacy of Victor right now doesn't mean a lot compared to being able to extend his life. At least I think that's his POV. And yeah, Singed actually makes reference to, he says, this is why I parted ways with Heimerdinger, which means those two have a history as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he takes the vial and says Jace will understand.
Yeah.
Which, you know, you don't even need to know anything third party in any way. You're just like, I wonder if that line will become more interesting as more seasons are made.
Yeah.
Then we cut to Jace, who's doing buff big boy things. Holy moly. He's got a big old body on him.
Hammer boy.
Something.
Hammer Lord. Yeah, he's making something. Something's up. But Mel comes along and she interprets his action here as one of essentially coping. Like, why is he so mad? What's going on? And he's like,
Coping.
Is it coping?
Sleeping. Yes.
at first it's like, oh, because you know, the stress of being a leader, the stress of all this stuff happening. And then she's like, no, what is it really? And he's like, I betrayed my fucking boss. And I was like, yay! There should have been acknowledgement of that. Good stuff. It's tough. It's tough Flumes. I think he says he was his mentor and he betrayed him. It's like, I like that there's no attempt to, you know, shield exactly what the action was. He was successful. It's all done now. So there's no point in lying about it. It's like, yeah, I betrayed him and it worked. And that sucks. And she says, it's your time now, Jace. No more red tape. Meaning, he's essentially replaced Heimerdinger as, they're all council members, but one of them gets to be the head of the council. And apparently that's him now.
Yep.
Which is kind of amazing considering where he started in this story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
hey, he's got
upstairs
the hex tech. So
it's the hex tech that did it, yeah.
He's got like some of the most insane leverage that you would ever have. Like, hey, I'm the person who put us on the map as a global shipping lane, and I'm only just getting started. So
here, have some actual magic.
Yeah.
No, she says, in relation to him making more thorough decisions about what's happening next, she says, I'll stall the council. In the meantime, try not to lose your nuts, holding a nut in her hand. And I saw people, there was someone who said that was like some of the cringiest dialogue in the whole show. I really don't feel that way because
I think it's just Mel being a little.
She's being a little fun, but she's
fun.
also referring to don't lose your resolve. Like, you're on the right path. Don't think you're not, because she's still manipulating him.
Yeah.
She's literally saying don't lose your fucking conviction, alright?
Do not misplace your almonds, Jace.
Exactly.
Almonds.
But she says it in a funny, jokey kind of way, which is probably indicative of how her relationship is changing with him.
Even without the manipulation, I think it's just kind of good advice, because flip-flopping is not the greatest of moves.
Yeah.
When you're in a position like this, and it's definitely not a good idea when you're trying to do good.
The joke wasn't good, though.
What joke? It was hardly a. It was.
I don't think it's a joke, really. It's just a.
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even think I wouldn't elevate it to joke level. It's more like
like she was sitting in her chambers. Oh man, he's really gonna love this. Oh, he'd better love this.
Right.
Oh my god,
it's a fucking banger, Jace. Wait.
Man, I really hope he drops one of those nuts so I can actually say it.
She walks in and she sees it fall off. She's like, yes,
yes.
What if he doesn't and she just like while he's not watching knocks one off the table? He's like,
oh, how strange. Oh my god.
Oh, don't lose your nuts. Yes.
Yes.
She says it too quickly, and he's like, "What?" And she goes, it's
It's fine.
Get it?
Yeah, you dropped this.
It was a
these,
thing in the
but you
moment. It's fine. Like, you dropped it.
She was like, "Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing."
We find out that
Spin.
things are getting fucked by the bridges closing, and Savika suggests that Marcus is rolling on them or flipping. And I think because Silco does not want it to come across at all as though he's not in complete control of Marcus, he just says, no, he's doing everything I told him to do. Because, Silco can't be sure of Marcus. He's already said that that's the case. He can already tell.
Marcus is waning, yeah.
But anyway, he's like, I gotta go find Jinx and explain what the fuck's going on. And Savika says, I've got him more in common with cave lice than Jinx, but I didn't see eye to eye with my old man either. And Silco just goes, and? Like, it's such a, like, hey. And she just says...
He's really fucking done right now.
Yeah, he's so in a fucking mood. And she says she'll come to you when she's ready. And he's like, alright. But the Chem Baron has scheduled an assembly. So.
That's an unexpected line from Savika, I think. She'll come to you when she's ready, like Savika. But it's just like, I wonder, why did you say that?
Well,
like, I know why she said it, but like, why? Like, does she have any past experience with wayward children? Does she have? So what? Why are you offering this insight? You know.
So the line she says after it is that she'll come to you when she's ready, meaning that's what she did with her dad, right?
I mean, yeah, maybe. If so, I can't remember. I just
no. That is the line. She says she'll come to you when she's ready in reference to Jinx to Silco, because she said that's how she used to deal with her dad.
Oh, gotcha. All right.
It's twofold of like a genuine piece of advice coming from probably a place of compassion, and also, can you stop thinking about Jinx for like 5 seconds? We have business.
Yeah, and I think that when you give the show maybe a rewatch as well, you can get it on the first time around. Savika's just more than muscle. But she's mostly treated as muscle by everybody. And I honestly think they're going to elevate her to the leader in season 2. There's a really good chance of that happening.
Yeah, we're getting to it, but her interactions with the mob bosses, and I really like Savika as a character. She's kind of one of my favorites.
So then we get
it's like that archetype, that rough archetype done in a really awesome and interesting way.
Yeah. So then we get a Jinx scene. I'm a fan of these scenes. And it opens on a shot of a little fly thing, a little green fly thing in her workshop. Which I think, not exactly, we'd be planting those flags, but it seems like if they're in her workshop, you see more of them as time goes on as well. It's just like, bit of a through line happening here. Interesting. Another flag.
Yep.
Done did get planted. So, what is happening in this scene?
Butterfly things on her desk.
This is a scene to me that I think a lot of people could be like, ew, that was just a Harley Quinn scene. And it's like, gotta pay more attention, alright? So, this scene is Jinx trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. And it is entirely chaotic. This whole scene is fucking chaos. Talking to Milo is giving her all kinds of shitty advice, and she's aggressively trying to figure out what the fuck happened. She's saying, I didn't lose her, they took her. And I think you hear a whisper saying she was with an enforcer, you saw it.
Remember her name.
Yeah, and Jinx says she was there for me. And then, when they say remember her name, she's like, why would I remember her name? She's a stupid topsider. And then there's a pause, and then she says, Caitlin.
She finishes off stapling up her wound and laughing like a maniac.
Also, and that's the thing, it's like, we've got that is the scene. But there's just a little other thing going on in here that I absolutely love.
Yeah, I think I know what I think.
Well,
wait, actually, might it be the same thing that I'm thinking about?
Well, I showed you and Jay specifically this because it's something that I love about this scene. So she's got big old insecurities about being weak. That's a big thing for her, alongside all the abandonment stuff. But this scene, we're doing that again. She's got a wound to fucking fix. She grabs her little staple gun. I want to show it now. Hang on, just gotta be careful for copyright.
I'm seeing it.
So she grabs it up, loads it. God damn it. Sorry, folks, this is awkward and scuffed, but that's the way I have to do it. She looks at herself, gets it ready. It's all angry and floopy. You know, just saying random words to give it a bit of a gap. There we go. Does the first staple and looks at herself in the mirror. She's fucking hurt, in pain. That's that. And then you see her look back in frustration at the wound. Like, fuck. Like, she looked at herself in pain and then looked back annoyed. Because that's weakness, obviously. That's how it works. Yeah. She does the second one. And again, in pain. Like, it's hard to ignore the fact that this is fucking painful. Put copyright up again. And then looks again at the window, like it's the reverse this time. Like, she knows she's in pain, then she looks at herself to confirm it. Like, it's like she's constantly aware of how fucking shit she is. And then she gets really frustrated, like, because this is happening. Again, ignore all the dialogue and the whispers right now. Just pay attention to the expressions and the staples. Next one goes in, and she, like, this is the kind of face you make when you're just struggling to fucking ignore the pain. It's fine. It's just there. Just, I'm dealing with this. Fine. And then she does this expression of, it's not anything anyway. It's just like, whatever. So you're like trying to roll her eyes at the idea of it, getting better at controlling herself. And then this expression straight after, this, like, she's like losing her mind. Because what is even happening here? You're trying to pretend that it's not painful to come across to yourself as less weak? Are you fucking insane? Like, what the hell's happening?
Yes.
And
yes.
And so you get these expressions of her just, and everything's flipping out, and she's like, what am I even doing? And then,
the last one.
That one goes in, and she's like sighing, chilling out. That's in the moment of the scene where she remembers it's Caitlin. And then you get the best one, which is she puts the last staple in and fucking cackles.
Yeah.
It's almost like we're going through a little bit of an arc here. Like, just laughing at the pain now. She's got a lot going on.
So the thing that I was gonna, it's not as much detail to it as that. The eye that's covered by the shattered part of the mirror is the same eye that's covered, that Silco's messed up eye. The same one, or at least on the same side, if you keep in mind that mirrors reverse the image. Yeah.
I really like how, like, this is, I can't recall the time before this that you could actually make out the words that Milo's, like, ghost voice was
I think
saying.
this is the first time that we hear them properly.
Yeah.
And we hear them again.
It's still tough to make it out, I would say.
Yeah, but like, there are words you can get out of it that are like the questions she's responding to, which I think says a lot about her mental state.
Yeah, that he's getting louder.
Yeah, he's louder than he was before.
And
I guess it's like, just in case you hadn't noticed, she is having conversations with, like, entities of some sort.
I feel
throughout the whole show.
a lot of people watch her scenes and they're like, yeah, I get it, she's nuts. But I'm just like, there's so much more happening.
Well, it is just the thing. This is animation, so like all of those expressions were deliberate, like very deliberate. Someone sat there and thought about those and took time to create them. Multiple people. It's all on purpose, and I think knowing that it's all on purpose, it's like, like there's a lot to read into all of these.
Disagree on the interpretation that, whatever, this is a small wound. Instead, it seems Jinx is almost losing consciousness. Definitely not losing consciousness in this scene.
She's getting more active.
She's getting more and more into this. I mean, that doesn't surprise me either. She's not going to be, like, the pain from a staple into your hand is annoying as hell. I wouldn't say that's going to make you knock out. That's nowhere near enough.
It's your pussy.
To an open gash on the leg, that's gotta hurt like a bitch, but like the progression is her wanting to not tolerate the fact that it hurts, and
like I said, she's trying to brush it off, and then I think she realizes how absurd the situation is that she's trying to lie to. She knows it's painful. There's no brushing it off.
Yeah.
Either it pays or it doesn't.
It's like, there's nobody here, but that's not true. It's not that there isn't nobody here.
That's what's so fucking good about it.
That's why it's working. Yeah.
Because she's got all that going on while thinking about, did my sister's alive, first of all, holy fuck, and she still likes me, but does she though? Because she was with the Enforcer, and Savika said that she was here with the Enforcer for the gemstone, but she came there for me. Like, it's that poor brain of yours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have all these people talking down to you, try to tell you different things, and you see all those conflicting things happening to you. It's like, I don't know what's real, I don't know who's lying, who isn't. And also I'm hurt and I'm hurting and I'm trying to lie to myself, and are they lying to me or are they not? I don't know what's
She never receives a consistent line of information that is never in doubt. Like it's always, but wait a minute, what about that? What about this? Yeah.
And she has a friendly manifestation of doubt in her subconscious that's always talking to her about all of these doubts she has, which is really nice. Thanks, Milo.
Hard disagree. She's definitely being shown to nearly pass out at the end of the last staple. No, she's just relaxing because she's done the job. And she's remembered the name. These are two things she wanted to do.
Yeah, like the stapling is done.
Yeah, and she's just relaxing. She's not passing out.
Look at that flying thing up there. Oh,
also have Jinx's like motif going in the music, which are those like discordant violins.
Strings. Oh yeah. Beautiful.
Discord violins.
Yeah, Discord violins.
I like Discord violins. So yeah, Vi gets shown Echo's sanctuary, and she's like, "You built all this?" And he says, "After Vanda, Silco filled the lanes with shimmer. And everyone who came here was an addict or a victim, and they needed somewhere safe to start again." Which is like, oh man, Echo, you're a legend, huh? You're trying to fix the lanes yourself. And he even says, like, in relation to the mural, that all the people who they've lost over the years, the kill count is much more to Silco than it is to the Enforcers.
That mural is a really important part of Echo's character. It's an incredibly significant thing in his material long before the game, long before the show, not long before the game.
Damn. Whoa. Now we're getting into the deep lore.
Because like in the teaser for him when he was showing up, he was defending a mural. It didn't look exactly like this, of course, because it's changed from a weird chem monster thingy, and the stinger of the whole thing is that in defeating the big thingy attacking him, he ends up destroying the mural. So with his time travel, he goes back to do the entire thing again, because protecting that mural is like more important than not getting the shit kicked out of him again, multiple times.
Also, they're asking
incredibly highly.
How can I comment on the pain of being stapled? I have stapled myself twice in my life by accident.
Really?
Yeah. Once.
Wow, what a great way to be able to dunk on someone.
Fucking painful for sure, but let's just say I wasn't passing out.
You know.
I was wired after stapling myself. It's a sharp shooting pain. And then you're like, get this fucking thing out of me.
Yeah. I wound up with a staple through my finger.
I just There's no possible way he knows what this feels like. It's like, I did it twice, actually.
you bitch.
First one was like primary school where I was just stapling paper together, just because that's typically what you do. And I remember going like, staple, staple. It's like, what the fuck just happened to me? It's like, yep, you just stapled a piece of paper to your thumb. Like, nice.
Now this is a part of me. I'm a cyborg.
Does that leave scars?
I'm a cyborg.
That's great.
Does that leave scars? Because I have a school stationery scar.
It's just 2 really small dots in it, so that I don't think I can see it on my thumb.
Yeah, I didn't keep a scar from mine.
Staple is a deadly weapon.
I sliced my finger open with a tool we were using in art class once, and I still have that scar.
Neat.
That's
I
fun.
sliced my arm open with a box cutter while in work. This sounds like a suicide setup, doesn't it? But it really wasn't. The scar for that looks cool, but yeah, I was just opening boxes and I slit, and then I saw blood dripping, and I was like, "Wait, what?" And that's how like shallow the wound was. I couldn't even feel it. Anyway,
Guys, you couldn't feel it because you'd cut your arm off.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's annoying.
Terrifying. Yeah, another thing Echo says is if I'd been with you guys that day, things might have been different. Just like, oh man. I don't think so. You were a little cherub. You probably would have been murdered.
You might have died too. Vi says that to him.
Yeah, I think Vi says that.
You probably would have been a ghost, a spooky ghost puppet.
Ghost ball.
He shows her the mural in response to her saying, I know my sister, I can reach her. And I think what he's trying to show her is that the people in the mural are dead and gone, and Powder's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he says, your sister works with him not because she has to, but because she wants to. I'm sorry, but that's who she is now. It's not easy for Vi to hear, I don't think.
Nope.
I think it's easy for Echo
Certainly
to say,
doesn't suggest.
because we'll see later.
She certainly doesn't even consider it.
Yeah, then we get a pretty... There's so many good scenes in this. We're at the bridge, and it would appear that Victor is being held, and Jace comes personally, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you know how bad it looks for me to set this bridge shit and then have my own partner break it? And Victor is literally like, you ordered this? Like, that's it's not even about apologizing or trying to explain. You just like, you ordered this? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, why would you do that, you dumbass?
Yeah, and he says, there are people down there hell-bent on destroying us. And then he's like, yeah, I went there for help. And he's like, help? From the Undercity? The person you went to help? They're dangerous. And he just goes, I'm from the Undercity.
I mean, yeah, it's like,
and then he gets up and he's like, I'm the fuck out of here now.
Some real cringe posting from Jace.
Yeah.
You're going to lose a subscriber, man.
Victor unsubscribes. Yeah, great little moment that's probably going to make Jace think maybe a little harder on... It's like, damn, that's true. Whoops.
You can see how he would have arrived at this point. His experience with the Undercity has been getting bombed and attacked. Like, it's easy to fall into traps of prejudice like this, I suppose.
The impact on his character, I think, is most clear when, like, just after he stands there and says, I have posted cringe, and then looks down at his feet.
Yeah, he knows. Like,
he knows the cringe.
No, I'm getting ratio.
The show's damn it. Because like it's easy to fall into traps like that.
Yeah, Victor quote tweets him, and it just sets off a chain reaction.
He quote tweets him, "This ain't it, Chief."
Yeah, quote tweets him, "Is this you?
This you?
This you? Yeah."
Victor was looking at his cane there for a second, noticing that there was the cane there right at the bottom. That used to be his cane. Did you see that? He was looking at it.
Oh wait, you mean near the beginning of the scene?
At the beginning of the scene, yeah. He's looking at his crutch and then sort of looking at the cane part.
You mean that like the handle almost for the?
Yeah. Well, I think it's thinking about that used to be cane that I would just hold. Now look at it.
Well, that's half of it. The other half is probably that he knows that there's shimmer in that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's working on both them levels there.
And Jay says, "Did you get help?" And he said, "No." He said nature is resistant to this sort of tampering. Just like, that's not what happened in that scene.
You're a liar.
You're a liar. That'd be really funny if Soul was like, so that's actually not what Singe did. He actually did provide help, so that is a plot hole.
That's what your critiques are like, Morley.
Oh no!
Ah.
I'm melting. Yeah, and then Jay sees some people throw a Molotov, which is just obviously bolstering the his perspective, which is gonna get super bolstered in the beginning of next episode. We'll get there. But yeah, I really feel like this is the point in the show where it's just like, fuck, Jace, your life sucks right now. You've got so many. He's probably the most powerful person in this world, at least as we know it, like within Piltover and Zorn. But like that's part of the problem. He can make significant changes, but he's just not sure which ones to commit to, as well as like he's fully invested in this thanks to his relationship with Victor, who's struggling to like those two's relationships getting stressed as well. And then it's like this whole bridge thing, was that even a good idea? Like, I'm not 100% sure. And then the stress of what he did to Heimerdinger. A lot of people like to say that Jace is kind of meh. I question those people.
They'd be wrong to say that.
He's got a lot going on.
I only said that at the beginning.
Wrong people say it. What was that you just said, Jay?
I said it at the beginning, not at the end.
Jace is a really interesting story of an idealistic person trying to do good.
True. And then we get I just remember the villain scene. Basically, all the villains meet up and have a chat.
Yeah.
I was totally expecting I'd at least recognize one of them from the game, but I was like, nope.
I was expecting a few different people here from like either the game or the card game.
Yeah, it's just such a prime scene. It's like, oh, we can just put like characters from the game in there. Like, people are gonna like that, but
they
no.
didn't do it.
They do their own stuff. Disgusting.
Gross.
Put them back in the box.
You get they basically make it clear that things are getting fucked up by that bridge situation. Everyone's checked and they go over. It's really hard to do trading, and Silco is like, Jinx will take care of it, and they're like, yeah, well, what we've heard, Jinx is fucking off her leash right now, and you're losing control basically. And then their little air conditioning machine stops, and it's like, oh.
Maybe it's a little too cold in here. Maybe they want to warmer. I don't know.
Warm up, nice.
Considerate of them. That's nice. Yeah.
And then Savika's fucking around with a tank in the back and starts releasing a gas, and they're all stuck.
Oh
going,
no!
Bleh, bleh. And he tosses out some gas masks. And they all pop them right on, while giving another just Silco level quality speech about how he's the one. As much as we've heard a lot about how much he destroyed the lanes with Shimmer. He's the one that apparently made the air much more breathable. He's the one that he's brought it higher than it previously was in many ways, and he's frustrated. I love the library's like, you've grown complacent and fat, like under these good times.
The sun.
And you've forgotten.
Your powers have left.
It's just it reflects a lot of things, right? A lot of things. Where a bunch of people that were helped by Silco are now like, you're not good enough. He's like, how the fuck did you even get here? Remember that. Yeah, there's a question of how is Silco immune to the gas, because like even Savika puts on a mask. All I've got for that is that he's got an infection from the thing.
From the water.
I think it's fairly important.
The water toxins.
It says you don't recognize it. This isn't. I don't think this is actually gas. This is the air they had to breathe before, which I guess you could call that like gas, but that seems to be his implication there.
Yeah, that
The air was just so
Silco was
fucking
there at the
garbage
time
down
that
there.
this was the air at the time.
It
This
could
is what
be,
he
yeah,
had
it
to
could
work
just be
with.
that he's used to it.
Yeah.
I think that's the point Finn is trying to make when he, doesn't go for a mask, because Silco doesn't have a mask.
Yep.
It's
Oh
a
yeah,
sort of-
he's definitely trying to come across as though this doesn't bother him either, but it's clear that he
Yeah.
can't handle it.
fucking had to argue with
He
someone for like 50
collapses and he
minutes.
starts begging with his hands.
Yeah, and Silco knows that he's not going to be able to put up with it for very long. And he's just and like the mask is ready to be taken, but
Uh-oh.
Finn doesn't want to have to take it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What?
I got robots. Is that me or
That seems
Everyone
to be
sounds
you,
fine to
buddy.
me.
Seems to be fine on my end.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go button.
I might have something's up.
Hello?
I don't know.
Hello.
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 Let me check out something. No, I'm
Hello?
still in the green. I don't know.
Anyone hear
I
me?
think no Rags is having the thing again.
Oh, bye, Rags.
He's just gonna talk as long as he wants to,
He
right?
does that
That's
all
how
the
he does
time.
it
We'll go to
normally.
Singapore, see if that does anything. Welcome to Singapore.
Hey,
Welcome.
Hey, we're back. I was
Okay,
wondering if it was just me or not.
so that wasn't just me then.
Well, no,
I
it's
guess not. 'Cause I was
horrible for me.
Oh no.
Oh wait,
So-
no, it's
someone-
fine. It calmed
Yeah, it's
itself.
fine.
Someone in chat said that Silco does eventually breathe from the mask. It's like I don't even know that he only does that once, and it seems more so like a look. I can breathe with this. You can't because you're on the floor
Ooh,
struggling.
this is nice.
I think that was a
Ooh.
Yeah.
mocking gesture.
That's what I assumed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he puts them all in their place, and it's a great fucking performance. And it's like one of the 10 problems Silco's got to solve. It's just like the life of Silco. It's a fun
Good
one.
meeting.
Before the chat went all tismy, I was curious because I don't think I think I was paying attention to the other things that were happening, but our boss man, our Raiden boss man guy, with the mechanical lower jaw, does it ever animate? Does it ever change, or is it always a static piece of metal when
Seems to
while
always
he's
be a
talking
static
and
piece of
everything?
metal. Also,
'Cause
also his name is Finn, apparently.
Yeah.
I believe he
Yeah.
is also a
Finn.
cameo. I can't remember for who. Like
I
in voice
don't think it.
and
I don't think it moves as an object itself, but obviously it moves with his jaw, right?
Yeah,
Right.
but it all keeps together. Yeah, I was curious
Yeah, it's
because that's
one-
in games. That's a thing that happens a lot. If you have armor skins and whatnot, it stretches and bends around the character.
Yeah,
even though
like
it's
it's a
supposed to be metal.
piece of
It's
flesh.
elastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something cool that I don't know if anybody else noticed. The before and after of the background in this scene. Check it out.
Oh, the things
Plants are dead.
wilted.
Plants are withered.
Ah,
That's
cool.
quick.
That's
I
really
did not
neat.
see
Also,
that.
I think I don't know if it's on the. I think on the top left, those plants look a lot like pitcher plants, and they lure in tiny critters, insects, and then they get stuck in the sap, and then the plant eats them. It's a carnivorous plant.
Neat.
So I don't know if that's supposed to mean anything in particular, but I don't know.
Someone said that gas acts very fast. It's we just have to assume that it's directly poisonous, more so to like flowers and shit.
and it just sucks to breathe as well for the people.
Gotta get the right thing on the screen. There we go.
But yeah, Silco says we came from a world where there was never enough to go around, and that is why we fight. Very annoyed with these people, understandably. So, moving on. Get to visit...
Can you people get off my ass? I'm trying to deal with Piltover.
Go away.
Mel's little friend is talking to her about some stuff. They mention this threat from the Undercity makes us look vulnerable, and then Mel says it's too soon, Jace isn't ready. And I assume she's referring to we've got to push him a little further before pulling the old let's make weapons card, which they're going to try soon. Because Jace has been against it for a long time, but we're getting there in terms of convincing him, and that's what I think Mel's goal is. But during the scene, she's also handed a letter with the Noxus symbol on it. Spooky. Who knows what that'll be? Yeah, I actually like this interaction, right? So this clearly a kid hands Caitlyn a bowl of water after she's just had a mask taken off and her binds kind of removed, and she like looks at the kid, then she like pushes on a frustrated look and hits it out of his hand. Like that's what I'm supposed to do, I think, because this is rude.
Yeah.
Like, because it's like
Echo hates.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, I could imagine Echo just being like, oh, fucking hell. Like, it's just water.
Piltover people.
Yeah.
Pilties.
Water.
But yeah, it's just a matter of Vi being like, it's chill, we're chill, let's go have a little walk around. Stop everyone being so angry.
Oh, Mahler, do you like the kid's fingernails?
Wait. Oh yeah, you're right. I did spot it, but I didn't think to mention it.
Wait, what about the fingernails? Now I'm curious.
Hold on, I'll show it with. Yeah, he's got red and black. Oh, hang on.
Black and orange.
Yeah. Orange. Yeah, they look. Oh, because I guess looking at here, I thought it was orange and black, like Halloween, which is a
That's
thing
why I
we like.
hesitated. I was like, it might
Yeah.
be. It could be like a faded out red or an orange. I think it probably is an orange actually.
Kid's just going trick or
Yeah, it looks
treat.
orange,
Just slaps it out of his hand.
Well, he's wearing a mask too.
Protect
So.
her.
It's orange. Yeah, he's got.
It's a
He's,
full-on-
oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Full on Halloween. So then we get a scene of Silco almost like depressingly is setting up his device, and it like I always interpreted that as him being like, "Oh, I wish Jinx would do it for me," but okay. But it turns out she is.
No, not like this. No.
Yeah, she is here. It's like, oh shit, because he's been waiting for her to talk to him for a while. She's very aggressive and unhappy right now, and obviously he's gonna be a little bit worried about dealing with this. But it's just so funny that he just dealt with all of his fucking lieutenants being dicks. Now he's got to do this. It's like, okay, yeah. Let's do it.
Things to deal with.
So yeah, this all you can really do to summarize the scene is just Silco reassures her that he didn't lie, he didn't know, and that he tells her very explicitly, Vi is not here for you, she's here for the gemstone for sure, and that we need to finish. I think he says we need to finish the weapon in this scene.
You need to finish the weapon. Yep.
Which does pretty much convince her, but there is just. It's funny enough, this ended up in the one of the Boba Fett videos, just the expression change in this bit where she seems sure of her position and that she's kind of enjoying causing him pain because she's certain of what he's done, but he does do a really good job of convincing her that she's mistaken, which is so unfortunate because like a lot of what he's saying is true, but a lot of it isn't. And it's just what's added to
He
her.
is being manipulated.
Yeah, her psyche falling apart because she really doesn't know who to trust. But yeah, how her face changes here from like almost rage, and he starts talking about, do you remember what happened? How I found you? I took you in where no one else was. And yeah, she just drops from anger to just sad. And contemplative, I guess, and they do a fucking excellent job of making it clear that's exactly what's happening. All those eyebrow movements and eye movements,
the little blinkies, like she's trying to hold back tears.
Yeah,
with the
all the blinkies,
distortion effect from her mind being what it is.
Yeah, she's having a lot of trouble here. And that's the thing, if you remove Vi, it's like, who's the next person that gets straight to sort of a Jinx's core? It's like Silco is next up, because he's essentially been her dad. So she's not able to stay as confident with this, and obviously she's questioning it, and then I think the scene's way of saying she believes Silco is that she does the injection.
But then runs off.
Yeah, she's still struggling, but she does take what he said to be true, essentially. Which is not good in a sense of, as a viewer, you're like, great, now she thinks that Vi really doesn't care about her. But, not enough evidence yet, surely, so, you know, maybe something good can still happen. Yeah, I think he says, she and the Enforcer are back for the stone, not for you. I am your family, not them, and I need you now more than ever.
Rags, what did you think of Jinx at this point? Like, what were you thinking in terms of where she'd be heading?
Where she'd be heading? I don't know. At this point, I'm still... At this point, I don't know. I could see it going either way. And I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way, because either way would be pretty well justified.
She is there, definitely struggling to figure out what she wants and what she needs to do.
Yeah, it's not like it's not like, for instance, I was watching a Roland Emmerich film, and I was I knew in my head everything that would happen just because I just knew what he does. And I like, you're gonna die, you're gonna do that, that's gonna come back later to be this, da, 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 da. And you're just kind of calling it all out and watching it all fall into place eventually, but not in like the clever, oh, they're setting this thing up, so this is gonna happen. It's just more of those eye rolly kinds of, oh, you're just following your
Yeah, I've
own
seen this
formula
shit
checklist.
You're
before.
just following all
Yeah.
the beats, regardless of whether it makes sense to do that.
Yeah, but
They're
here
gonna
it
play it
was
safe.
definitely an
Yeah.
aspect of we could go multiple ways, and both are pretty well informed. So we just don't know, just don't know.
So yeah, we got a pretty cool scene with Caitlyn getting introduced to the sanctuary, and obviously she's not quite gonna swallow everything that is being put out there. I could have put that better. About the state of the world, because she has a very different perspective. For example, Echo is talking about how the Silco pays enforcers to hunt us, and then Caitlyn is like, "That's not true." And even we know it's like, well, I mean,
well, you know.
but of course she's an enforcer, so she's like, "What the fuck?" She's just not aware of any of the corruption. And she says, if the enforcers have become more aggressive, then the gemstone is why. And Echo says, yeah, but we can beat Silco with the gemstone. And she says, that's just going to make things worse. She says, if you keep this, the cycle of violence will never stop. The city needs healing more than I ever realized. Let me help you. Which, is pretty fundamental for the whole show, IMO.
Yeah.
Fundamental for the character as well.
Yeah, this is big for Caitlyn. She's realized very thoroughly now that stuff's going on.
She's fully out of the sheltered life that she was trying to leave, and like, yeah, she's seen the real world that people tried to keep from her, and oh man, is it fucked.
And I think when she gives that sort of speech about understanding that the city needs help and that that's her only goal, you have Vi in the background staring at her quite longingly. I think at first she's kind of with Echo in that, gosh darn topsiders. But then as Caitlyn talks, she starts getting a little bit like, oh wait, and then she has a face where I'm trying to get to it. But these things, to me, are little bits from the show being like, hey, what might be going on here? Just saying. And I was like, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And it's like,
Also,
nothing at all.
I also really like that Echo just not just hands it over. It's like, oh yeah, okay, I trust you now, because that would already break his character how we know it as of now. Just like, okay, you make a good point, but I'm coming with you, and I hand it over because I don't fully trust you yet.
Yeah, it's satisfying because it feels like that's something that he would demand, and there's benefits to it. So yeah, they're heading over to Piltover. Great.
Yay.
Vi
There's
doesn't.
a greater degree of respect for Caitlyn even now.
Vi doesn't want peace, especially not with Silco. Vi wants to kill Silco. So no, she wants everyone to be better off in the Undercity. She definitely wants to kill Silco herself, more than likely. But she doesn't want... If you remember episode 2, she learned all about, like, how ultimately a big war is definitely not what we want. We just want to get rid of Silco. So she's very much happy that Caitlyn's concluded that it's true that everyone here needs help, and it should be Piltover's responsibility to do something about it. And then we go over to Victor and Mel and Jace. Just having a chat about this, I guess, grenade that was given by Silco to Marcus to Jace, with the commentary that it's from the Firelights, not Silco's goons. And I think even Victor says like it's like he's like impressed with it, even though it's really crude, right? I can't remember what he says exactly. But
considering it's inspired.
Crude but inspired, yeah.
And then Mel is like, is this evidence that they could weaponize hex tech? And Victor's like, I don't know about that. Like, this is a bit of a leap. I think he even says it's a leap. But of course, Mel is cranking it up. The pressure from what she wants, which is to encourage the creation of weapons. And she says, if we assume the worst and they've made a weapon with a gemstone, we need to prepare countermeasures. And I think Victor's just like freaking out already. He's just like, absolutely not.
He knows immediately what Jace is thinking. He's like, no,
No,
fuck
stop
off.
it.
Yeah, and I think she says Heimerdinger's inaction is what brought us here. And if you just keep an eye on Victor throughout this scene, he starts not talking as much and just fucking frowning, because he knows that his input isn't valued, essentially. Which, in a sense, is partially his own fault. He's avoided getting involved with any of this stuff, but he also knows that this is... I think he can start to detect a little bit that Jace is being manipulated. And he's also worried about what decision he might end up making, because as she leaves, she says the decision is yours to Jace, and Victor's just right there, giving us all about the hex tech, and he's just like, Yeah, and he says, we're scientists, not soldiers. Hex tech is supposed to improve lives, not take them. Improve.
Indeed.
Chase says one of those lines, and Victor gives one of those responses that I think you like, Mr. Moore. Like, we don't have a choice, followed by there's always a choice.
Yeah, he says, we may not have a choice. There is always a choice. True, Victor. Absolute Chad.
Which he says just after disarming that grenade. What did they mean by this, do you think?
Oh, you mean... yeah, so, probably for the sake of people listening, Victor accidentally triggers the grenade and it starts to go off, but he disables it right before it explodes. I don't...
How convenient.
Do we need to explain what that represents when he says there's always a choice? Disabling the bomb before it explodes? You can... There are things you can choose to do.
There's a choice, but you feel compelled to do some things.
Yeah, I like it. Where are we? Oh yeah, so Jace says he needs to think about it, and he ends up going to his home that we saw in the first 3 episodes. And I think he speaks to his mum. I can't remember if that's... Yeah, I think he says to her, I'm worried I have to do something I never thought I would. And I think the way the shot works... Oh yeah, because this is kind of a montage sequence, actually. We get a lot of different things happening. So Echo is leaving the sanctuary with Caitlyn and Vi. And Victor is carving runes into his... not only his skin, but his brace as well. Which is interesting to think about. That whatever he's trying to do, he wants it to apply to not only his actual body, but the metal that's supporting it, you know?
Or maybe he doesn't at this point... Well, I was thinking, he's had that on for so long now, he almost subconsciously just imagines it as a part of him.
I mean,
Well, that, and he probably just doesn't want to etch it into his own skin.
Well, no,
Does
he
he
is.
already put it in his own skin? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
why I assume it was just... That's
okay,
just,
I thought the
part of me.
skin came out. I thought he did it in the skin later.
He, I think it's just the leg for this one. He does it for his whole body next time. Or at least he puts it on his torso as well. Anyway, yeah, he's prepping that up. And I think we see Heimerdinger is in a little cloak. He's getting on a little boat. And you're just like, oh, geez, what are you up to, Mr. Heimerdinger? We haven't seen him since he was fired.
Floats and boats. Cloaks and boats.
And we,
Gotta get me some cloaks and boats.
seeing a lot of these little flies. I've seen them a lot. Seen them around. Intriguing.
What that means.
And then we get the bridge. The bridge scene begins with 14 minutes of the episode still left, because a lot of stuff happens on this bridge.
Oh yeah.
And Jinx is on it. So she's keeping an eye on everything and still figuring out exactly where she stands on this whole Vi situation. You might wonder, why is she here? I imagine that those flies were a form of keeping an eye on people / being around. Jinx has probably managed to find Echo / Vi / Caitlyn's little group, and she's following them. And now she's on the bridge, because that's exactly where they're heading, and she's figuring some stuff out. Doesn't quite know what she's doing about anything just yet. Meanwhile, Victor injects his leg with the shimmer that Singed gave him. And Jace makes a conclusion. And I think they give away what it is with showing a little page in his book from when he was a little kid.
Yeah. Everyone who played the game was like, ooh!
Literally, yes. Everyone is desperate to see him hold a fucking hammer if they've played the game. They're like, please give him a hammer.
I want hammer time. Give it to me.
Rumble isn't in this show. True.
Hammerzyme.
Hammer time.
I need Hammerzyme.
But yeah, Heimerdinger is crossed. Now he's at the Undercity. Don't exactly know what he's up to just yet.
Wow. Calling it the Undercity just because he's there.
They call it the Undercity.
Wow.
It's their
Always
word,
excuses with
you
you.
know?
It's always excuses.
It's their
How
word.
sensitive.
That's what makes it okay, is it?
Yeah, that's what makes it.
Oh,
okay.
I can use their word now? All right.
Victor puts his hand on the core and he goes, and then we don't know what's happening. And I can pretty much guarantee that everyone who played the game at this point thought that the next time they'd see him, he would look entirely different. But he
Very,
doesn't.
very different, yeah.
Not just yet.
And you also see the core already having like goopy stuff in between now as well.
Yeah.
While he's touching it. It's like, ew, why is this looking like that? It's gross.
Yeah, halfway-ish across the bridge, Vi decides that she shouldn't leave the Undercity. She should work on Powder, see if she can save her. She thinks she can break through. Those two should go and sort out the gemstone, go into Piltover. And then her and Caitlyn hug, and Jinx sees it, and it's kind of funny because she says to herself exactly what I would try to tell her to calm her down. She says, it's just a goodbye hug. It's like, yeah, it is. It is just a goodbye hug. They're fine. It's chill. Don't worry about it. It doesn't mean anything. But I feel like this
Calm
image
down, Milo.
summarizes...
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
you
look at
see
that.
the Phantom Shadow Milo's like, oh.
I think
Gonna take her
What a
away.
great fucking image.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've been explicit on it yet, but I think it's very clear what Milo represents at this point. He is a manifestation of every self-doubt she has ever had about
Yeah.
anything she thinks.
Because he never believed in her. He was always
Yeah.
doubting
Not
her.
once.
It's always the one who's like, it's your fault. You jinx everything. You're shit.
Stay home.
And for reference, it's not that Jinx is worried they're lesbians. Jinx is worried that Caitlyn has replaced her.
It's specific. Oh, those
My
damn
sister,
lesbians.
no.
They best not be fucking...
Jinx has become a
Just like on the
Stinks.
show, better not get
Stinks.
woke.
You called her Stinks?
Stinks. Well, that's the only fucking outfit she wears. She probably smells
Ew.
terrible.
She just has multiple of the same
Well,
one. Gosh. Like Homer.
If the water you have to wash things in the Undercity is just that glumpy water, then
Clumpy water. Yeah, and she walks off, and she's like, "All right, then, it's fine, it's chill. She's gone. They're not even together anymore. It's totally fine." So yeah, then she walks off. They're walking places, and they finally get up to the area where the Popo is at, and the big old spotlights are spread on him. And Marcus walks up, which is like, I don't know, if you've just been paying full attention, just like, oh fuck, what's he gonna decide to do?
Yeah. It's like, uh-oh.
Basically, like, this is the thing, you've got to realize at this point, the threat is on his daughter. What do you do?
he's in between a rock and a hard place.
I also,
Undoubtedly.
I like the way they have Caitlyn holding her ID.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of neat. Because I know a lot of people do it that way, where they put that one finger behind and stuff. Just better, it's easier to project it, I think, or at least have a better hold. But yeah, and she says, which is helpful for her, but not for the situation. I have proof. Silco's behind it all. It's like,
Oh, it's
no.
the worst. You think it's the best thing to say, but it's actually the worst thing to say. Oh no!
It's one of them dramatic ironies.
Yeah. And Marcus, has them pull down their rifles, and you're like, okay. Because I actually thought that he would basically be like, I'm gonna have to take them in. But I was wrong. And that's the thing, it could have really gone many ways, because Marcus is a character torn between many different things right now. The detail I enjoy, actually, we're almost there. Echo shows that they have the gemstone as proof, which is not good
Is
for
not
Jinx
pleased.
that's watching right now, because that means they fucking stole it. Like, and that was seemingly all they were there for. That's her insecurities again. And Milo is getting a little bigger and closer. and she's doing less to get rid of him. So that's building up. But yeah, what I like about this is Echo realizes the gun's coming, and his action is to close the gemstone container. Like, that's the one thing he gets to get done before the gunshot comes out. I just like, because Echo is fast, but he ain't that fast.
Yeah.
And yeah, it doesn't surprise me that he had protection with what Echo gets up to every day.
Yeah.
He's a busy guy.
Yeah, so Marcus
Fighting
shoots
a lot.
Echo, intention look to kill, and he pushes the gun then on Caitlyn while grabbing the gemstone. And I imagine that he's stressed out, probably thinking about how he's going to have to cover this up, but also, does he want to kill Caitlyn Kiraman? That's
probably not a good idea.
It's not even, well, I just think it's more so about,
now.
Yeah, but that having happened makes Vi sprint back yelling for Caitlyn. And,
I heard a gunshot.
And what does that do for Jinx? You have Milo fucking becoming like this hulking shadow monster that's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
It's really creepy.
Oh my god. I've never looked at it frame by frame like you're doing. It's like,
honestly,
ugh.
It's fantastic. Jinx, that's it. It's too much. And then she just says, liar. It's like, oh no.
Liar!
Well, she delivers it a little differently than Anakin, but same sort of situation.
That means worse than Anakin. Anything different than Anakin is worse, of course.
Because that goes without saying.
Perfect.
And yeah, Marcus, I think, says something like, "You couldn't just leave it alone," which I think is just standard for he's trying to make this her fault instead of his choice.
Like, he glances back across to like the other enforcers there, and then in a hushed tone, I think he's still like concerned about what's going on here. It says like, you can just leave it alone, dude. Like, because he doesn't want to do this. It's very abundantly clear on his face.
Oh yeah, we get that. Well, yeah. So anyway, Vi's running toward them, and then a flock, I guess, of these little butterfly things come in. It all seems pretty chill.
Warm.
Right up until they land. And yeah, just before they land on, one of them lands on Marcus's gun. The fucking, look at his face trying to just bring up the courage to shoot her.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm the cool corrupt man. I can do it. I can do it. I can be the corrupt cool guy.
But yes, all of these are explosives. Boom, 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 boom. And I already know.
I'm gonna say that I will say real quick. I was very distracted with the sights on his gun.
I've got them up. Rags, commentary, go.
You have a front post, which is what your eyes will be focused on because of your depth of field. Your eyes can really only focus on one sort of layer of thing at once. So when you're shooting a gun, you have your front post at the tip of the gun, and you have the notches essentially in the back of different configurations. But you are focusing on your front sight, and you have your rear sights are a little bit blurry, and you'll have your target kind of be a little blurry. It doesn't matter. It's just one of those like, oh, why'd they do it that way though? Is it just, why did they do it that way?
Back sights are in the front sights are in the back.
Maybe it's symbolic where it's like, oh, but is he like in a way aiming at himself with his decisions? Is he bringing about his own
Oh
ruin?
my god!
It's very deep and symbolic. It's really something. It's incredible, really.
Yeah, we'll get to
aiming with the wrong eye. It depends on which dominant eye you have. You're not people aren't necessarily left eye dominant. It's generally going to be the case, but plus you don't really have to aim at that distance.
Well, also
so
he's
definitely not a.
He's got a bit of a mental
he's not
swoon
even
right
really
now too.
aiming. He's just like, no, please, I don't. What do I do?
He doesn't really need to do much aiming. She's about a foot away.
Yeah, you don't have to aim at that distance. You just point.
But
now all he's doing is thinking.
That leads us into a criticism. That explosion takes off his whole arm. Meanwhile, Caitlyn has a scratch on her leg. A lot of people highlighted this as one of the biggest pieces of plot armor. So what we have as references, we did this before, everybody. You saw us do it in episode 4. Yeah, it was 4, right? Where we went super depth. So
I love that frame.
What have we got to work with here? It's like, well, we know that they do explosions that are, like I said, if the best we can do is say from the tip of his gun to his shoulder. That's the range that's lethal, and then outside of that is damaging, I would assume. Trying to get as autistic as possible here. It's to make sure, because I think some people feel I'm not dotting my T's and crossing my I's. Yeah. So that goes off with the gun about a foot away from her, which means her head should have been blown off. Correct? It's like, well, yes, if we believe she did not move. We don't see her move, but is it possible she did?
I guess, but I don't know, man. It's like
what reaction could you
really
possibly have for
moving away, right?
I know, because he didn't even really know what that was, and
of course
the face wasn't really facing her, so she might not have even seen the face to know when to move away.
Well, but
really...
so my first goal here is to define: are we dealing with a plot hole or contrivance?
I would say contrivance.
I think because of the fact they don't show us what she's doing when this happens, then it's on us to be a particular level faith as well. We can say, I don't know, I don't think that she'd have any reason to move, so she didn't move, so she should be dead. Or, I guess because of the fact that she survived, it means she must have moved.
Everyone's scattered, and there were explosions going off everywhere, so it's hard to like make heads or tails of this, but she does end up like positioned differently relative to Marcus.
Do you mean once we see her again?
Yeah, once we see her again in the aftermath.
Yeah, so that's...
Is that because of a force of an explosion, or...
Well, so this is the thing, it's kind of hard to say. Like, if they showed that she hadn't moved at all when the explosion goes off, I'd be like, it's a hole, it's armor. But the fact they don't show it means that it's like, is there anything she could have done? And it's like, well, yeah, move backwards. And it's like, okay, but would she? And it's like, I don't know that there's much reason for her to do so when she doesn't know what these things are.
Would she have? And could
she
have?
Trained on her.
Could she have? Yes. Would she have?
Well, I mean,
it's iffy.
Even so, there was explosions everywhere, and out of all the people who died, she didn't.
And the only person who survived?
Yeah, there's like one guy who sort of survives, but, you know, we'll get to that. But again, it's just showing that Caitlyn had spec'd into blast resistance. That's really all there is.
Well, see, because would she, to avoid being killed? Yeah, she doesn't know what these things are, so don't use that excuse.
Yeah, just like a split seconds, like, oh, this is starting to glow.
And
maybe she could have, like, I don't know, hunched over her or just threw herself on the ground. But I don't know how helpful that is in that little amount of time.
They start exploding.
You would probably should put called out.
They start exploding, so she would know. The first one that blows off is the fucking one in her face. Why is she gonna react?
The explosion would have warned her that there was danger.
Unless she has Jinx reaction speed time, then I don't know.
Even then, she'd be fucking dead.
Then the fire will wake us.
So, I'm willing to concede 100% this is plot armor. I just don't know the degree to which it is. It's a little bit difficult.
I think it's a lot of plot armor.
Yeah, she's already survived one explosion, and then she just survives another one.
This one is probably the biggest in the show, as far as I know.
Well, we'll see. We'll go forward. But is that settled? Does anyone else have anything?
Yeah, this is a big one. Definitely a big one.
She just survived another explosion.
And I think the solution for that is literally just one shot of her going, and then she ducks. And then I'd be like, I guess she lucked out in that there was no flies close enough at that point.
Yeah, have them make a ticking sound that she hears.
That's it, yeah. That'd be it.
Something, something.
Something like a ticking sound or a visible reaction.
Have her associate them with Jinx in a way that other people won't be able to quickly enough.
Well, one of them has the colors, like the crayon shit on it. I think that would be enough for her to go, oh shit, as long as we set up that she knows that. But as Theo said, look at these positions when we come back to him. He's been blown back and his arm's off. She's like over there. It's just like, okay. Not quite sure how that ended up happening.
Wait, that's actually... No, look at that. This actually makes it worse because she's closer to him now.
That's what I mean. I don't really get how this ended up happening.
Yeah, how did you get...
So, yeah,
this
I don't know.
Been a lot better.
I would have had her probably take a bit more damage in this scene as well.
Yeah.
Because she does end up with some shrapnel in her leg, but I think we need a little bit more than that to sell that she, this was a brush with death.
Yeah, because it wasn't shrapnel that took off his arm, I don't think. It would have had to have been, like, just explosive force or something, and then explosive force is generally gonna be directed and just out it's a very, flumpy sort of
There's a couple of things you can tweak to help fix this, but yeah, as it stands, big plot armor. Caitlyn is still alive, everyone. And Jinx is on the way. Vi gets to Caitlyn first. Obviously, she was ahead, but bad news right now.
Even the tune she hummed on the bridge.
Right, which I still don't intend to go back to until we've really finished the show.
That as well.
But yeah, she's humming what she was singing when she was a kid. The same place, same time, and I mean the events this time being she executes an enforcer as she's doing that,
and she's feeling okay about it.
Oh yeah, you gotta keep in mind and remember her parents were executed by enforcers, so it's like this is something that's going on with her alongside everything else.
She's not the victim in this scene anymore.
I mean, to fully explain Jinx, this is like it would take a while. She's a very layered character. There's so much shit going on with her. Yeah, here comes a conversation. We hear Marcus say, tell my daughter, and then he's just dead.
Yep.
Ligma.
Both.
Impotent to the end.
Wow, what a boring character, right, guys? Right.
That's
so bad.
The perfect way to finish him off.
Problem is that he's not likable.
They are making reference to a video you will see EFAP cover in the future. Anyway, the...
My God.
So, but, you know, I like to do this whenever we have a character story end, but, like, yeah, that was Marcus. What can you say about this in totality? It's that he's a man that probably represents more people than any other character in this fucking show, to be honest with you. Just constantly dealing with lots of choices to have to make, lots of prejudices and sort of defensiveness that's built up from just life itself, and then getting into situations you really just don't know how to deal with.
Yeah.
Poor
and
guy
all throughout, he just shows like so much weakness. Like he really does seem like he dealt with all of his problems in just the weakest way possible, and it got him to this point. So he is not a strong man.
I want to provide some representation to a particular perspective a lot of people have. He was a piece of shit who ruined the life of many people through the decisions he made. It's true.
Yes.
We simply understand a lot of the decisions he made were really hard for him to make, and he really wanted to be a better person. He just wasn't.
He wasn't just he wasn't just a selfish asshole dick who was doing it. You know, it's more than that.
He wasn't a cartoon villain.
I really like him.
No, he wasn't a cartoon villain. He was an actual villain.
Characters that you don't see much is characters that try and fail to be better.
Yeah,
like because they really desperately wish they were a better person, but they don't have it in them with the situation.
Choosing all the wrong answers.
Because he wanted to stop fully. Like he put like his badge down. Probably even wanted to retire or resign his post, but then. Well, so he was in there with his daughter. It's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, he's in too deep with so many different areas. And I think he wanted to be Grayson.
Yeah, exactly. He wanted to be Grayson.
Grayson requires a lot of spine. She was a very strong character in that regard, and it's something that he would always aspire to but couldn't achieve.
Marcus is a very real person. He wants to be good, but that's really hard.
It's very hard.
Because at several stages, being good means his daughter dies.
Well, like being good means significant loss, personally, and it was just more often than not the choice that he went with was like compromise principles, compromise, compromise yourself essentially, to continue existing and having the life that you built. The life has been built on a shaky ground.
And not one single time did he feel good about it.
No, he never felt good about it. He's very believable as a character. And he died. And he died before his story was over because, people die before their story is over.
He doesn't get to have, like, closure.
No, because
he dies without getting to finish.
Closure.
Because his fucking story in the show is all about all of the things that he didn't do. That's what he's constantly concerned with, is all the stuff that he didn't do, and he doesn't even get to finish his last words to his daughter. Like,
yep. Because this is interesting when you think about that video that we watched about fridging and stuff like that, of like unceremonious deaths. This is a very unceremonious death. People die unceremoniously.
Remember The
And
Last of Us 2?
Yeah. Marcus is one of them.
You also saw good people getting killed. Having a spine didn't save them. I can understand his choice. That's kind of the idea. That a lot of people will die because they have a spine, but that doesn't discourage them from having a spine.
Mm-hmm.
This conviction.
Marcus didn't have a spine and he died anyway. And look at him there when he's...
Yeah, it's
thinking,
like, it's one of them, like, it's all meaningless if you just go with the flow and try to just succeed at the cost of anybody and everyone. You could tell his big moment for regret was Grayson's death. His decisions for doing what he thought was going to work out real well for him cost him the life of his mentor.
I think that looms over him constantly.
Yeah.
Because if he had a way out in that moment, if he had a way out, he would be out. But no, he's in with Silco now. He's stuck here.
Well, there is a way out. It's just going to cost him a fuck ton.
I guess no clean way out is what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. And so because of that, he just keeps going along with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a string of bad choices put him in a bad spot.
I imagine it only got worse for him because there will have been a window of time where he can leave, and like what happens is he's disgraced, or otherwise.
Yeah, like it's not going to cost the life of his
whatever.
family, or it's
then he has a family, and now he has a family to lose. Exactly. And now he has a job to lose, and now he has even more station to lose, and Silco's more powerful and can access him more.
Consequences broadly on the world as well. Yeah. Marcus was a pretty interesting character.
He is, and it's good to get a Marcus character.
Completely.
Because you almost forget that they exist.
You don't see a lot of
you almost forget they exist.
Even though I think he's much more common than the rest of them are in terms of real life people.
Yes.
In terms, he's a very real person.
That's the reason why Grayson is like so exemplary. It's because it's like to be a person like that takes a lot of work. You're not born that way, I don't think.
Yeah.
You got to earn it.
Also, Mad End, the owl, is the one that made this little avatar that I'm using right now. It's supposed to be inspired by some of the stuff that Jinx is going through in Arcane in general. Mel, you got one as well, right? It was like a Vanda variant or something? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. Cool.
That makes sense to me.
I didn't think about it that way.
Look at him trying to sneak off without
Oh, no, don't say that!
Metal gonna get banned, what the fuck? Okay.
Say those things on your own channel, Metal. Oh my goodness.
Fuck?
Yeah.
So, we're getting real close now.
Yeah,
I think some of them could stay alive.
Vi gets to Caitlyn. And, oh yeah, they have this, like, I generally get, like, fucking Terminator vibes with the shot they have here of Jinx just getting closer and closer. It's just like, fucking... What do you... like, the music that plays as well. It's just like, she just represents death at this point. Yeah. Vi gets to Caitlyn. And picks her up. While Jinx finds the gemstone container. And she sees them together. Which, with everything else... It's pretty much enough to convince her that, yeah, so what you told me was all shit. Got everybody else telling her that this is the case on her team, and then she sees this. And she's got her brain doing this shit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Look at her. She's laughing at you.
I'm taking Vi away again.
Oh, hey, Mel. Wow, still not back.
Wow.
Yeah, and so she goes to shoot them. Vi pushes Caitlyn forward and herself back to dodge the shots coming in through the center. And then, nice and slowed down, Echo comes out of the mist.
Yeah.
Fucking
That's a little
one.
tiny... It's a little tiny bit of his fucking theme music playing when he shows up.
He knocks the Gatling gun out of her hand on the first strike, and then the second strike he gets the gemstone container off her.
Yep.
and passes it to them and tells them to go. Because the reality of this situation is that he is going to fight Jinx, and they've got to get out of here, because, I mean, he probably is aware there's a chance he won't win this.
Yeah.
Before we get into the scene, I've seen people complain that it's out of character for Vi to leave here.
No, it's not.
No.
So, gotta consider all the variables. Caitlyn now needs medical attention. Jinx is losing her fucking mind to the point where she's just fired a gun at them. And Vi needs to get this gemstone to Piltover to prevent a war from breaking out. And Echo is saying to go. So, you've got a lot to consider. And you can tell that Vi doesn't want to leave, but she's got a responsibility right now.
Yep. There are a lot of lives at stake of her leaving right now.
And thus begins the best scene in the show.
So, I don't know, I feel like like I said, I talk a lot, so, I feel like passing it over to Theo, right? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pass it over to you, you little nerd.
Oh, shit. Do you want me to frame by frame it?
No, do whatever you want. Explain it however you want. We're probably gonna talk about this for a good 20 minutes.
No pressure.
Okay, the scene. I don't know if I mentioned yet, but yeah, Echo, a favorite character of mine from the video game. We've noted that the stopwatch thing he has is, in fact, like, that's a reference of sorts, but we can get into that more later on. And the stylized thing they do here, as like the fight begins, is a really strong way of accomplishing a lot of things at once by representing that, fan service to the people who understand what's going on from the game perspective, and also of implying more of the history that Echo and Jinx had together back when they were really young. Because, yeah, it just shows them, playing a game like they would have when they were kids, something like this. Because Powder was a good shot, so she'd be doing things like this.
He has to try and learned how to shoot from doing games like this.
Yeah. He has to reach her before she lands a paintball on him, and then, of course, constantly like intercutting between that and the present. It's a really effective way of showing contrast, even under the lens of the music, which is, how do I describe it? Like, it's very fun, I guess.
Kanye West Power.
Sure. It's very fun. The music is having.
Tell
me
it doesn't sound like Kanye West Power. Sorry, I
don't know the song, so I can't. What else to say? Like, how far forward am I good to go? Because the thing I'm most interested in talking about is the contrast.
You're welcome to go nuts.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to do this when we hit the end. I'm going to have a speech that lasts like fucking 10 minutes or some shit, because there's a lot I have to say. So I'm letting other people do it too.
The most fantastic thing in the scene for me, from like a writing perspective, is the contrast I mentioned, because the musical section is really fun. It's having a lot of fun, and it's indulging in the fact that this is champion combat, and we haven't got champion combat anywhere in the show before. Both of these characters are in the game. They look roughly like they do in the game. One of them is missing a piece of their equipment from the game, but that doesn't really matter. And yeah, they're making a big thing out of it, while also showing you flashes of their past to, allude to that side of things, while also doing it in a really, really visually interesting way with the music going and everything to make it a really cool audio-visual experience. And then they bring it back when Kid Echo throws his stopwatch to the ground and it breaks, and we rewind back, which is alluding to the time travel thing he has going on later on in the game, that's a really cool way of doing that. And I'm glad that they did. And the actual fight, as things proceed in the show, as opposed to in like flashback Dreamland, is like, it's not pleasant. They're not having fun with it anymore. It is a somber, quick, brutal, violent experience where it's very faithfully portrayed as things should be. If he gets to her before she can land a shot on him, like, just look at the difference in their builds. He's got a weapon. The fight's over, and it is very brutal when he does.
Well, yeah, there's a reality of if she hits him, he's going to die from blood loss, and if he gets to her, he's going to have to beat her to death.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to have to beat her to death. Like, that's fucked up, considering, especially as we've just been shown, these were childhood friends. And another cool interpretation I just remembered for the stylized section with the music going is well, that's what's going on in Echo's mind, of course, because he initiates this by starting to swing the stopwatch, which I think is to remind Jinx, because she seems to pick up on that and nods along and gets into stance and everything. So he's remembering how things went all those times in the context of trying to plan his moves now. Like, how do I reach this person before I get shot? Because it's not a splatter of paint this time. It's I'm going to die, which is.
And it's worth starting up as well that she opens with the boy savior referencing his sanctuary and his efforts to try and undo what Silco's done, which obviously those two have been like at each other's throats now for years potentially. We don't have the context on that exactly, but she sees him as a pitiful attempt to try and improve the like zone, and he sees her as just this fucking psychopath that's killed several of his friends. And like when she says that to insult him, he gets like annoyed. But then he's just like, this reality that we're in, we're about to do the thing we used to do as kids, because he's probably thinking about them as kids all the time.
Yeah.
And so laughs. And I think that it can be confusing for people when they first see this scene. Why the fuck are they smiling and laughing? What does this have to do with anything? And even she's confused for a second, and then she realizes, and she laughs too, because yeah, what an insane, absurd position to be in. We're about to play that kids game we used to play, but one of us this time is going to die.
It's the grim absurdity of it.
Look how far we've come, look how different we are.
Even just when they're like about to do it, like they are ready to go through with it, I don't think it really fully hit Echo, because again, by the time he has won, like he's hit her over the head, he's stronger, he's able to beat her into the ground, not quite effortlessly. It's still like really scuffed and unpleasant on the eyes, but he is not ready to go all the way through with it when there's someone who looks like terrified and bloodied, like underneath him.
Yeah, and lots of feels from this, but specifically the transition from the clock moving back and forth, and then she turns into the younger version of herself. It's like if you're not even seeing this coming at all, you're just like, oh man, because of those first 3 episodes, setting you right up for all this stuff to pay off that much better. It's like, yeah, remember, she's powder.
The mention I always made of the show being willing to indulge in fan service, but then always bringing it back to something narratively and tonally appropriate. This is the scene, as well as a later one, next episode, that's always on my mind, because they do indulge in the fan service. They do give you a bit of fun of a champion battle, and they stylize it and they really play it up as this big event. But then they bring it back to like the actual reality of the show, and they're very aware of what this actually means to everyone involved, and that it is not some big spectacular event. This sucks.
It's impressive that the scene can be this fucking good, and you don't even have to include how well it references the game. Like, there's so many people who will watch this, enjoy it, and understand exactly why it's so meaningful, but then people who've played the game are like, how did you just incorporate Echo's fucking ultimate without even mechanically have it work the same way as his actual ultimate? You simply referenced it in an incredibly meaningful storytelling way. What an excellent job. Specifically what I'm referring to is the fact that, as Theo's already brought up, he rewinds, but he doesn't actually. He's just remembering how their games had gone before starting it up.
Yeah.
But they frame it like it's a rewind.
I wonder why they might be doing that.
It's really fucking cool. But yeah, the soundtrack is cut, and it's just the raw effects and sounds of the punching and the hitting, and it's pretty aggressive for a little bit, but then I think they both realize what's happening here that is pretty horrible.
Brief moment there when he just, he sees clearly again because he's won. And, well, there's powder, and her nose is bloody.
With her grey eyes, like she had. That's powder.
And it's just the worst.
I was thoroughly impressed by the scene when I first saw it. Never thought this was coming.
Yeah, it was good shit. It's good shit.
And again, just with expressions, you can tell we like expressions over here because there's just so much to talk about. What do these expressions mean? For instance, after a little bit of staring, she like smiles at him and then releases the grenade. What do you think that means? Probably like appreciating the fact that he actually stopped punching her because she knows that there's still something there for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is we're on opposite fucking sides. Here comes the grenade.
Yeah.
Also, a small thing of like, congrats, you win, dude.
Yeah, you really have grown. You've come so far.
You've become the League of Legends. She pulls the pin on that grenade. Just with how her mind is and has been recently, I think she was okay with the idea of dying now.
Yes, and it's probably time for us to talk about that. There's a big explosion when they zoom out. Everyone, this is usually the first example I see reference from everybody for plot armor. It's the shouldn't both of them be dead. Should we get to that now, or should we get to it once we find out the fate of both of them?
I feel like it's only one grenade. It's...
All right.
Jeez. Maybe come back to it when we,
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Find out what happened to them.
Yep.
I want to point out as well that Rags, you were pretty convinced that this meant they were both dead, right?
Oh yeah, at the end of this episode, I was convinced that they were both dead.
Yeah, same.
I think you even said
I was convinced.
Yeah, you said that you were surprised because you had thought there's more story to end with Vi and Jinx, but that's a death scene right there.
Yeah, but I'm like, this show is ready. This show will do that. So they're dead. I was convinced. I was like, there wasn't a shadow of a doubt in my mind that they weren't dead. I was convinced of it completely 100%. I was shocked
I think
well, wait, one sec. Chat is rolling out all the defenses. We're not doing that yet. Gotta wait. We'll get there. All right, we've got the very same comments to make. We'll get there. It was not, as this episode stands, we'd simply be speculating on the fact that they've died. We wouldn't have anything else to say.
On what Rag said, my thought was Echo's definitely not dead. We just introduced him, and we're definitely. But I think I was like, Jinx. Would they really? I think there was that thought in my mind. But the fact that I was there like, would they? That's almost like a testament to the show, because if it were a lot of other things, I'd be like, nah, she's fine. She'll be fine.
Especially since they can make you think that way when these are like champions from the video game.
Exactly. There'll be another really strong example of that later on in episode 9.
I felt like there's too much narrative to do between Vi and Jinx to kill her. I was pretty sure she wasn't going to die.
Yeah.
But that is episode 7.
When we just introduced him, it's like we see Echo back again, full force, like as a, active in the story.
Well, dude,
in this episode.
I happen to follow the school of Theo on this one, that we're not allowed to kill Echo until he at least actually uses his ultimate from the game. I feel narratively they're not going to kill him until that happens.
No, I feel like
because I didn't know anything about the game, so none of that even
of course
an aspect in my mind.
I would be super upset if they did, because the way they use his time travel is very interesting, because it's really grounded, and they're willing to indulge in the consequences of it.
Yes.
Like I've mentioned before, there's a short story for Echo that came out around the time of his release of him trying to save one of his friends who got shot by a pilty. And he tries, I think, somewhere in the vicinity of 80 times, 80 separate rewinds, but he cannot reach the kid in an amount of time that lets him help them before they bleed out. So, and like that's the premise of the comic. Him just trying over and over and over again, but no matter how much time he has, it's just not enough.
And that sounds like an Arcane story already, doesn't it?
Yep.
So anyway, we're on to episode 8. Can you believe it?
Number
2 episodes
8.
done in 3 hours and 40 minutes. It's not the worst.
Nice.
We're doing all right. So, we've got Mel as a kid in flashback mode, and she says she learned from like a source. I can't remember what the source is, but that war is a failure of statecraft. Just an interesting quote to add to what we know about Mel. And then her mum is there trying to teach her like that a lot of people you're either a fox or a wolf in your approach with I guess everything in life, and I assume the difference being shrewd and smart versus aggressive and domineering sort of thing, and she says you must learn to be both. Which again, these scenes, just like with everything we know about these characters, whenever they get these scenes, you're like, oh, that does inform everything that they're all about. And yeah, she's already excited to talk about how they're going to be manipulating the new monarch. She's like, we'll make her like agreeable, but still something that, you know, people will take orders from, whatever, and that we will be able to blah 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 with it. And then her mum was like, maybe you could be it, and she's like, oh shit. Just she's this young and she's already thinking about like political manipulation. It's just interesting to think about. But there's a girl who's been captured, and her mum asks her what they should do with her. And she says, strip her of all of her like possessions and just send her away. And then her mum says that if you do that, she'll come back one day, or like eventually amassing a lot of people for like some form of a vengeance. So it's better to kill her. And for a moment there, Mel thinks that's not going to be the case until her mum pulls out what I actually thought was kind of like Talon's weapons from the game. I was wondering, is Talon Noxus? Do someone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's Noxus. He's associated with the Dakuto family.
She chops her fucking head off and says a wolf has no mercy. Which is interesting.
Tilts as well.
Yeah, it's with the head. They do that with Echo's first reintroduction in episode 4 as he's falling with the boards, I think, as well.
I don't know. This may be, I guess, I don't want this to be controversial, but Mel's mum has a very good point here if we look from a perspective of history. When the symbol of the old regime exists, your problems are never over as a revolutionary or a conquering force. So long as
that? There's a surviving heir. There's a surviving royal member. The bloodline still exists. That's not good for you if you've usurped them.
It would seem that 6 different factions who are royalists have like rallied around them. Okay, cool. We beat them back. Okay, they have a kid who survived, and then more factions later down the line have rallied around them, and it never stops so long as the old regime exists.
Leave one wolf alive, and the sheep are never safe.
In a way.
That's what chat's saying. Apparently, it's a quote.
Yeah.
But yeah, just they never take a chance not to have a pretty neat shot like this one. Mel has an opinion on violence.
That is a very silly weapon.
Which is one that would not be particularly well received in Noxus of all places.
Yeah. Because
not every Noxian is like a big punch person who, war all the time. It's great. But Noxus is about strength, and if you don't have the strength to do what will get you like the best result, then that's cringe.
Yes.
Being weak that's the motto that's written on their banners.
Yeah.
But yeah, we see the necklace is just in the pool of blood, and then it flashes to she's painted it. She's having a nightmare when she wakes up. So a lot of this weighs on your mind.
She thinks about it a lot.
Much like a lot of the scenes we end up seeing that are core to these characters, they define a lot about how they end up going forward in life, which is kind of just how humans work.
Her hair looks fantastic.
Oh, let me get a shot of that again. That's really
good.
I'm trying to get
this is probably like a big key piece of information for telling us a lot about Mel.
Yeah.
We could already glean plenty of it so far, but they're just getting the that piece of information. It's like, Interesting. This is an important episode for Mel.
Mel sneaks up on you
Yeah.
in the show. She goes from being what looks to be like a pretty thin secondary character to like, oh, she's like a full-on character. Okay, I understand.
Mm-hmm. Interested to see what happens with Mel.
Yes.
Whatever it may be.
Whatever it may be. So Silco arrives at the bridge and he finds the body of Jinx, and it's not looking good. She's like, there's splats of blood and loads of like, I guess, dirt and stuff, and she's just unconscious. So, I guess we'll wait a little longer before we talk about it. Just a little longer. So there's a particular scene you all know I'm waiting for. And yeah, Caitlyn is getting taken to her house by Vi. Silco grabs Jinx and takes her somewhere. So, Jace arrives at the bridge in the morning, sees all of the bodies, and I remember seeing this and being like, oh shit, this is gonna, he's gonna, hammer time.
Yeah. Either hammer time. Hammer time.
But yeah, like, you know, less jokily, what do you think his reaction's gonna be to all of these enforcer corpses? It's just like,
He
like,
gets to the bridge,
Yeah.
it's like blood everywhere,
motherfuckers.
corpses.
Something I'm glad they actually had him do, because that's what a human does when they see that sight.
he does a big old vomito.
Vomaroonies.
Poor guy.
Nice that you stopped there while he was puking.
I
Look
realized, I was like, I
embarrassing,
guess there's
Jace.
no real reason to do that. But he does spot these
I
on the
finished.
floor, which it just matches the grenades coloring. Them butterflies gone on quite a journey. Those butterflies, haven't they? Also, that's in a sense, it might be evidence to him of the like perversion of Piltover tech, because it's small, but like that's what did it, and they were the little butterflies from Progress Day. That was where we first saw them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, Mel is not looking happy about this, and with everything we know about her at this point, it's hard to be sure of exactly what she's thinking. And part of it, I think, is that yes, pro making weapons to make Piltover stronger and bigger, but also look what it's already done.
This is what weapons do, yeah.
A bit much to think about. Anyway, we're over at Caitlyn's house now. Vi's delivered her successfully. I really like that Caitlyn's mum bursts the door open and aims a gun right at her. It's great.
Stand your ground.
In response.
Stand your ground. Intruder! Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, Caitlyn goes to speak to her while Vi waits, because they're gonna see about what happens next. But I don't know. Yeah, like, for real though, just her using a gun just implies to me that's probably, it would have been a commonality for that house that the women knows how to fucking use guns, and that's why Caitlyn's probably not only into it, but combine that with Grayson. Just a pathway that seems perfectly reasonable for any girl growing up in a household like that.
House of Sportsman, yeah.
And yeah, they she actually manages to convince her parents to have Vi and Caitlyn listened to on the council, because her mum is a council member. So we shall see about that.
Yay!
Next up, Singed is pulling something out of his face. Pretty weird. And gross, and I have no idea what is happening there. It looks like a bit of cloth or something. But
I think it's I think it's just he's just refreshing his bandages or renewing his bandages.
It could be
The
as simple
sound
as
it
it's a
makes
bandage
when
on
you-
his face that's, you know,
Is it- is the
healed
thing-
into his wound, but
Yeah.
not sure exactly.
Whatever it is, it's not pleasant.
No.
No, he has a bit of a tortured existence. But yeah, Silco bursts in the room and he's like, fucking help, Jinx is pretty much dead, do something. And I think one of the first things Singed says is, I must know, are you prepared to lose her? Which is a really great line, because Silco says, she won't die, Doctor, she can't. Which is another way of saying, no, I'm not prepared for her to die.
I'm not.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And so he says,
Doesn't even
I
want to think about the
understand.
possibility.
and then injects him. Like I love the fact that it's not none of it's explicit. It's all subtext. Like different conversations happening. It's just like, so if you're not prepared to watch her fucking suffer and die, I can't do this. And you just said you're not, so I'm gonna knock you out. Okay.
Yes. Yep. I'll just get to work, bro. All right, just take a nap. All right. I'll
this isn't gonna be fun to watch. And as he's fading into being unconscious, he hears Singe say, "I too once had a daughter."
Yeah.
Like, which is, you did.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
I want to talk more about that at the after the end.
Well, we're genuinely getting close. What an adventure this has been.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about the plot, Armor Bridge stuff then?
We're almost to the scene.
Still missing Echo.
We're almost to the scene. I want us to see where Echo is, and I want us to get to that moment with Jinx.
Yeah.
Then we will have all of our tools. Yeah, what you can see here is that Savika's previous arm is on the table, and she's tinkering away at a new one. And so, like, this is just a blatant confirmation that she's the one that actually builds and maintains these arms, then, I assume. Which is pretty
makes sense. It's yeah.
At least maintains, yeah. Not necessarily, like, invents, but I don't know who they would argue is the inventor. It could be Jinx, I guess. But I think, at this point, we could assume it's her.
That was my assumption, that Jinx made it.
I think
I assume that this is a thing that exists in the world.
Maybe
that you can get these things in the world if you find a skilled enough person.
Man, is there
like
another show that has like body
here?
mods and that done really well?
No,
that was a mentioned thing. I think the thing that was mentioned in one of the council scenes was that body modification and implants like this is something the Undercity's good at.
Yes,
we've seen how ingenuous they are.
And we've seen a couple of examples of them as well, including, but not limited to, Finn's jaw as he arrives in this scene. And
I could never tell if that was a body mod or if it was just like
cover
jewelry that he's sort of got on.
It kind of seems like it kind of does seem like vanity piece.
It could be, yeah.
I think it's
I
both.
Want to say little column A, little column,
yeah.
I think he does need a jaw, but if you've got money, you want it to look snazzy and nice. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, because you ain't hiding it, so you want to just be like, yeah, that's right. It's freaking amazing, and it's ornate, and it's golden brass. And
imagine the conversation you need to have with the person who's given it to you. I need a replacement jaw, said with no jaw.
You're right there.
Well, what he would say was, this guy, he's done a lot of jaws, so he knows exactly. He speaks one
jawless.
jaw.
He speaks upper jaw.
He speaks jawless, yeah.
It's a jawless place, this world.
So, is this species, is he a Jawa?
He could write it down. No, he doesn't. He doesn't write it down. He didn't write it down. He forgot to.
All right.
And he can't ask for a pen because, can't really ask for anything.
Don't worry, Rags.
No, he could be like, that's not true. He could be like the arm in Cloverfield Paradox.
Oh, God. We watched that movie.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Bet you didn't expect one of those references today.
That was recorded, right?
Cloverfield Paradox.
Or was it not? Did we watch that without not doing any EFAP movies, or did we just casually watch it? I can't remember anymore. So long ago. I don't want to remember it. Anyway, I like this scene a whole bunch because it runs exactly as you'd expect it to in a reasonable way. She's tinkering with her arm, he walks up, and she detects almost immediately through just a couple of lines he has. He's like, "You're trying to convince me to fucking betray Silco. I'm not stupid. This is your play." And then he's just like, "Well, yeah. Silco is treating you like shit. You do basically everything in this operation. What is the reason for you to remain loyal to Silco? Why?" And then I think he just kind of walks off, and she's just like, because
tell me why.
She accepts the offered light of her cigar thing, which
I'm listening.
Definitely that vibe, yeah, because it's the thing for Savika. Silco is kind of a twat to her.
Yeah, she's not been having a great time lately.
And the fact is, like, she felt the same way about Vanda, that Vanda was making the wrong decisions. That's why she fucking betrayed him. And at this point, she's like, why don't you just lead? Or gun for someone who's a better leader. And at this point, Finn is basically suggesting himself.
They do show off Savika's new sword thing.
They do.
A
That
little
will be
bit.
relevant soon enough.
Very much a Deus Ex Human Revolution kind of thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But
Just
the
make
difference
sure she
is
has
Robot
enough
she did
balance
killing
ask
the
for
joy that
this.
comes out of it. Yeah,
Haha.
she did ask for this. She did this.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, no,
ahead.
actually, it's total tangent. Let's press on.
So, Mel's mum arrives, and this is like the first bigger sort of Noxus is a thing, and this is someone that's arrived from Noxus. It feels much more like the world is expanding a little bit more than simply named references. This is a person from there, and she's got things to talk about.
Yeah.
As I think when I was watching this with Fringy, I was just like, Noxus is just bad news. So, like, I'm not sure what's going to be happening, but it ain't going to be good. And yeah, I imagine they're going to be a way bigger role as this show goes on.
I would assume so.
I can imagine that's going to be the case.
And she tells Mel, "Your brother's gone. He crossed the wrong man, and I was distracted. A mistake I can't take back." Which is like,
Just for
I was just gonna say that's like the implications of there's probably a whole incredibly complicated, meaningful story that's happened in Noxus already that they're probably considering showing us at this point in later episodes of Arcane, I'd imagine.
I would
Might be,
like
I
to
mean,
see it,
that could
'cause it
be.
might be relevant.
What
to
if
a
that was the
character.
first 3 episodes of
Could be.
Series 2 was actually Noxus' backstory?
Might be relevant to a character we might see, but who fucking knows? It's all fan speculation based on the presence of birds. So, you know.
Hey, once they understand who Swain is, they would think that's significant too.
Just for a quick clarification, I think that is the symbol of House Madada rather than Noxus as a whole. Noxus's
Oh, that's
faction
probably
symbol
true.
is
I just
like a
associate it
double-bladed
as
axe thing.
a Noxus
fair
symbol,
enough.
yeah.
Just because Noxus has a fairly prolific landed aristocracy, so they have all sorts of noble houses like this.
Yeah, and she has pleasantries for like 5 seconds, and then she starts saying like, "Your Jace has turned his eye to weaponry, and your Undercity has festered." And I don't even think there's a matter of like discussing that. She's just like, "You fucker, you want weapons, don't you? Like you just want it for Noxus." And she says, "It's a fact. Weapons cannot be unmade. They will be used, and I'm going to guide you to the right decision." That's what she says, which is pretty blatant.
Also, another nice detail with the expressions. Unfortunately, I don't have a timestamp noted down, but when she hears about her brother being dead, you can see like her lower lip quiver. It's like, oh, that's a nice little detail.
Yep.
Like a little bit of quivering.
Yeah.
Metal quiver.
No, shut up.
Mel's
Yeah, I
mom's
don't
hot.
have a timestamp. I would need to search it out, but I remember that being a thing.
Mel's mom is a fetish.
Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, then we see Caitlyn and Vi having a little chat, and Vi explains that there was a game her and Powder used to play when they were younger, where they would just keep trying to create monsters to counter the monsters that they were coming up with, but sometimes Vi would get carried away and create something a bit too scary. And so, to avoid her crying, she would pretend to chase it away. And then she says, a real monster turned up and I ran away. I left her. And of course, it fucking frustrates the hell out of me that some people actually point out, it's like, well, no, you were taken by Marcus, idiot. Remember the events, probably. It's like, that moment of leaving Powder, that's what cost all of it. Even if it lasted 5 seconds, that's the major mistake that's had the biggest ramifications you could possibly imagine. And Vi will feel guilty for it for the rest of her fucking life, I'd imagine. But why it's such great drama is I don't think anybody watches that scene and says, wow, Vi's evil for doing that. It's like, nah, she's under a bit of pressure. Just a little bit. Yeah, just staring into Caitlyn's eyes on the bed while discussing all the things that make them who they are. Just,
it's a little moment of peace. Like, oh, give a little
moment
relax.
of gay.
That is
Nah.
Shut up, Jay.
This is the first like quiet moment they've had a chance to have where one of them hasn't just been stabbed. So, you know.
And even holding hands. There's lots of stuff happening. Anyway, we get a different scene following that very peaceful and calm one, and they do it very fucking deliberately. Vi is kind of calm,
contrast, perhaps.
doing okay, and then boom.
Yeah.
So this scene's probably the most disturbing in the entire show.
Oh yeah.
Basically, Jinx is tied down and screaming constantly as different things are injected into her, and all she gets told from her mind's perception of the fucking torturous Caitlyn / Singe telling her it's not gonna get better.
I'm afraid it will only get
worse.
Yeah. It's like, oh, great.
Thank you, Singed.
And all she's seeing while this is happening is her understanding that she is getting wiped out in favor of Caitlyn, and that her chances to get to be with Vi again are gone. This is really bad for her psyche, to put it lightly.
You imagine this might be a bit traumatic?
A little bit.
As if she's had enough of that already.
Just a wee bit.
And it's just all pretty terrifying for her too, because I don't even think she knows. I don't know if she knows who's like what's happening really. She's probably only just regained consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And this is and I would play it, but I don't think I need to. His screams, they're quite
Yeah.
they're quite a thing. The actress is doing great, but look at some of these stills. So this is going to be what a lot of people want to bring up when we finally get to the topic. We're almost there because we still haven't seen Echo yet. This was not peaceful.
No.
So, yeah, that gets the point across pretty well. Anyway, moving right along.
Moving on.
Heimerdinger, I think, is next.
Well, Silco wakes back up.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
And, I think he puts a knife to Singed. I don't remember if they say anything significant, though. Nobody else does. I think it's just a matter of Silco is like, "What did you do?" And Singed is like, "I did it. The thing. Well done."
I saved her life.
But yes, Heimerdinger is making his way through the Undercity. Basically, just he's shocked at every turn.
Like he never knew about all this. He never really went and checked. It's like learning all of this and really knowing it for the first time.
Yeah, and,
which isn't unique to him, but
it's like simultaneously so sad in that he's just realizing how much there's so many people to help. And that things were never as good as he thought they were. And he even sees a little kid doing some scavenging, and he's like, "Woohoo! What are you up to?" And I don't know if I think he like has a spinning top or something, and he's like trying to do like a little magic trick of, I don't know, whatever. Either way, he gives it to her. It's all really chill. And then her mum is like, "Get the fuck away from him."
Yeah, the little freak.
And I love how the kid, like, after she's being pulled away by her mom, she's like, "Okay, bye."
Yeah.
Important little moment just
I
before
wanted to be
when,
friends, but oh well.
The homeless person sort of lunges out towards him, begging for something, and you can see the look in his eyes as he realizes, I don't have anything to offer this person. Shit. Which I think makes him think about his time as, head of the council as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this
person anything.
And what I really adore about this is that means what Jace said wasn't just a show to get him fired at this point in terms of the meaning to the story. It actually sat with him. And so he went to inspect. And now he's realizing it was all true. And that maybe there is some validity to the fact that he's just not a good enough leader at this point if this is the fate for Zorn. But yeah, very fucking depressed. Ends up
poor little guy.
Yeah, he's having a lot. This is a big day, and he gets his boat ready to go back over to Piltover.
On his head.
But he spots Echo, who's below the bridge, and he picks up his little board. I think he says like the way these blades are cut isn't as efficient as they could be, and he says they're designed for the air and the fissures. But actually, they are. You dick. Criticizing when you don't even know.
You didn't say that.
You did. You might have a broken version, or
yeah,
he definitely.
You probably got the censored cut.
Yeah.
Oh, in my cut, he called Heimerdinger the N-word.
I think that's in my cut too. We have the adult cut. I think Free might have the children's one.
Heimer.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I really like the line where Heimerdinger's like, I was trying to offer my assistance, but apparently I'm not welcome. And then Echo says, oh, we're having the same day. Because they both did it in reverse for the
just
other
the
side.
inverse, yeah.
Both, like, tried to extend a hand across that bridge, allegorically speaking, and had it slapped away.
Yeah. But they both, but if they're both offering that hand up to help out the other side, and these two want to do that, they have a great interaction. I really like this interaction.
I do too,
I'm very happy
I
they
never
put these
would
two
have thought.
together.
It's a
Yeah,
really
I never
cool
would have
combo.
expected it.
What can because of course the obvious thing, what can Heimerdinger teach Echo with all of his experience, but also what are the things that Echo has learned in his life in the Undercity, scrapping and just trying to get by? What can he teach Heimerdinger? They both have something to offer each other in terms of learning more about the other society, the technology. It's like amidst a sea of pretty depressing and grim things happening, this is a very nice, wholesome little exchange.
Yeah, and Echo even knows him. He refers to him, I think, as Counselor Heimerdinger, and he's like, not anymore.
And he's kind to him straight away, yeah.
It's just Heimerdinger now.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nice to see Echo, like, not so standoffish all the time. He's like, oh, you're kind of nice.
He likes him.
Yep. So that's probably enough for us to now talk about whether or not it was plot armor at the end of episode 7. So
I think it is safe to say that Echo probably did something in the intervening time between the wide cut and the explosion, for as short as it was, that saved his life.
We'll just do the same system as last time. Could and would. Could he move that grenade away from him and Jinx within the time we saw? I think the answer is yes. And would he? Absolutely.
Absolutely he would.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we have to believe he pushed it far away enough that he hurt his leg, or at least he jumped off the bridge and he hurt his leg when he fell, and that she took a bit of the blast in a significant sort of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think he jumped off the bridge, because we would have seen that in the white cut then.
I suppose you could argue that, yeah. So I guess we'll rule that out. His leg must have been hurt by the explosion, and same for her. And so all we have to imagine is he hit the thing away with his stick or his arm while moving himself away, and that she was flat on the ground, so she would have been closer.
Yeah, and she is more hurt, obviously. We can see that. She is in a much worse
so that's the other
state
thing.
than he is.
Not only do I think that then as a writer you get to decide whether or not Jinx dies when you have that level of, like, the grenade is pushed away, but they don't make it pleasant for her. She's basically on death's door, and she goes through one of the most nightmare procedures ever to use something that has been established to heal.
I think we are meant to believe that if not for this treatment, she would have died.
Yeah.
So, like,
I
guess the only plot armor would
sense.
be, should she have died quicker? I was like, I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Tough to say, yeah.
A couple of people have been citing that you hear the sound of him knocking it away. I don't know that you can confirm that. I think you can just say it's a sound. It could have come from the grenade. It could have come from him hitting it. But the fact that...
I feel like it's just more of an inference.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to say that is the sound of him hitting it away. Sure.
Well, yeah, because essentially what we're trying to do is... So, Echo is alive. So what would have happened that could explain that? That's essentially the question that we have to ask, and we're trying to, like, interpret in good faith.
I like alive. As well, we still got half and half in chat being like, that's it, and then other people being like, no, they both died, this is ridiculous. It's like, look at the size of the grenade. It's like, we've given you the best we can. I suppose we just have to leave it to the chat at that point.
The
threshold of the suspension of your disbelief is not exactly a thing that is the same for everyone.
Yeah, and I'm more convinced of them surviving this blast than I am of Caitlyn surviving.
Yeah,
both
I
blasts.
agree. I definitely
I
Like,
think
agree.
this one's
after
a little more
kind of
better.
running down
Mm.
through it and explaining it, yeah, I can see.
We're
Yeah.
not given as clear of a display of the power of these grenades as compared to, say, the firelight explosion thing, because for those we saw the after effects. Marcus's
I
arm
think,
got ripped off. There was blood and gore everywhere. Everyone was
Practically
dead.
everyone
What I would
else
say is-
died.
Yeah, the big part for that one is there were a lot of explosions. This was one. I think I can believe more so that somebody might be able to survive one big explosion than they would to survive like a dozen smaller explosions. Because all you need to do is try to minimize one variable rather than avoid death from like 100 different angles, you know?
It helps
and
that
you
Echo
notice
is
how whenever
portrayed as
she-
being extremely fast.
He's very
Yeah,
It
he's
helps
fast.
a great
extremely
deal.
fast.
Yeah, that on top of the fact that Jinx looked to be pretty much dead, except he brings it back with a serum that I think we're going to find out in Season 2 can do even more than heal. Haven't gotten there yet,
Yeah.
but-
Well, I mean, we already found out in this in this season does more than heal.
What are we referring
You've
to?
gone silent. Do you remember what? Oh, in the finale, there's a thing that
In
happens.
the what?
In
In
the
the finale?
finale.
Oh,
The
okay.
finale, yeah. There's a thing that happens where, seemingly leveraging what happened, she's able to do some crazy stuff.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about resurrections.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay, we already know,
Matrix
dude,
resurrections?
we've seen the shit. That's the primary ability
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Shimmer is to give
yeah,
you
yeah.
abilities. I said, like, so healing is another one. And then it's
Right.
gonna get,
Okay.
I guess
see.
it was poor wording on my part. I almost framed it as though healing's
Yes,
upgrade is
I agree.
resurrection, but it's like not
I agree.
necessarily.
The misunderstanding is your fault. Yes.
Yeah,
I
you
agree.
misunderstood. That's fine. But
No,
anyway,
I agree that the misunderstanding stems from your.
Falling apart!
it's all right. It's all right. You know, we'll get over it.
Fighting
At
again.
least it's not
I don't
about
like
goo.
it when they fight.
There is no
Sorry,
fight
Finn.
here. I mean, it's just I thought we're all in agreement. But anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, I think so. I'm agree. You okay with me continuing? Just to make sure.
Well,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said
yeah.
let's continue.
I
not.
just want to
Okay.
make sure. It's better to get like you don't want to be safe than sorry, as they say.
Oh, I guess one
Edit-
thing that I
yeah.
wanted to bring up really briefly is
There you go. See.
I noticed that it was only one grenade. Powder is always seen throwing at least 3, like all the time, and I don't know if she's just doing that out of necessity or it's because she's just she's nuts. So
I mean, she's not always seen throwing 3. She attaches 1 to several people in the show.
she threw like several at the start.
Yeah.
She had attached several to the board passing by.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I just figure like
Wait.
one
She
grenade.
attaches one to the board passing by in
I
episode
was about to say that's
6.
just 1. That's not 3.
Okay.
No, okay.
I don't know, it was
Fun-
well, I
fun.
mean, it was just a passing thought, really. I mean, just
Mhm.
kind of seemed to me like she kept on using multiple grenades on multiple occasions to the point where I'm thinking like the lethality is probably just a little questionable, or if she just does it because it's fun
I mean,
to throw several.
Yeah, the only time I remember there being 3 was the first time we see her in episode 4, but from there it seems to be 1s. Now, where are we? Oh yes. Mel's mum's having a big old bath. I remember finding out, apparently, by the way, that they removed the guy who's massaging her in certain versions of this. I can't remember
Really?
why.
Why?
I can't remember why. It's particular regions they got rid of him. So she's just chilling
That's odd.
in general. Yeah, like I said, I've not got enough. Maybe someone in chat has more info on that, but I remember being like, "What the fuck?" And I saw the vision. And it's like, yeah, he's just gone. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's offensive or something.
He's offensive. She's got the naked girl and the clothed guy's like, nah, get rid of him. He's good.
Well, she's plot significant. You can't remove her. I'm sure they would have.
A whole lot of plot. She's got a whole lot of plot.
They just
Oh,
just
yeah.
remove her, but they still have her dialogue there. Or there's just like a PNG of a shirt that's hovering over her.
The way to do
The
it.
Chinese censors were not.
What was that one region that like censored SpongeBob by putting like a really bad JPEG dress of over Sandy Cheeks? Was that like Turkey or something?
I don't know.
Well, because there was a
Funny though.
Didn't want
censored
you to
version of
see Sandy's
SpongeBob, and they
cheeks.
well they they put this really shitty looking purple dress over Sandy all the time because she's like wearing a bikini. So I figured it's like if it's gonna be any region, it's probably whoever did that.
Mm-hmm. So she tells Jace he's basically impotent and the council is going to be a problem and that they're in a crisis and nobody's acting. And she says, I want you to succeed. If you don't heed advice, I fear you'll end up slaughtered with your eyes closed. Like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So with everything else Jace has got going on, that's a fun addition.
Hey, you have problems and you're not dealing with them, so, you're going to deal with them before they kill you.
And yeah, I think next scene is Jace really thinking about this. He's holding one of the little butterfly wings, and I think he says, we need to act before anyone else is killed. And
we know where his priorities are, that's for sure.
Something that's super neat about this is when he says that, it seems almost a leap from Mel, and she looks at him frustrated at first and then again because she realizes her mum's gotten to him.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to explain it. And yeah, so they have a big discussion because Vi and Kate are here as well, and they're going to talk about what the plan is, and they basically say like we should go in by force. It's like that could trigger war. Mel tells Jace that could trigger war. You don't know it, but I do. It must be our last resort. And Vi says Silco's never going to back down. At least I think she says that. And they end up concluding they shouldn't go to war, right? I think in this scene. They are against it, and Vi's frustrated because that means that Silco's not going to be stopped. Which takes us to Vi being all sad, and Caitlyn being all sad, because this plan didn't work, and so Vi's got to go back to the lanes. And Caitlyn's like, well, but what about everything? And she's like, it fucking didn't work out, oil and water. And then she says, but what about us? And so this is the thing, I mean, there's not much to say here, other than I know a lot of people have actually complained about this being like, well, that came out of nowhere.
I don't think so.
Like, it doesn't have to... This reminds me of the conversation about Spider-Man, where it's like, where did the relationship come from? It's like, there isn't really one yet. It's just the beginnings of something. Something's going on, that's all. There's clearly a connection here. There's a bit of tension, bit of touching, bit of back and forth, lots of chemistry. And clearly Caitlyn's just realized that like if Vi leaves and she stays, that's it for that. There's nothing more happens. And so she says, you know, what about us? And then she's just like, oil and water, it's not happening. It was never gonna happen. So that...
Oh boy, are we about to get
We are about to, but I just want to clarify, like, the people who complain that this came out of nowhere, I was like, I'm sorry, how much is there before a character can just be like, hey, we got something, I think.
Are we a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Are we something? What do we got? What's going on here?
It's not like they're marrying each other.
Happening?
It's just, yeah, they're just Kayla's
yes,
suggesting
it's
this...
the slippery slope, Mahler.
They literally get married.
First they meet, and then, ugh.
Yeah, it seems fine to me. But anyway, we got a scene. I mean, Fringy, you sounded excited. You want to take it?
Yeah, before we do it, though, I just saw a super chat going. I want to read. Friggy, I've noticed lately these past few EFAPs that you seem to be taking things a bit seriously when jokes are made, and you take it in a serious manner. Relax, Friggy, you're among friends, right? Are you okay, Friggy? I'm a bit concerned, and don't take this as condescension. Just concerned is all. Now, I'm not sure if this is a meme, but like if you're referring to the conversation that we just had about, oh, Mauler, no, see, the onus is on you for poorly communicating. You know that was a meme, right? Or
all
I really
say
think that's playing into
like
the
I'm
meme.
not sure what's being
I don't even know what to say.
If that's
You
playing
just
into the
motherfucker.
meme, that's really funny. If not,
That is
then-
really funny. Like, if
I
it is
really hope
funny,
that's a really funny
tell
meme.
Tell me that was a meme.
I was just gonna say,
It's a good
Google
meme, though.
the emote Kappa and just picture that is the face me and Fringy had when saying everything that we said.
You just proved it right.
It's okay, Fabe. It's okay, Fabe.
You missed that Vi gave Jace Jinx's name. Remind me, what happens as a result of that?
They now know that Jinx is the one doing
Behind
things.
It. Very well. So anyway, Fringy, go right ahead.
So we got our boy Victor.
Oh yeah, this is the scene where Victor gets more training than Ray.
Yeah. Well, this sense, yeah. Standing out there in the rain, lets go of his crutch, and just wants to start going for a bit of a walk. At first, it's a little bit tricky. He's not used to it. The emphasis on that first footstep as well. Oh, I love it.
Yep.
It's a little bit hard for him to do that at first. He's walking. We see that little boat there in the background. We pan out. He's starting to move a little bit faster. Oh, he's moving a bit faster. He's running. He trips, but he's running. He's going. He's going. Look at him. He's going, and he's outrunning the boat. He's outrunning the boat. Unlike before when he was a little youngster and the boat just escaped him. He couldn't keep up with the boat. Now that is what we like to call symbolism.
Boats are not there by accident.
This is what is known as symbolism. You know, we've been talking about throughout the whole show how one of I guess the core parts of Victor's journey is the idea that we're progressing forward with technology and science, and his body is failing him, and he'll die. He won't be able to keep up. He's being left behind. But now, leveraging this technology, he's finally able to keep up. Not only keep up, but he's starting to outrun the boat. He's moving faster than the boat. He's ahead of it. That's pretty awesome when you talk about symbolism and setup and payoff in terms of the initial setup with the boat and here now. Of course, it's all deliberate because, yeah, it was all deliberate. And then we see him go back to his lab. He's motivated to continue experimenting with it now. He's gotten an
life just got a lot better. So
yeah, there is hope now, but like what hope for what? What are you hopeful for specifically? Like, this tech that we're going to be able to use this technology to improve lives and save people, or specifically I can use it for myself and not only
he's ran out of shimmer as well.
He has run out of shimmer, yeah.
And the implication, I think, is that shimmer made the process less
bearable.
rocky. Yeah.
But he is too determined to keep going with it. It's too much to turn away from now.
Yes, part of his body's been fully converted into something else now, and there seems to be a goal of let's keep it going.
Yeah.
Obviously, the problem for Victor is, I assume, body-wide. It's not like a particular organ or a limb. That's going to be the method in which he's going to possibly save himself. Unfortunately, as he's planning to do this, it's intercut with scenes of a girl coming to visit him, someone who's given him some attention in these other episodes, but we just don't know anything about it, really. Called Sky, and she happens to catch him during his experiment, and I guess, he to a casual observer, it looks like he's almost getting sucked into the hex core. So she decides to try and pull him out.
Are you winning, son?
Yeah.
And it costs her big time.
Yeah.
It's unclear exactly what's happened. We have to wait until season 2 to really know what all of this means. But she gets disintegrated, and it seems the hex core changes as a result. Like, it's consumed a person or something. Yeah, it's pretty rough. And of course, it's a hell of a lot for Victor to deal with.
Yeah.
She literally got Thanos.
Do you think Victor would have died if she wouldn't have come around? Like the core would have absorbed Victor instead?
Unclear, I guess is all we can say, right?
Yeah, I was speculating. I was just thinking about this.
Yeah, it would seem to me the hex core has fused with Victor and nothing else. It's rejecting everything else. So,
Yeah, that's
Well,
how
because
the-
his
yeah.
blood got dropped in it at first. That's
Yeah.
what.
so that was
initially-
the first sample that it got, and now it's fused to Victor and nothing else. That's why the plants like die pretty much instantly when it's fused. Why she got disintegrated when they were anywhere close. So it seems it's made a bond with him and nothing else from the looks of things.
And if we compare to when he did it with Shimmer, it seemed, I'm not going to call it a pleasant experience, but the leg got converted. This, he put his hand on it, and it converted his hand, but not for a lack of incredible pain. And so it's because he's screaming throughout the whole thing. So I assume that's the cost without Shimmer.
That it's, yeah, like Shimmer is almost like an anesthetic of sorts.
Yeah. And I got that image right there. It's just like, oh, he's all dusty now. And I think people would probably want us to recognize, like, is it not incredibly inconvenient for her, and in a way for him, just that she popped up at this exact moment? And it's like, well, kind of, yeah.
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 It's not, and I've seen, funny enough, there's a second complaint that she was fridged, and I'm like, okay, can anybody die? Is that even possible anymore? Like,
No.
what does it mean for a character to die,
Not
but
a real
also mean
complaint.
nothing to anyone else? Because, like, people, I've seen the threads where they're like,
not a
she didn't
real
even get a
complaint.
character, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, yeah, she's not a character, she's a person who was interested in Victor. That's his POV of her, so I don't think it's bad that we have that POV of her as well. She's just a person in this world.
People just accept this kind of thing happening with characters that they like, and then they just ignore it when it's something that when it's something new to them, they'll ignore it. I think because like no one makes this complaint about fucking Uncle Ben when it's literally the purpose of his character is to
He's
die
the
to motivate the
fridged
main
character.
character.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uncle
Marcus was
Fridge.
bridged.
Uncle Fridge.
it was like, oh, Batman's parents, they never even got to have a character, man.
Disgusting.
So yeah, I don't know. We did have a whole EFAP about fridging, but I still don't even feel like I fully understand exactly what people mean when they're complaining about it, because I don't know how it doesn't apply to literally every character ever that ever died that anyone reacted to.
Mhm.
God, remember when
Why do you hate
that girl
women?
said, "You can't have characters die off screen, that's disrespectful."
Oh, I
Brilliant.
do remember that, I'm afraid. I wish I wouldn't.
Those were hard times.
Yeah.
Yeah, we catch up with old JC boy. He's making something,
What up?
and Vi gives him a visit, being all like, "Hey, pussy, do fights." And then he's like, "We voted not to." And then she's like, "Hey, that doesn't matter. Do fights." It's kind of interesting, by the way, the forging of the hammer. It seems his forge is actually powered by hex crystals as well. Like, obviously they want to imply that there's a lot of special shit that goes into making hex weapons.
I use the hex crystals to create the hex crystals.
Yes.
Oh.
But you know, that's kind of in the shape of a hammer, wouldn't you say? It looks a little like it.
Bit weird.
Are you gonna give him a hammer?
I'm outside. I'm outside.
Hammer time.
Yeah,
Well,
Vi
hang on.
points
Were
out-
Milo and Clag fridged? Surely they were as well.
Yeah, that gets mentioned in the threads as well, but they had more characters, but still. This is the thing. Is it worse or better to have more character or less character when you are fridged?
I don't know.
Yeah, if you have more character-
parents fridged.
Isn't the core of the trope that, like, if they have no character at all, that's fridged? In which case, yeah, the parents would be fridged by, like, any standard that people who
I
use.
think it's like this.
fridging.
I think it's like this mid zone where it's like they get introduced and you meet them, but it's just so that they can die later.
Yeah, like they get an inordinate
Which is
amount
an
of screen
arbitrary
time.
standard, right?
Well, remember that fridging is reference to Green Lantern had a girlfriend who then got put in a fridge, and the gist of it is that they're not really a character; they're a prop who dies to prop up someone else.
It's like John Wick,
A
isn't
prop who dies who props up someone else.
But like, I
Well,
don't
it's
know
like
that it's
lot
a
of things,
problem.
right? Where
Like,
I don't. Well, do I need
I don't
to
think it's
have
a
that?
problem.
Do I need to have that history to understand that a character would be upset that
Like,
someone
imagine-
who was important in their life died? You know.
imagine I said to you guys, like, the big problem with Marcus is that we never get to know the daughter. Apparently, we're just supposed to believe he cares about her, but I don't know what their relationship is.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why are
Yeah.
you saying that? We don't need to know. Do you understand what a
Yeah, they
father-daughter
just
relationship
expect me
is?
to
It's
bel-
like, excuse me.
Yeah, they just expect me to believe that a father loves his daughter.
I think
Like,
it's
wow,
ridiculous
that's a
and
stretch.
nonsense. And this is what I mean. Like, she's a motivation for him, and what is her character? It's like not much of all. She's like, she exists to be part of a motivation for him, and it's like, okay, but there's no reason why he wouldn't fucking have a daughter. And then of course Silka would threaten people he loves. Like, why are we here?
When you enter into any story, you're always going to have some level of expectations or inferences that you pull from the fact that you're a human being who is alive and exists in this planet.
Yep.
On this planet.
Oh, look at the planet. Going
You're
meta.
in the planet. You exist in the crust, and it's real. No, wait. The crust is what's the?
We're
what's
on
the,
the crust. We're not in it.
You can be in the crust though. Like if you dig a hole.
Well, you can be, but we're not generally.
No, but I mean,
you can be in the fucking mantle if you.
Well, that's what I was about to ask. You know, what's the one below the crust? There's the mantle, crust, then there's the mantle, then the outer core, then the inner core, right?
I believe so.
There is
the. Have I got it right?
Soft, chewy center.
Yeah, it'd probably be real toasty and up in that little mantle there.
Isn't it like Isn't it like hotter in the mantle than it is in the core or something? I don't know. Because of the pressure, or
mistaken on that one. But maybe
I'm not saying that this is a fact. This is something that I feel like I might vaguely have heard at some point.
I think
I'm not stating this is
the core is like 10,000 degrees, right? And the mantle
like
is not that hot.
So is it? We have crust, upper mantle, outer core, inner core.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. I don't remember learning about upper and lower mantle though. I think it was often you know, just one big mantle. There's no need to distinguish between the upper and lower. That's what caused the problems in Piltover in the first place. The Undercity and the Overcity. We don't need any of that in Earth either. It's all the core. No, it's all the mantle. Fuck.
I'm convinced.
Alright, anyway, moving on.
So, Vi points out that Jace never even looks into the prison cells, and that he wants to act, but he doesn't want to go, like, vigilante mode. And so she suggests they work together and take out the suppliers of Shimmer, even though it wouldn't be sanctioned. And what I like about this scene is when she first arrives, he's, like, very hesitant with her. I think he says I can call security, and then when she starts to look at and pick up the gauntlet, he like tightens his grip on his hammer. It's just because of course he doesn't trust her. Doesn't know
Chekhov's gauntlets.
Doesn't know what's going on here. They have so much imagery of him with a hammer before his actual hammer comes along, like in different ways.
Well, yeah, I guess we got Chekhov's hammer too. I just keep defaulting to the gauntlets.
And yeah, so they basically agree. Jace has reached a boiling point, and he's going to take a lot of enforcers and Vi down to one of the Shimmer suppliers areas and knock it out, basically.
Feels like he's got to do something.
Yeah.
And,
so do people just know where this forge is? Because I was just a little bit confused how she got here. When I first
can't imagine
it.
It's a well-kept secret. It's going to be the forge of the science department, so she could probably get away there. And yeah, so we cut to all these Shimmer people, and all the enforcers break in. It's a standard raid. They're like, blah, 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 blah. Go. A kid manages to press a button of
like the raid redemption.
He's a penic button, and it seems that Silco has already prepared some elements in case they had to go for a fight, and it's basically chem tank people. They're all in like these little tanks, and it gets infused with, I guess, a variant of Shimmer, and it makes them real fast and
very quick before they have to fight Jace.
Hey, we're gonna get there. We're almost there, right? So they fucking obliterate every enforcer pretty much. The first floor people tend to bring up is, wait, why didn't they kill him straight away? Why was he like the last person they kill? And it's like, I don't know. I ain't got anything for that.
Well, he was in the center of all that, wasn't he?
I mean, they're all kind
of
everywhere.
Go to the guards first.
You know, like it could. The thing is that these creatures are jumping around all over the place. Like, there's no reason to think that they might have even started with him. You know, it could have happened.
I would say that this is kind of an example of a thing that you just see in a lot of shows and movies and stuff, where like the nameless goons, the nameless, faceless like minions get killed, but all of the important speaking named characters live, even though in universe, it's like Jace is incredibly significant, right? So that
was the only thing I was gonna try and think about using is like maybe they have special orders for Jace. I don't know,
but
but
then they try to kill him anyway. So like,
which counters that theory,
Yeah.
so it's out. Yeah, like
Exactly.
there's really not much you can say as to how this happened. He just got lucky, quote unquote, that he wasn't killed straight away.
I mean, I'm just under the impression that, like, you know, they took him, they took out the guards that were around the area, and then they were focused on taking out the people shooting at them because, you know, bang bang, annoying, stop the bang bang, you know.
I think that's
So-
a
Yeah, but
better
I
argument
guess
than
not.
anything else. But still, they're like leaping at
still-
people.
Look at how fast they're going. If they had jumped on Jace, no chance. Like he's gone.
No chance,
Also-
but they're the ones attacking first. Jace isn't doing anything yet, but they're
Well-
going to kill him. It's just
Yeah,
take
sure.
care of the bang bang. We're
I
fucking
think-
rabid and angry.
Yeah, all right. I will give you that. You can argue that if you're one of these chem tank people and you see this lot of people, one of them's holding a hammer, the rest have guns. I think it's safe to conclude you probably should go for the gun people first.
Yeah,
I think that's
then again,
fair.
giant glowing hammer. You know,
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
big, cool
Look,
hammer.
Kill a hammer.
if me and you, Fringy, were
Yeah,
gonna
no,
go kill
no.
them all, and then you were like, "We should take out the hammer guy. He looks, I don't know, that hammer's glowing." I'd be like, I don't know.
But I know what a gun does.
Yeah, the guns definitely
Yeah.
hurt at a rage.
Sure.
So
True.
maybe that's good enough, and we can leave it there. But they do sort of slow down when
Sure.
Jason's the only one
Yeah.
left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the part that you can't really.
But then Vi gets a fucking badass start to this fight. I quite like
Yeah.
her throughout all of this. Jace is the one that I take a couple issues with.
Yeah,
Yes.
same.
She
I
slides
didn't
down.
know Jace was like able to do this.
Well, yeah, we can go through bit by bit.
We'll
'Cause,
get
like,
to that. Yeah.
first of all is
Yeah.
her intro and the fucking. It looks glorious. Her first
It looks
smack
so
into
good.
a chem tank guy.
If
Yeah.
you can take it fucking frame by frame, the impact frames are
Yeah.
Oh
spectacular.
god, yeah.
Yeah.
Like every frame of this
Look at
fight
that
is
one.
amazing.
Boom.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's great.
Yeah, so that would have hurt.
If you want to convey force,
dude.
this might be a
every
way to do
frame.
it.
Yep.
And
Dead.
the camera shake afterwards, like
Oh,
it
it's just
hasn't even followed through
crunching.
yet.
And that little slow-mo of her connecting to him and then letting it go again where he just blasts
Yeah.
off. Like,
A poof of pink
takes-
smoke. It's nuts.
It's a detail I noticed when I first watched that little bit frame by frame. The camera takes a second to catch up with it as it flies off.
Yeah.
It just vanishes in the camera. It's like, wait, what the fuck?
yeah, this little look she gives him of like, huh? Isn't that great?
Yeah.
It's
That's cool.
fucking
Huh?
wrecked
That's
him.
pretty cool, huh?
And then winks at him and then puts her game face on. It's just like,
There's
Yeah.
a little nod in the background.
like Vi a whole bunch. And we've talked about it before, but the fact that she has to fight so hard to win her fights makes it much more entertaining to watch.
Absolutely.
But yeah, and this is definitely a League of Legends coup moment because you're like Jace with his
Yeah.
hammer, Vi with their gauntlets, and they're gonna fight a bunch of goons together. It's like, all right, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm on
I
board.
got my tissues ready.
Oh no.
And Vi does that thing again with her arm. I was trying to point it out before. I don't know if I've picked up all the examples, but when she's about to start up a fight, I think she does it a couple of times in the middle of a fight as well. But it's always the same arm that she's readying up. I don't know if there's something maybe wrong with it or if it's a tick, but it's just cool that it's consistent. That's all.
Yep.
Yeah, the song's pretty awesome as well. I don't know if there's
I
anything
like
to
the
say
song.
on that.
Very good
Wait,
fight
which
music.
arm is she doing that on?
The right arm.
Didn't she break that arm?
It could be that you could relate it to when the door fell on her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be that, yeah. That arm's a bit
It might have
stiff.
healed funny, but it still works.
Man, look at this frame.
Yeah. Yeah.
I-
There are a few of those.
The impact frames with Jace's fucking hammer, dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is like, I don't want to... So, I fucking love his opening attack being that swing, get
Yeah.
that momentum up,
Yeah.
and smashes into that fucking guy. The only problem is, like, is that guy
Just
fast
see the
enough to have
bones
stabbed him already?
disintegrating.
Well, it's just like Jace. I didn't know that Jace was such a proficient fighter.
Well, wait,
Yeah.
that's
I
that's
know.
not my issue with this moment. And my issue is on the chem tanker. I can believe that he can swing around a hammer. My issue with his proficiency with the hammer comes a little bit later. It's just that
Right.
the chem guy just doesn't do anything. He just stands there and gets hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So not perfect, but still pretty satisfying to watch. Then every time we get Vi, she is kicking absolute ass. Loads of like just block, counter sort of stuff, and just screaming while she's doing it.
Add real quickly, the sounds of her readying her gauntlets just before, like just as she starts to run off, and then the sound she makes as she's running straight from the game. That's her ultimate sound and the sound she makes when charging up her Q.
So you're Kuming is what you're saying.
Yes. Whoa, it's from the thing.
It's from the thing.
A hammer is like a slow impact weapon, so it seems like just plausibly it doesn't really work as well in an actual combat environment as it might. I feel like it's something they had to include because it's like that in the game, and practically speaking,
entirely.
it's probably not that great for fast combat.
Definitely disagree.
I would normally agree with you up until we get the scene in the next episode.
Well, wait, what's the counter? Go ahead, Rex.
So I guess you're sort of, I was at first, and then you kept going, and I feel like you're mixing things up. A hammer. So your issue is what exactly?
With the size of the hammer, it's very large. It's a very slow weapon, and I feel like
the
he's
hammer,
just going to be dead by the time he's made a hit with it.
Yeah, the hammer should weigh 1,000,000 pounds.
Yeah, it
is huge. It is absurd.
Let's make it clear very quickly. I'm assuming Jay's aware of this, maybe not, but yes, war hammers and hammers are a thing in fights. However, we're not dealing with that environment. He had a choice to make whatever weapon he wanted, and he went with a hammer that can turn into what is essentially kind of a rifle. Meanwhile, Vi's makes way more sense. She's making use of tools meant for something else because they suit her.
Yes,
he could have made anything, and he went with something that, to be honest with you, is not fantastic compared to what he could have made. Because, what is stopping him from making a Hextech rifle?
I mean, the thing they're going for, right, is the fact that he grew up surrounded by hammers. He has the experience there, but I don't think that justifies him using it as a weapon.
Well, so this sequence where he goes block and then hits down, block again, and then uses the handle of the hammer or the pommel. He's having a full-on battle with the guy who's moving really fast with the blade, and it's like, wait, how are you doing this? Building hammers doesn't mean you're is this something someone trained you to do?
With hammers, yeah. When did you ever need to use these kinds of moves with a giant hammer?
Ability to fight is a bit of a question mark.
I don't.
That's some sick moves you're doing there, buddy. It's great, but how? Why? Where did you learn this? What's happening?
Yeah, he's a little bit of a Gary Stu in that regard. However, I will counter that the hex crystals are making the weapons light, as seen in the next episode after she's fighting Savika. That's why this hammer is not as heavy as it could be.
Okay. That's why, all right, fair enough.
I would concede that. I think that's fair. Well, yeah, because these things would be heavy as fuck if they can do what they can do.
Yeah. You could not lift them.
And so I'm willing to believe the Hextech gems, especially with the anti-gravity features, they've been manipulated in some way, shape, or form so that they can make it so the weapons aren't as heavy.
We know that for a fact.
Sounds about right.
And see, this is the thing about taking fights really slowly. This thing he does here, I'm totally fine with. That's fine. I think it totally makes sense. And
the shield thing. That's cool.
Shield boy.
Totally fine. But that one little sequence there where he does a full-on battle with one of them, it's really cool. I just don't know that he should be able to do that.
No,
he is acting a bit too proficiently, a bit too quickly.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a Gary Stu. I gotta say, Jace is a bit of a Gary Stu. He's super duper smart, but he's also super duper handsome, and he's super duper strong, and he knows how to fight with a super duper hammer. It's like, okay, hold on a minute. Just a little too well-rounded, don't you think?
I'm going to push back on this.
I want to push back a little bit too. It is just this part that I find to be otherwise.
And to be fair, it's a part of a part. It's not even the whole thing.
Yeah,
Jace is a very flawed individual.
Yeah, and
mentally he is.
Well, I feel like that's the end of it, right?
You're already disqualified from Mary Sue.
Well, I mean,
I didn't say he's a full-on.
Stu, right?
You did say a bit of one.
I pulled back a little bit and called him a bit of one, but he's not terrible or anything like that. It's just that he's just a little more well-rounded than I think any nerd is expected to be.
So I think he's a total nerd. What I would say is it is specifically his proficiency at fighting in this scene that I'm not a fan of. Otherwise, I think he's just a character, a well-rounded character. I don't think. I don't really lean towards any sort of like Gary Stu or anything like that. I think that it's fine otherwise.
Mary Sue stuff, the reason that applies is because it's like the universe folding around to make this character look good rather than them earning their skills themselves, right? A character like that, you can just have characters who are really good at everything. Like if they have a reason to be that way, like that can happen. You have characters who are like really good at shit tons of stuff in loads of different ways. That's why this is the only issue, because this is the only time where it breaks into a skill that he probably shouldn't have.
And that's the thing, if someone said, but he's familiar with hammers, I'd be like, yeah.
I don't know that makes you fight incredibly technically.
I definitely would have preferred it, because I guess he's got a hammer thing for the game, but I feel like Jace should be fighting awkwardly, but with a really interesting and good weapon that he's created specifically for himself, which kind of makes it okay. In the sense that he's using it in sort of a clumsy fashion, and he's kind of frazzled and worried, but it's like a shield and something. It's maybe a gun or a rifle or some kind. It's something, not just I'm going to make a huge hammer.
I feel like they tried to show something like that, but they went, they got ahead of themselves with the choreography, because they do make a point of showing that he gets clipped by a blade, which, like, as compared to Vi at least, is, I think, them trying to suggest his unfamiliarity with fighting as well as his expressions throughout. But again, they just
I think I would have preferred more of him failing in the fight.
I agree.
Yeah,
the hammer could be
we're missing his like unexperienced fights. We never got those. We never got his like, ooh, I'm losing ground here fights.
I think the difficulty
his
in terms of
fights.
I think what you find difficult though with like conveying him stumbling is in this fight. It's like, man, that could seriously hurt or kill you if like we consider a stumble, considering who he's up against.
Mm-hmm. But they have to have
I feel like that's why we don't get that fight, because there's not time for it against like an opponent where it's
these are highly lethal enemies.
Maybe they should have depowered them a little bit and made them more
less real fast.
Strong enough to easily do away with enforcers.
All of the enforcers who are trained, right? Trained to be able to be, to some extent, be able to defend themselves.
I just want to voice a pet peeve as well, which is that I fucking despise the giant warhammers. Like real warhammers are like these. They're like the size of normal hammers, because that's the kind of thing that you could wield, right?
Well, it's
when
the
you
size
say
of
a normal hammer, are you
actually
talking about like the size of a little hammer that you put nails into the wall, or like?
Yeah, that's literally how big they are. They're for they're for dealing damage through armor.
I'll get you a picture. A real. I thought that there was something like a sledgehammer, right? Like a sledgehammer sized, like like it's not some giant.
If you have those in combat, I think those are only made out of wood.
Okay, all right.
The reason you don't design hammers
like
a
warhammer
is because the fucking surface area is so widely spread that it's hard for it to cause that much damage unless you're crushing them against something.
Right.
Because essentially, a blade isn't going to do much against plate armor, right? So what you want is you want something that's going to do you want something that's going to do a hard impact against plate. Is the point of a warhammer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did watch Shad's video on this. I must just be completely misremembering. Like, I thought that the warhammers were like maces or like the.
This is a mace and a warhammer. Actually, I was pulling up the picture.
Okay, right. I see. Yeah.
I think
here's the thing, right? I used to think those little warhammers look really lame, and that I understand. I see why in fiction, they make them much bigger because they don't look cool. But then I think about like, man, being hit with one of those would fucking hurt.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. I can't imagine someone being able to hit me with some like massive unwieldy fucking thing like Jace has. So like, I would just move out of the way as they're getting ready to swing. So it's like, now aesthetically, I way prefer the small hammers, and I would like to see them represented in media, because I think it's the one form of historical weapon that we never actually see adapted faithfully, like to history, is the warhammer.
We see Jace using that little warhammer.
I think it would look cool. I think a hammer of that size would look cool.
He could use it in tandem with a shield, which I imagine Jace would really want, because he's never fought before. So, and he's not an idiot. So he's like, I should have something to protect myself, because I know I'm not a fighter. So I should make something that's defensive.
Like, Fringy, imagine him like hitting someone like real hard with that. You know they're fucking done. Like that, something of that size.
Man,
Because you know the small like point of impact focused on that little area is gonna focus the energy way harder onto one spot, right? Which is
sure, but I mean, if we're in like an animated world where we have like we can do really crazy cool shit with this hammer, you know what I mean?
And he does have a fantasy shield, or I guess a sci-fi shield.
And do you remember the blue shit the hammer does as well? It is not a real hammer. It is like it appears to be discharging some kind of shock that is hitting beneath the armor.
That's true.
Yeah, it gets a huge pass because it is a magic hammer.
I would say it's an aesthetic preference that I have for historically accurate warhammers.
Like
it is an aesthetic preference of mine. I just have to give it a pass because it's magic.
On those impact frames.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying this is a whole because it is a magic hammer, right?
Like quickly on the impact frames of the hits in like that very first one, you can see it shatters the man's entire fucking skeleton. Like it just obliterates it.
Dust, essentially.
As the scene progresses, it's just like I love the combat from Vi. It's really satisfying to watch. It looks like it would have taken ages to get right. Just all these hits that come in, and she has to dodge each one, and some of them are really close calls, and then just slip in the counters where she can. Using the gauntlets as shields a lot of the time. I find her combat so much more satisfying than Jace's, and I think it's literally just because I fully believe that Vi is more than ready for this. And the gauntlets give her the variable she needs to be able to take on these guys. But yeah, just look at this sequence.
Yeah, this one's really cool.
Fucking glorious.
Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Jay doesn't want to see it.
No, Jay's out. That's fine. Jay's been, And yeah, just it's like Mortal Kombat X-rays. You see the skeleton
charging up.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Boom. And yeah, then you get a proper Guma moment, a game Kuma moment.
Yeah.
Jace activates his ranged weapon. I guess you could call it a gun.
Primary attack.
And I think, Rags, this was the time where you were like, is this from the game?
Yeah, that was when I was like, yeah, this is what he does in the game.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great, and they fucking undercut it. Those bastards. You're enjoying watching your Jace boy use his big old coom weapon. And he's even like, he's super into it.
He's reading at him as he's just cooming all over them.
And then suddenly, as he's firing and firing, he ends up shooting a kid. Now,
blows a hole clean through it. It's the kid that pressed the button, by the way.
I figured it was. Trying to think of...
You stupid kid.
From what I remember, because I know people were critical of this, I think they said... what an idiot kid for being there.
What?
But I mean, like...
Yeah, fuck that kid.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about that.
Probably when the kids, it probably wasn't the kid's full decision to be there. He's probably sent there.
I can picture him running around trying to avoid. Yeah, like there's a lot of reason he could end up there.
What?
The child was evil.
This is what I'm saying. I'm trying to remember criticism of this. I'm doing what I can. I know another one, but we won't get to it until the beginning of the next episode. But I guess we'll just carry on unless anyone else has got anything. Obviously, that puts a big dampener on this whole scene, which for a moment there was kind of like Jace was getting, not only, getting rid of the Shimmer, stopping these horrible monsters, but vengeance and justice for all those enforcers that were killed. But killing a kid, that doesn't...
Kind of a downer.
Yeah. And then...
to bring us back down
one thing...
Go ahead. Either of you?
Go ahead, Jay.
One thing I always appreciated about the scene right from the beginning is that it's presented with the perspective of the people who are being raided in mind just as much as the perspective of the enforcers. It's not, you get the sense of, oh, these guys are coming in here to kill those other guys, right? And all the fucking, all the impact that comes with that from the perspective of both people there. It's not just, yeah, fuck them up, let's go, until you sort of get lost in the action with Jace and Vi. And then again, yeah, as soon as you get lost in the action, you get a rude reminder. Hey, maybe let's not get lost in the action because killing people isn't actually that cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops!
Very,
Look what
again,
you did. You got carried away, dipshit.
Comes across again as mature storytelling. You don't want to just ignore the parts that are not working for you with your vibe. You're like, go away, other parts.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vi doesn't take this that badly. Jace is having loads of trouble, and I think the point is just that this is kind of normal for Vi. Like, well, yeah, that's another victim of all of this bullshit. And I think she says, well, that conversation I think happens. I can't remember if it's the end of this episode or the beginning of the next one, but
It's next episode.
It's the end of this episode now. It's that's pretty much it.
Well, yeah, because the other thing is that after seeing that he's killed the kid and that is a direct result of all of the stuff that he's decided to do, I think he looks up and sees loads of kids.
They've all surrendered.
And they're all, but like, there's so many, and this is going to keep happening if he continues. That's just the price. Which is a lot to bear. Again, Jace is quite a lot of character to him.
Jace was just a scientist.
Yeah.
Just wanted to do his little science stuff. So like, and I was like, no, now you're the head of everything. Do stuff. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
and then Caleb's just naked.
Blew a hole in a kid.
Woo!
Yeah!
Yes! Go! Finally!
Let's go!
Quality content, jeez. Only took us this fucking long.
Yeah, she's probably having a big old think about all of the everything. And they do it very artistically. The whole thing. Then we get, and I remember when I first saw it, I was like, that was so fucking cool and well done. She comes out of the shower and she sees that the monkey image from Jinx has been drawn into the mirror. And as she's realizing that, we have a shot with I guess the mist in the background's clearing up. And there she is.
Yeah.
Yep.
How awesome does that look?
It looks so amazing.
Like, you can barely see her as it is, and she's only just now becoming visible. Like, the viewer can only see her just as Caitlyn does. So it's like, oh shit, out of nowhere.
And it's a bit worrying because the last time we saw her was almost dying, going fucking nuts, getting resurrected, and only thinking about how much Caitlyn has destroyed her chances of being back with Vi.
She's got a big ol' hate boner for Caitlyn now.
And that...
It's not the only boner that was in this scene.
It's episode 8.
Yay!
Guys, we're on the last fucking episode. Can you believe it?
God damn!
We're doing
We're
it!
here? Oh my goodness
gracious.
gracious.
We're doing
Wow.
it!
Incredible.
Doing it.
And I don't see why I wouldn't just continue straight away. So, let's do it.
Do it!
Woo!
So yeah, I think we open with the Jace and the Vi having a little chat about this, and Vi posts a little bit of cringe. She says, "You didn't have a choice, and he knew what he was signing up for." And I think even Jace is like, "Phew, right,
Damn."
Did he?
It's both statements. It's like, of course, the whole point of him feeling like this is that he had the choice and he made the choice. This is the result of the choice, and then he signed up for it.
With this result,
A fucking child. They don't know what they're doing.
Signed up to get shot by that. Well, yeah. If it was an adult, that'd be one thing, but
I like it because Vi's only goal here is to get him back on track. We need to keep, beating the fuck out of Silco. He has like a great line where he says, the next parents to get a message, like, I don't even know where to send it, like, because that's something you would have dealt with topside potentially. What does he even do when kids are killed and stuff here? Like, what does he even? And he just says, "Do we leave him here?" And she says,
he doesn't even know what to do. What happens next?
She says, "You've always been a part of this. You just never looked it in the eye." And it's just like, yeah, her frustration comes from the fact that this is common. Once again, a lot of the councillors have no idea that any of this even happens.
You were always a part of this. Like,
you're part of the system, and this is a systemic problem. Yeah.
Yeah. You can choose not to acknowledge it if you want, but.
And I think it's part of why she's so frustrated. Is like, this is your reaction. It's like you don't even know. And of course, when they first talked, he had no idea what happens in the prison either. And how fucking annoying is that?
Yep. Especially when he's part of the group that's making all the important decisions.
Every important decision, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, she makes it clear she ain't stopping here. And there's just a great, like, take those off. Like, and just for a second, you're like, oh shit. Because, yeah, he doesn't want it. He wants to wind this down, but she isn't stopping. This is the thing, when I was watching this scene, I was like, as much as I wouldn't be against having an action scene of Vi versus Jace and everything, like, just for the cool factor, I don't think it matches Jace right now to fight her.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
I was very pleased that all of
Plus-
the, energy just deflated out of him and he just walks off.
She's a
Plus, I
full-on
think even
brawler.
Jace-
She's full-on ready to
Yeah.
fight every last person there is, but he has just experienced how much he does not want to do violence.
Mhm.
Not to mention, I'm pretty sure he's aware that he wouldn't really stand a chance against Vi anyway.
Nah.
I don't
He's
know.
got a lot of
I
enforcers there.
mean, you know,
He's
there's a chance.
Might
if he
not
gets
be
those-
thinking
Hammer.
that,
She ain't faster than bullets.
And I imagine he knows his hammer better than she knows those gauntlets, in terms of their powers. She can
I think-
brawl better than him, but, you know, if he activates the shield and it catches her off guard, then one good hit to her. I imagine the hammer would maybe be able to smash those gauntlets.
I think the hammer kills her on impact if it's like a proper
Yeah, even if it
impact.
hits her gauntlets, it doesn't matter.
It
I don't-
crashes right
and
through
again,
them,
like, I
destroys
genuinely-
the arms underneath.
I don't think he stops the fight because he thinks he'll lose. I think he just doesn't want to kill her.
He just
Yeah.
doesn't. Yeah.
Now,
But I was
there
just-
is a
I was just
criticism.
putting that among the list of why he wouldn't do that.
There's a criticism people highlight here of, is he seriously just leaving 2 gemstones to her? The fact is, this is what this scene's about. He's going to have to kill her if he wants them back.
Yeah,
And he doesn't want to, so
he's
that's
not
it.
ready
is-
to do that.
There's a rough realization. He's dealt with the fact that he's killed someone, a kid, rather. There's just a lot going on in his head. He knows that he's giving those up. That's the big reason why he wants her to drop them. They are very powerful, but the thing is, he's just not willing to kill her.
I'm not sure what people would be citing as a problem. That's the decision he's made. I thought that.
So
we
what they
all
would say is,
recognized that was the decision he's making.
Zorn having the gemstone is a big reason why all this drama is happening in the first place, and he's giving up 2 right there. And it's just like, the only response to that works is just the fact that he's not willing to kill her. There's nothing else he can do.
Yeah.
If it was Silco there with the gauntlets on, that would be
Yeah.
that would be different. But he probably can recognize that. Yeah, but she's not like evil, so that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
You
yeah.
also see in the wide shot, the shimmer is apparently made with some weird goopy stuff that's hanging from the ceiling. Looks kind of gross.
Oh.
I don't know if
Is
you've seen that.
goo shimmer?
Oh, yeah,
He
you're
said
right. There is
goopy.
there's
Remember, he said
Yeah.
he said goopy. All right, there's a difference between.
Yeah, no,
goopy
there's like
and
almost
goopy.
like a heart thingy.
yeah, it's like pumping.
It's like purple. Yeah, it's like gross, and I guess that's where they produce the shimmer with, which is gross.
It's like a little sack of something. I don't know what that is
Yeah.
exactly, but it is pumping, whatever it is. But yeah, Vi smashes it, much to the chagrin of Silco, who is about to discover this. And honestly, if you only watch this show from Silco's scenes, he is just constantly having to deal with new problems. He's just like, you're fucking kidding me right now? This is happening too? Like, okay.
Breaking up my shit.
I was like, when will this villain get a break?
Exactly. What a good guy. I wish he would get his break.
I'm sure he'll get us break in the next episode.
Yes. He says it's been a while since Topside got this bold. And
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, we need, like, Marcus was fucking useful. And then he's like, we can always buy another. Just kind of proactive thinking. Though in the background, the lady from the evil council is like, nah, do something about the fact that my son died. And that's where the second criticism I've seen comes in with, oh, how convenient or inconvenient, I don't even know, that the kid happened to be her kid. I don't know. Like,
What difference
I
does
don't
it
know.
make?
I don't know why.
honestly?
So they've taken a huge
It's
loss.
not consequential.
Regardless. Yeah, like, I don't really see that. I mean, one could argue that happening fuels her to make a decision in the coming scene. But I don't know that it's unfair that they would be critical of Silco regardless of it being her son that died.
Yeah, just
They already
salt on
were.
the
Suppose could we make
point.
the argument? Could we make the argument that because a lot of named characters just bump into each other, like, you know, Echo and Heimerdinger, right? There's no reason that they would have met each other specifically rather than anyone else, that the world is made to feel quite small because of all these interpersonal links that are ultimately just coincidences.
That's the problem with trying to categorize them. I've brought this up before, but just they seem to me to be events rather than conveniences or inconveniences. There's nobody really strictly benefits or doesn't benefit from these things happening. They are things that happen. I don't you know,
but I mean, it for me, Echo meeting Heimerdinger was like, man, it just makes the world feel smaller.
Well, they're both traveling, and they're both aiming to be on the main bridge, and that's where they both were when they met. Like, there's some pieces there that connect them.
I suppose that's true. You're right.
Because Echo says he's waiting there because he can't figure out how to get back without being, like, very vulnerable while doing it. And then if he's, you know, I just assume he's waiting maybe on the leg or contacts, something like that, but... I mean, we could have made more reason for them to have bumped into each other. I don't disagree with that.
People are pointing out something that I was thinking about. Why would the mob boss's kid be working in the factory?
I was about to point that out, yeah.
So
I'm
that's
just very
actually
confused
where
why
I think
that kid is.
There's a more interesting conversation to be had as compared to whether or not he was killed. I don't know. I
guess it depends what he was doing there.
Yeah, maybe he has like an overseer of some sorts.
Well, no.
I mean, there's other kids.
I wouldn't say overseer, just that he was there to just keep an eye on stuff. Just have a look, gain experience, talk to people.
Maybe she literally wants him to gain work experience or some shit, right? Maybe she's
fucking
trying to tough love him.
Well, so literally, he could be there under her orders, talk to him, learn the business, just get around, have a look around, whatever, fine, just hang out with, that's what we're doing. We're Shimmer people, we're doing Shimmer. And you know what? If you see people slacking off, fucking tell them to not slack off. That could have been...
Press the button.
He doesn't have to just be like some kind of mining personnel or some like imagining the worst job ever. It didn't have to be the worst job ever. It could have just, as someone just said, maybe he's just the alarm boy. It's like, maybe.
Maybe.
Oh my god, they're coming.
Even that, maybe he was doing some like mining, and this parent like thinks that that'll teach him like to be a man or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't see why that isn't an impossibility. It's like it's perfectly reasonable that could happen. And so, and besides, we get a fucking banger line from Silco once again as a result of all this. She's complaining. She's like, "You gonna fucking do anything about them killing my son, you little bastards?" And Silco says, "We all mourn the loss of your son. At least we have the solace of him dying for the cause rather than some petty personal dispute, as so often occurs." This fantastic line, because it's not like you could, if you fucking dumbass, you can interpret that as him being like nice. It's like, isn't it great that your son died for a reason? But it's like, it's a threat. He's basically just said, shut the fuck up. If you try and like do anything, like if you do anything over this as a result of your like petty insecurities about the fact that this is all my fault, it's like you're gonna be the one that fucking dies. And just, we all mourn the loss of your son. The way he delivers it, like, I don't actually give a fuck. Like, so why are you even bringing it up?
Also, very important, someone just said in chat, I am a Trungos. So I thought that was important to point out.
Was it Trungos?
Was it Trungos having the
EFAP at Trungos?
Nachos?
That's heaven right there.
I know, right? That sounds
Send pics in Discord. Send pics in Discord EFAP chat.
Send dick pics in Discord. No, I mean...
Oh god.
I'm going to go to Discord EFAP chat right now.
Yeah, you can do that. Bye.
You better not be lying to me.
Goodbye.
Get the chickpea grumbo.
Chickpea grumbo.
Hello.
Yeah, so...
the EFAP chat is currently full of hi Jay, hi.
So the scene closes with him basically being like, Savika, help with the body, and then walks off, and all of them there are just like, that Silco,
What a gloom.
So we'll see about that. Again, Victor's having a day. He's
having a day.
He's holding the fucking glasses of Sky, and a damn face flashes at it. The intellect, I don't even know what that is. Where are you, creepy Flash? Oh, yeah, that. Just like that's helpful for him.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
really, really doing bad. And this, I think, would be something we'll end up citing as the seasons go on. Of really the first time that Victor's endeavor has cost him significantly.
Yep.
Would you say that this magic, this hex crystal, would you say that it objectifies women?
Yes.
It turned.
I mean, she's turned into like a mist in a way, but I still think that's fair. Yeah. And he starts reading all of her notes, and there's several notes in there about Victor specifically, and it's very sad. Because he fucking killed her, kind of. I don't know if there's anything else anybody wants to say. I can move on to the next scene.
No, it's sad and it's tragic. It was rough to see. It is a tragedy.
He does eventually pick up his stool and go to I hesitate to say destroy the hex core, because I don't know if that would destroy it, but he goes to hit it, but then he stops, and then the hex core like zaps him and he goes unconscious. I don't know if we're supposed to gather from that the hex core will not allow him to destroy it anymore because they're connected.
Yeah, I think the hex core is kind of created a bit of sentience at this point, because like, yeah, he walks away, but then the hex core is all like, yeah, bitch, that's what I thought. Just zaps him.
Yeah, this is one of them threads that we don't have enough answers of by the end of the season, so all we can say really is we will find out whatever that's supposed to mean ultimately. Moving on,
now
Mel...
he has actual like real context for the things Heimerdinger was talking about, is what I just mentioned.
Oh yeah, I'm imagining only the beginning.
Yeah.
So Mel's pissed at her mum because she's pretty sure that she convinced Jace to do the fluming. And then her mum gives her a bit more info. The man who killed your brother does not believe the score is settled. And she says, Mel says, I only wanted to protect the city from people like you. I can't believe you'd use this city to cover your own arse. She says arse, not even ass. It's great. She's more British. And then her mum advises her, let the war unfold. We need that weapon. Then you can come home. So we've already got one of our several...
England is my city.
Nice. We've got several big choices for certain characters to make this episode, as is tradition for climaxes in stories. Mel has got welcoming back to her home on the table now, if she can get the weapons created. And then we go back to Victor in such a sad, sad scene. He's got her ashes, and he just says, I'm sorry. I don't know where you would have preferred. I'm sorry. And just drops him in.
Yep.
Love that line.
Yeah.
Just trying to pay a little bit of respect as best as he can, I guess.
Little pause, like trying to think, what the fuck else am I supposed to say?
Yeah.
Not a situation he wanted to find himself in. But yeah, we got a parallel. He looks over the edge, much like a certain Jace did. And he comes very close.
Take a certain step like a certain Jace did. Then,
am I interrupting?
Yeah.
Something?
Back to back.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
And this is where we get... This is honestly like a really hopeful scene. Jace is like, the weapons are too much. I'm going to destroy the hammer. And then he's like, no, destroy the hex core. Like, we need to stop. This has gone way too far. And he says, in the pursuit of great...
line...
Did you want to say that?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Victor says, in the pursuit of great, we failed to do good. We have to make it right.
Good shit.
Pretty emblematic of the entire science subplot of this whole show.
It's great. And yeah, that's the thing. It's not just he's not just angry at Jace anymore for things Jace has done. He is now just as faulty with Sky's been fucking executed. Which we don't see the repercussions of in terms of other people recognizing it, and I think we just have to assume that it hasn't become public knowledge just yet. Because she would have just disappeared, quote unquote. So I don't know if they'll deal with
imagine
that
comes. Yeah, I imagine it comes up next season.
But But yes, what were you saying, Das?
Oh, well, I was just saying that like the line in which, you need to destroy the hex core was basically done like subtle in a more subtle means, because Victor says you've got to destroy it, and Jace looks over at the hammer and he thinks that
Yeah.
Victor is referring to the hammer, and then Victor corrects him and says, "No, no, 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 the hex core. You have to destroy that thing because I can't." And I just like how he's just assuming that he means destroy the hammer. And they're both. He agrees, but I think both of them are back on the same wavelength after having been divided for a while.
Yeah, they've both gone on.
Just that little gesture kind of shows it,
Both gone on separate journeys, and they're back to where they kind of were after both of them have had some big dramas that neither are aware of, really.
Yeah.
They both flew close to the sun and both got burned in different ways.
So, I love this scene too. It's the Silco one.
Yeah.
So he's dealing with a lot. We've been over this. He's always dealing with a lot. He sees
this is
them
like one of my favorite scenes. This one is like, oh man, my eyes were glued to the screen for this.
Savika pulls up a chair for Finn. She even brushes it off for him. And he just brazenly comes in without an appointment, obviously. And Silco doesn't, like, react with shock, just curiosity, like, what in the world is happening here? Yeah, like, really? Okay. And he has an eye on Savika, too. And I think he asks a question to weird-looking lady, where he says, "You're with him, are you?" And I think, the way I watched the scene, he's looking at her, but I always wondered if that question's meant for Savika, not her.
Yeah, I think that's what I got, that he's asking Savika more than anyone.
Because, of course, those two are betraying him. He doesn't give a fuck about those two. Savika betraying him is important, though. And he says, "What bore us through those old times was loyalty, and I now share seats with parasites." Like, oh.
Damn.
He's having his Andrew Ryan moment.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he does that, and I think Finn is like, "This is the day you die." And Savika raises up her blade. Pretty cool visuals for that as well. I'll try and fetch them. But, swipes.
Big old flash. And
it's not quite clear who's dead, but, like, again, narrative-wise, I was like, I don't think they would kill Silco here. But, it's not like it's impossible for this show to do something like that. And, the great detail is just that he's panting. Silco, he does not know if he was going to live through that swipe or not.
Yeah.
He was talking a really big game about loyalty, but at the end of the day, couldn't be sure.
I mean, Savika betrayed Vanda, so...
Yeah, she's a pretty two-faced bitch,
And even if, like, high confidence in Savika, that's still a blade swiping really close to you.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, look at how the blade just slips out here as well. Just looks awesome.
I like how he doesn't actually want to die. That's that's neat. How the idea of dying while he puts on a big face, right? Puts on a big face. That doesn't feel like the correct idiom.
Puts on a big face.
He puts on
face
a big
inflates.
Oh, I'm scared. It's time to put on my. Just a second. Let me put on my big face for this. It's an important occasion.
But he doesn't. He actually does still get affected by the prospect of dying because that's something that he doesn't want. I like that. That seems like a character.
Dude's got shit to live for.
This fucking image is so great. Like, as he's talking, he's just raising the blade. It's like,
Oh no.
But yeah, even from that shot, it's like, oh, unclear. But I guess she could have. I'm pretty. Oh. Yeah, and I like as well that they reveal that Silco is alive by having his cup slice falling down, showing that he's okay. And panting. Yeah, it's fucking great. Because he was not sure that Savika wouldn't kill him, and the most interesting part, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think she was sure.
Yeah, she looked really unsure. She had the moment to act, and she wasn't really sure about it. You could just tell in her face.
But yeah, loyalty came through, and I think he says something like, I can't remember the line.
Tempted?
No,
Did you
I
think
was
about
actually talking
doing it or
about
something?
the girl's son. You know, he's like, that would have been the
Oh yeah,
price.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was going to
this.
I
have
would
your
have had
son
your
killed
son
for
killed
this,
but I guess we're ahead on
kind
that.
of
We're already
ahead
ahead of this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're ahead on that
Get
account.
out.
It's just like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
Get out.
Can you say anything that's not cool?
I don't think so.
Talking about killing children is cool, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he
He's
says,
pretty good at it.
were you tempted? And she said, not for that worm or something like that. Implying
Not for a
that,
worm
yeah,
like
I mean,
me.
if the right guy comes along.
The right guy. Yeah.
But it's a good line because it tells you everything she's about. Like, I'm gonna follow number one. If I don't think you're the best person for Zorn, then I'm not gonna keep following you. That's why I didn't follow Vander.
Yeah.
It's basically get your shit in gear.
Oh, then we get, I think, Metal's
The-
favorite scene, and so now I'm going to
my
make you
favorite
describe it.
Fine, I'll
That's a good
do it. So, as you've seen before, we get to this. I guess it's like a wall at the water or something. It's not a bridge; it's a wall thingy. See, it gets like a little letter with the hammer symbol. It's like, oh shit, that's like Jay's thing. Like that's his house symbol. I think it was, if I
I
remember
think so,
correctly.
yeah.
Yeah, the symbol of House
Um,
Talus.
Yeah, Talus, exactly. So they meet up there, and they want to talk about how they could come to terms. And I think Silco, I'm not sure about the order anymore, but you can correct me on that if you want to. I think Silco says like, "Oh, you attack my facility, and then you wanna trade. That's kind of weak. So why would you do that?" And he basically says, "Okay, I want free
Well-
trade, free access." Huh?
Just one thing quickly I was going to point out, just right at the beginning, it's just like, look at their posture difference.
Oh yeah.
Hanging over a bit. And I think the first thing, I can't remember, whose line is this? Is it Silco's or Jace's? One of them says, I was reminded of what brought us together, the threats beyond our walls. And it's just, obviously, the place they're at, all these cannons aimed out to the rest of the world.
Yeah. I think that was Jace. I think that was Jace.
Yeah, Jace says that.
Yeah, the implication being they're meeting here because this place represents the border between Piltover and Zorn versus the rest of the world.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So yeah, Silco basically says, okay, I want free trade and free access to the Hextech gates, and I want my free nation of Zorn. So they want to be independent from Piltover. And then Jace basically says, okay, but you have to stop with Shimmer, and he's like halfway there already, because they destroyed the one facility, I guess.
Yeah.
And Jinx, and Silco doesn't like that part, because he immediately goes to protect her. It's like, oh, she was working for me, so you can have me instead. And then Jace just says the line, we can't make a deal with the snake and then cut off its head. We need someone to be responsible.
Which is another great line.
Yeah, and he also says, we all have our shitty parts to play. Get me Jinx and you get your nation of Zorn. And then he just leaves.
Yeah, Jace
I like
chads
how-
up in this scene pretty hardcore, actually.
Jace is
Yeah.
such a mega chad. And it's
Yeah,
so
he's
great
even got
because
Silco slightly upset. Sorry,
Yeah.
because like I notice how he's kept his eyes locked on Jace this whole time, like he's in control. But the moment that Jace asks for Jinx, his eyes start to divert to the side a few times, like get shifty, like hang
absolutely
on,
right,
she was
'cause-
acting under my orders.
Yeah, because he's not in control of the scene now, because it's like, it's showing a weakness.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
Because
I
he-
wanna-
Hey, hold on.
Because he arrived here all confident, like, oh look, he did one attack and now he's cucking out and wants to do some little trade. What a dingus.
And as
But then he goes
many
like,
would want us to point out, the choice he's just been
Yeah,
given
and he-
is Vanda's choice.
Yep.
Yes. It's just super interesting because normally the protagonist gets the choice at the end. Here we have the antagonist giving the choice. Because does Jace explicitly says like, oh, I just want to save you because you wouldn't win this war, we would massacre you.
Well, yeah,
and
there's
I
a
don't-
really cool interaction where he was like, you tipped your hand, you showed, like, the fact that we're meeting after you do your attack shows that like you don't have the balls to go through with it. And then Jace is like, no, I'm worried that I'm going to absolutely obliterate you.
Yeah.
And like, even Silco was kind of surprised by that response, just like,
Absolutely.
okay.
That's so great because he's right. He only used 2 hex tech weapons.
Well, look
he
what
saw
happened
how
last
effective
time
they are.
built over.
Yeah, exactly. Until last time they did.
And now they've got even super duper tech. Yeah.
Yeah,
really
they
like
might have shimmer, but that won't be enough to
there's
destroy or take over, build over.
There's a small interaction here as well. Oh yeah, there you go. That's actually fair. Jace knows the name Jinx thanks to Vi.
Yep.
Anyway, he goes to pull out his demands, I think, and Jace doesn't flinch. And, you know, like, because it could be a gun or whatever. And I think Silco's actually impressed.
And
like he does a little...
like, plants the paper against his coat. He doesn't really wait for him to get his hand out. He just goes, blonk.
Yeah, I just...
these two.
I'm just
pushes
like,
it
I
against
think Silco noticing he's not quite useless, this Jace guy. He's...
Yeah.
It's a really, really good scene. It's really cool because
it's
Silco's always had all the power in all the conversations, and he gets exactly what he wants almost immediately at the cost of something he loves. And it's like, wow. Yeah, and just it's actually a pretty straightforward deal, and it's reasonable.
Yeah,
it's heavily reasonable. It's the one thing that he really doesn't want to give up.
Get me the terrorist who attacked my city, and I'll give you all the stuff you want.
Seems everything.
Especially when
such
thinking
a good
about
deal
how...
for Zon. It's amazing deal. Like they could get off with basically everything for one person. But fortunately, the person is Jinx, and Silco is not gonna give her away.
We don't know. We don't know quite yet what decision he's gonna make. He's just really upset about this, though.
Yeah, which lines up with everything we've seen so far, and it's especially awkward because she did all of that to impress him back in episode 4.
Yeah, and now look, it's his well, we'll get to that.
Yeah,
consequences.
I just love that line with us. We can't make a deal with the snake and then cut off its head, and then immediately following up with we all have our shitty parts to play. It's like, damn, you're right.
I think this scene is like a testament to how far Jace has come, like as a character.
Yeah.
After all of his fumbling around, trying to figure out what the hell he wants to do, like with all of this energy and potential, no idea how and where to throw it.
And competing voices as well. Now it's like his voice is a lot louder in his own head. It's like
he's figured out what he thinks is right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Which I think is a larger theme in the show, maybe in terms of personal identification.
Someone said Silco is not Thanos tier. That's true. He's much better than Thanos.
He's better than Thanos.
Ooh.
Well, is that really an ooh statement? Like Thanos is pretty good in by
one movie,
standards, but in one movie, and then he had a second movie where he's a fucking clown,
cartoon villain,
just a giant clown. Very much a clown in that film.
I think people say shots fired. That shouldn't be controversial.
What do you mean shots fired? Was that ever in doubt?
I'm actually kind of surprised people don't agree with that.
He said, I meant not as good as sacrificing his daughter. True.
Oh,
Thanos is much better at doing that.
I see. Okay, I get
That's true. Yeah, he did.
Then we get a scene of Heimerdinger seeing the sanctuary and being thoroughly impressed. Specifically, that it's so amazing what you can all do in such little time. And then he's like, "Yeah, well, when your life depends on it, there's a lot of stuff you get done," which is kind of interesting to think about with everything that's happened with Heimerdinger. But yeah, he's got such wonder on his face, and it just makes me happy that Heimerdinger is now in a position where he can help some people who really need it, while also making up for maybe a lot of mistakes he's made in terms of not taking care of the Undercity as part of Piltover.
Yeah.
I hope to see more of that in a certain next season.
Yeah.
Arcane is cancelled.
No!
No, stop
the line.
No! Don't even talk about that!
In response to talking about the form is quite important as well. It says something like, you can't just give people what they need to survive, you have to let them live as well.
Yeah, give them what they need to live. Good shit.
Which is part of the more, expressive side of what you can do with science and ingenuity.
And then we get a lot of people's pick for best scene in the show.
Yeah, this is a strong one.
This is also
This
a
is one of
strong
my
one.
favorites.
Silco has everything he wants now. Everything he's tried to get since as early as he could probably remember. It's all on the table. He just has to exchange.
And what do I lose but problems?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says 1,000 times I've imagined this moment. The boy didn't even haggle. And what do I lose but problems? It all makes sense
Same thing
now.
Echo
It
said
all
as a
makes sense
kid.
now, brother.
Echo said the same thing as a kid. Remember that?
What about
I don't
Jace? Yeah,
actually.
Jace didn't haggle.
Yeah.
Ah, right. Yeah.
And you gradually realize he's at a statue dedicated to Vanda.
Jace's character development is that he does not learn to haggle.
Yes.
Fool.
Just say it. It all makes sense now, brother. Is there anything so undoing as a daughter?
Pours
is
a
a
drink
line-
out into the fountain for him.
Literally fucking... That is referenced, like, everywhere related to Arcane, that line.
Yeah.
Just so
Um.
important to the entire season.
Yep.
He should have just
Now-
said, "Bitches be trifling."
What's pretty great about this scene as well is that at this point in time, you're not quite sure what decision he's going to make.
Yeah.
But it's just really there's nobody around. You know, this is like the clearest expression of how he feels about something that's pretty core to his character. Well, pretty core, pretty much at his core. Yeah, it's really great. And then, but
this shot, by the way, before they reveal it, you see
can
this
see
shot. You
Jinx,
can just make her out. Yeah.
yeah, she's
Yeah.
Oh,
you see
yeah.
a little bit of hair.
Could also be Fringy.
Also a fucking great
It's
shot.
It's a really
Cool.
great shot. Look at him.
Yeah.
Because fucking Silco's had his thing like throughout the entire season of you have to stop at nothing. Like that's what power is, and that's how you get what you want. There is a base amount of like you need to be willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. And of course, he has been willing to sacrifice things with his
Up
release
until
of Shimmer
now.
into the Undercity, but
Except for this.
nothing quite so personal to him.
Well, this
So,
says
like,
Echo on the
he-
thing.
He's never had to like
say that,
give
yeah.
up something that he personally cares about, or at least it doesn't seem that way.
He
Not on this
fucking
level, at least.
Pours one out for Vanda too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a gesture of like I get it now.
Well, someone said it's interesting that he allowed that statue to even exist. Respect for a fallen brother. It's like I think he's got a lot of mixed feelings about Vanda.
Yeah.
Plus, it would make him look really, really bad.
Deny
It
the
would
statue.
make him. It would make him look bad to a certain extent. Yeah, because there'd still be people who like Vanda.
Vanda was still like
A lot of people
Cancels
like
Vander and tears down his statue.
I would still say like Vanda, whether or not he became the lie that Silco was going to tell, it's like he would still have represented the beginnings of, you know, saving the Undercity.
Yep.
Yeah, Jinx is in a bad way. And so seeing her here, and look at these eyes, she's already thinking like, Jesus Christ, Silco's gonna give me up. For reference,
Everyone's abandoning me.
she's basically at critical. She doesn't know what to trust at all in any way, shape, or form anymore. Plus, she's shimmer boosted, and she's just gone through like the worst torment she's probably ever had in her life. She wants answers now, and so that's why she's gotten Caitlyn already, and this is why she's with Silco. She's in a bad way, but we'll come back to that. But now, we got a big old fight scene.
Pick fight scene.
They have like there's two little guards outside, little tank bros, and I think Savika spots something through the door that implies they've been beaten up, and so she's already getting ready for like something bad's about to happen. Yeah, there's like a blood splatter, I think. He notices it first, and then she basically tells everybody to get the fuck out, so she and Vi can have their final fight. It's funny to me, by the way, like, there's memes about how they constantly have fights throughout the season. It's like, it's twice.
Two
But-
fights.
I guess it can feel like more. I don't know. So I guess this will be one of their moments of just showing some of the cool bits in the fight. The track is pretty
Yay.
awesome.
Yeah.
It's, and they're pretty rough. They rip the fuck into each other.
It's a
Yeah, it's
really
a-
violent fight.
A violent fight.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Stand violence.
I like that first grab she gets on her and throws her across the room, and Savika during the throw is like, "What the fuck is happening?"
What magic bullshit is this?
The weight in the middle as well when Vi takes off one of her fucking gloves to go and get a drink while Savika catches her breath.
Oh, I love that
Yeah.
part. I also love
And
the
she just flings the glass at Savika.
yeah, and Savika's just like, "Fucking fuck off." Like,
Annoying.
yeah, they don't show us a lot of the fight. It's a lot of it's from the outside, and then yeah, Vi just looking to have a break, which is really fun to put in fights.
Yeah, because fights are exhausting. If you didn't know, like you
Yeah,
move
dude.
a lot.
Get hit, it kind of hurts.
It hurts.
Yeah.
And look, she does
Your
the
fist.
thing with her arm again. Same arm. Yeah. Like a tick like that. I don't know. But yeah. I'll try and get the shot. Here it is. I think. Copyright makes this awkward, but yeah. It really does come across as like, don't do that. You don't need to do that. Don't throw the glass at me.
This is a fist fight. Come on.
And I love the
Also, I have a
the yell Vi does before flipping the pool table, because it's probably pretty heavy. She's like screaming, then punching it right at her. It's like, again, look at these fucking frames. Awesome as hell.
Wham.
And yeah,
the reaction at first seeing the blade.
Oh yeah, I guess I could show that as well. Because we saw Savika's blade, but there it is. Swish. God, that's a surprise and a half, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, look on
Yeah.
Vi's face throughout the
Oh,
entire
shit.
little bit.
Yeah, Savika kind of beats her ass at this point, because she keeps going to try and block these, like, big old blasts.
Yeah.
And it just starts
Does
to
she
just...
also power up more with the
Like-
juicy juice?
Well, this
doesn't-
spends Savika's power when she does each of these moves, and then she has to...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she even lands one of the sword thing on one of the gauntlets, and it's like burning her, and she screams again. It's just like, yeah, be hurt. It's a fight.
Yeah.
Consequences. Woo!
Yeah, and Savika
really
stabs
like it
the
'cause-
blade right through the gauntlet, and it fucks with the power core, I guess, of it.
And suddenly it's really heavy.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
Vi, I don't know that this sword even like necessarily makes it a completely uneven fight. Vi just loses because she doesn't know what the fuck's happening, so she's caught completely off guard. She doesn't know how to block this thing or when she should counter.
Yeah, it's not the usual fight. And then we get a little chat from an old friend. Because Vi's about to be fucking wasted, and while, yeah, Savika's repowering the arm, she's putting in more shimmer.
That's a interesting design change, by the way, because she does that with her new arm after the shimmer tank thingy on the first one gets shot off.
Mhm.
Yeah, this one has like
displaying
the
a
guard on
structural
it and
weakness.
stuff, so you wonder if she did that because it can't be shot off as easily this time around.
And I guess it lets her regulate the income of shimmer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like it goes in when she puts the
Because-
thingies in it rather than just pumping
Yeah, when she
whenever
was-
it feels like it.
When she was charging the arm, it seemed to like affect her body in a bit, and I don't think she wanted that to happen anymore. So she
Mhm.
came up with a better method, something a little less contact heavy to her actual body.
Someone said, "Why doesn't she see a glimpse of Vanda playing the guitar on his porch?" It's like, ugh, that fucking game.
Oh man.
Yeah, Vanda says, "Your god needs work. I wish I could say it gets easier, but I'd be lying. He still needs you. They all do.
Get back up.
Yeah, more than enough to get it back up."
Just get back up.
And just a reminder of how much Vanda's awesome. Only 3 episodes you got him
Cool.
for, you know?
Yeah,
And really,
Good
it's like
stuff.
2.5.
left a good impact. What can you say?
But yeah, she gets back into the fight and she fucking wrecks Savika with like an energy fieldy move that bounces her up for a second and it gives her a chance to grab the arm and pull it so hard that it just rips at the seam, which would be at her body.
You know she had that energy field move?
She had
I guess
no
she did.
idea.
I don't think she
Look
had
at
any
her,
idea
like
she had it.
you look at the look on her face, like what the fuck? But then she just capitalizes on it. It's like, nope, roll with it. She's in the air. She's defenseless.
Passive in
Destroy.
the video game.
Well, and it's not just that, but I think that it's more than reasonable for this. It looks to be like if you were mining and there was some kind of collapse, that this is what designed to prevent the collapse from killing you. Yeah.
Reactive when you bring your arms up to like cover yourself from something above.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah, something like
that links together well.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. We've seen it with Jace's hammer. There was a similar power, so it's not hard for me to believe that was something that was in the gauntlets.
It is a part of Jace's design. He doesn't want to make weapons. He really does want to help people.
They weren't meant to be weapons.
Yeah.
Allowing the shield to come out of something as like an emergency thing is like, yeah, dude, that's what Jace would do.
That's the thing with humans, man. We took the nuke, just a standard tool, and we turned that into a weapon.
Good job. Yeah.
You're like, wait, what was it? What was it for before? You're like, oh, you know,
purely decorative. Purely decorative.
Yeah, I just like as well that something's gotta give is the phrase, but if you pull really hard, where is it gonna rip on this line? And it's like probably where Savika's arm connects to Savika's shoulder. That's gonna be the weakest point. Look at that fucking face from Vi too, damn. Yeah, she yanks it off, gives her a good gut punch, and throws her into the wall. And it's an interesting moment because Savika's not dead. She's definitely not killed her. But this is I've won. Like the fight is over. I won. And she screams. So why does she do that?
Sorry, I had to sneeze. I figure it's just, I don't know, she's just overwhelmed as shit that stuff's actually going right for her, I guess. It doesn't look like a particularly happy scream, so it's really tough to tell what's going on through her head. I mean, you got better insight than me, go for it.
My take would be that combined with all of the normal pressures, this was actually something of a goal she's had since Savika and Manny betrayed Vanda. This is like representative of some form of justice for Vanda. And the fact that he showed up as well.
For which he has received none so far.
Yeah.
Justice.
This is a big bit of closure right here. That's been gunning for what, 7 years?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if we've talked enough about Vi, but I like her quite a bit. He does
He's a good ass character.
Man, does she have to work to get those things to happen that she wants to happen? And it's not even seconds later she's like, Silco. He's the last one she's got to fucking obliterate.
Ultimately,
and she goes to pick up the second gauntlet, and look at what they do with this framing. Uh-oh. And yeah, it's just safe to assume that Jinx would have wanted to collect Vi as well. She probably watched the fight. And she says, bravo, sis. Knocks her the fuck out. And I've seen 2 criticisms. One, how did Jinx get in that place without Vi realizing?
I mean, she was a little bit distracted.
Just kind of trying to beat the hell out of someone, you know.
It's such a fucking frustrating question. It's like, man, was there anything else going on? And is Jinx capable of sneaking up on people anyway? And does she have any variables right now that make her fast? No.
Yes.
Well,
yes,
that's like
yes
to all of them. Yes. Yeah.
It's like bad writing to me.
Yeah, just bad writing. And then the second criticism. Wow, Vi doesn't even react to the sound of Powder talking or Jinx talking.
Tired.
I just said that like we're talking literally like a second. It's just the woman is fucking barely awake. Like, can you chill?
Someone in chat just wrote Vi didn't place wards.
Didn't place wards.
Well, y'all are gonna have to finish it up because I need to go.
Damn, we got so close.
So we got so
close. But you're gonna have to round out the end because I have to be on my way for the night.
Who's your favorite character?
That's probably Jace.
Right.
But there's a lot of
uncommon pick, by the way.
It should not be. He should be a top tier pick.
I like Jace a lot, but I think there is a reason why he's a less common pick. Not for lack of being a great character, but more given the competition.
I'm torn between Jason Silco.
Okay.
It's tough to say.
Wow. So, on the basis of who's the most popular and least popular, where does Jinx sit for you?
Not too interested. She's very well written, just not something I have much of an interest in terms of like a character. I guess it just doesn't quite do it for me.
Well,
But she's very well written.
In I guess short terms, do you think that in the mold of characters like just to say the Harley Quinn archetype feels like it's a little bit too reductive, but in that mold, how do you think that she compares to like other characters in that mold? Typically?
I can't think of any that are better. I mean, she would be at the top, I assume. I can't, no one that I can think of comes close to that, unless I'm just forgetting one for some reason. I assume she's the
Margot
best.
Robbie's Harley Quinn.
Oh no, ugh. I hate her.
Well, the fact that she got 3 movies and it still feels like she hasn't moved anywhere at all.
Basically, yeah. In 3 movies, we know practically nothing about her.
It's so hard to. It's so hard to see. Like they always try to characterize Harley Quinn as like, oh, this really poor soul and everything, but she's like, oh, look how she deals so quirky. But it's like it's when we try to. I don't know what it is about Harley Quinn. I mean, she's funny and all in like the Batman animated series and stuff, but I don't know, man. When they try to really characterize her, I have trouble believing that she's gone from a doctor to a crazy person just by talking to Joker. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, no, that would be one. Yeah, that if you were to write the scenes that drive her to, you know, fall in love with him and simultaneously kind of lose her mind and stuff, it's like, yeah, that'd be tough to write. But someone should do it.
Well,
yeah, you know, like I really liked the way they did it in Suicide Squad.
No,
where it's just like, yeah, she fell in love with him, like, yeah, you know the way, yeah, that happens. Just, you know, that's what happened. Shut up. What do you mean that doesn't make any sense?
You're a bad person.
So I guess if that's done, I'll go ahead and I'll leave.
Yeah. Well,
I'll
when we see you again, I might ask you just some basic end of show questions, just so that people get answers. You know, like favorite scene, favorite episode. If you have any of those, like, you know, just standard normal questions. But until then, we shall.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. I will see all of you later.
Bye.
Later on, dude.
Boy.
And it's funny as well. It's like, this is it now. I think all we get is like scenes of the Piltover council talking and the final scene. That's the main thing we get. So you have good old Jay says, my recent unsanctioned activities have taught me that we are not fit to rule those in our Undercity. They are right not to trust us. Mel was right. Victor and I have one final proposal. Peace. And they're already like,
what? How dare thee?
We do cut back and forth to these 2 big scenes, so I'm not sure how we should go about this.
Maybe we should take it with that scene first in its entirety up until like right at the end, and then just go from the Jinx thing until the end.
The council scene makes sense first, right?
Up until a certain point, yes.
To me, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to remember. They propose sovereignty and peace, and they're all like, ah, and then we get I think is the next time we return to this the shot of Mel putting down a family ring, and then saying, "I agree with Councillor Talis' proposal." And I think what we're supposed to gather from that is that if she starts the train, we can get the rest of them on board.
Yeah.
And this is huge for Mel. Because this is the decision between her house and what if she's wanted her whole life, or the violence that the war will bring. And she ends up choosing to go with peace with Jace's side. And I think we're probably in the clear for saying nothing more until...
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably it.
I think Jace specifically says he made a deal with...
was it?
Silco, right?
Yep.
I think he
Yeah,
says
they're
that.
Specifically
mad
said
about
that.
that.
Yes.
They're mad about it. It's
Yeah, they're very.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
they're pretty pissed about it.
That's
Get
one
Yeah.
over
ritual.
our heads.
Well, look at the fucking techno union leader. Look at him. He's just ain't happening.
Paper.
Paper says no.
He has
Paper
no
says
soul.
no.
Fuck you, Jace. Eat shit.
Which would bring us to the beginning of the big old lost scene. So, what's really cool, and I planted a flag for this in the beginning of the first episode, when good old Vi wakes up, the first thing she sees is the I think you knew the name of it as well, right, Theo? This
The
device.
Valdiani.
That's what she calls it. Yeah, she's Jinx's own version. She's made one, and it's just like it's so quick, and you don't have to think anything of that at all. But if you remember it, then yeah, she really liked it. She made her own. Just a neat detail. And so yeah, we don't really know what's going on. Vi's tied up, and Jinx is doing evil villain speech in the background while walking around. And she says that they're in the same area that Vanda was killed. That's like just where they are right now. And she says Silco thinks he made Jinx with all of his ranting. Excise your doubts, become what they fear. Like everything was the same. That's when Vanda left him, but he didn't make Jinx. You did. Which is true. If you look at the events, unfortunately, as they unfolded, that one arguably small and arguably wise decision Vi made has had such drastic repercussions that have brought us all the way here. That's why episode 3 is super, like, hyper impactful.
Yeah.
That one scene. And she says, I never meant to leave you. And as she's, like, panickingly looking around trying to find where Jinx is, because she keeps, like, the voice keeps coming from different areas, she says, I always heard you, shadows in the street, prickles on my neck, your voice pushing me, picking me up. When, she says, when all the colors were black, you're the reason I'm still alive. There's a lot to think about.
Good stuff.
And then you get the, I think this was a part of, like, this is the climax of the trailer for the show, but she says, are we still sisters? Vi says, nothing's gonna change that.
It's easy to say.
Easier said than
Just how fucking creepy Jinx is in this scene compared to before.
Yeah. The glowing purple eyes, like, oh boy.
Yeah, she reveals that Silco's tied up here, and she says he took everything from us. He stabbed Vanda here in the back like he would do to me. And he says you'd abandoned me when you knew the truth. So yeah, this is just everything that she's been dealing with throughout the season, Jinx. She has no fucking answers that she can believe. And I think then she basically says, like, it's gonna be up to you. Will I be sitting in which chair? And you got a chair that has Jinx written on it, and it's like made of metal and it's all spindly. And then the powder chair is just wooden and, dare I say, very normal looking. It's just like,
she's
I
got
feel
all
like
her little sparkly powder bombs over there next on the table.
just felt very deliberate that they did the chairs that way. Because, you know, Powder's a little more chill than Jinx. You know?
A little bit.
A little bit. But yeah, and she's also got, like, places set for Vanda, Milo, and Clagger. And she says, oh, there's one more person. And said, I gave your girlfriend a little visit. And this is the thing. This is, you know, it's gonna be different for everybody, but she turns up with a fucking platter. And like,
yeah, for a moment there.
It's because, like, it's Caitlyn. You wouldn't kill Caitlyn. She fired a gun like once. Yeah, then she lifts it up, and I just had the exact same reaction as Vi. I was just like, no. Like,
No.
what's in the
Jinx
box?
is just loving it.
Yeah, she says, I'm not that crazy. It's just like,
Not
I
that
don't know,
good.
Jinx. I don't know.
I think you are.
You're
I think
not
you are
yeah.
that crazy.
All she does is lift it up, and it's a cupcake with the gem on top of it. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, jeez, I'm not that crazy.
Yeah,
Don't you
for me it
even-
was like, would they? They wouldn't, but they would, right? But wouldn't they? I don't.
I had pretty much the same reaction, like, oh no, no, no.
And Jinx is genuinely fascinated by how much Vi is terrified as well. She's like, hey,
Yeah.
really is getting to you.
Yeah.
They even flash a picture of
Yeah, they flashed the
Caitlyn.
picture. Oh man.
I love how Silco
Yeah.
wouldn't have given a shit either way. He'd just been like, okay. Who even was that?
He was just witnessing this, like, ugh, cringe.
Cringe.
I'm the important one. Who's Caitlyn? Nobody cares.
I would have totally got the head on. I would have totally got the
Just
head on there.
I'm just imagining Silco going, oh, cringe.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Pops the thing off. You are cringe.
Now, Jinx has very simple math here. Does Vi care more about me or Caitlyn? I think an easy way to prove that is that I'll offer to be Powder if she just kills Caitlyn. Oh, that's simple. So she hands her the gun and she's
Easy.
like, kill her. Just to prove that we're chill. But Vi's just like, no.
No.
And she's like, that's pretty fucking annoying and proof that I'm not valued as much as Caitlyn, huh? And then she puts the gun on Caitlyn herself. It's just like a matter of, like, God, it's so much more complicated than that. Why do you think that, like, just, oh yeah, just kill her and everything will be great? It's like, no. But yes, I think Silco starts wibble-wobbling. And so Jinx is like, alright, what do you have to say about all of this? And like the first thing he says is, she's lying, she's absolutely lying, she's not gonna be fucking
Her
friends with you.
name is Jinx.
Oh yeah, because he believes in Jinx. He fucking is done with Powder. Powder's shit. And he says, the top side has offered me everything in exchange for you, but they can all burn. Everyone betrays us. They'll never understand. It's only us. You are my daughter. I'll never forsake you. So now there's a lot to think about.
Like,
Yeah.
all that talking about how he betrayed her, and all of a sudden she's like, "Oh man, that's really sweet."
Yeah.
He also makes the very good point of like, I'll be with you a day before she realizes that things have changed.
Yeah, that you're not that girl anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Milo starts talking, so she shoots him. The little teddy bear vision, I guess, or whatever it is. And it makes a glass fall over and smash in such a way that it can be used as a cutting item right next to Caitlyn. Pretty convenient.
Yeah.
Ultimately, well, we're about to get to how much that leads to. So, as she's talking to Silco and definitely getting some feels, look at her. She's already breaking apart when he's explaining how much he should be given a chance and stuff.
I think the fact that she shoots Milo just quickly, like that says a lot. She's had enough.
Yes, I'm making the decisions now. Shut the fuck up. She hears her gun being prepped, I think, or at least the look at her expression, like, ugh. Because annoyed. I'm trying to figure stuff out, Caitlyn. Like, seriously.
You're gonna give me a minute.
Yeah, and then Silco just looks very like, oh shit, because something's gonna happen here. And it's very unclear because anything really could happen.
What is kind of interesting is he doesn't seem at all caring about his own welfare right now. All that matters to him right now is whether or not Powder or Jinx is convinced whether or not she's Powder, and that seems to be the only thing that matters to him right now.
It's the closest to desperate I think we've seen him. His expression immediately when Kate pulls the gun on Jinx. He's like, oh, fuck.
But yeah, Jinx tries to draw it to shoot Caitlyn, but Caitlyn shoots around her before she can even pull the trigger, and I think the idea is supposed to be that Caitlyn's saying, I will be faster than you. So don't. Which is interesting, considering you do typically have to spool before you can fire, and she's got a pistol, which is just instant, and she's a very good shot with it.
Mm.
But Jinx does take that as proof. I won't be able to shoot you before you shoot me. Fine. And she's like a little goofily does like a putting it down, and then I think Vi realizes what's about to happen because she then like frowns, and she does a fast shimmer move, and grabs the gun and knocks it into Caitlyn. So really, Caitlyn temporarily breaking out really doesn't have any kind of effect on anything. She goes back to being in that position straight away. So down she goes. Because I was a little annoyed with the glass. I was like, really? I was like, oh, okay.
Glass can do that, huh?
I can believe that, I guess, but certainly not that quickly. And just, gosh, that's a lucky wombo. But she goes to kill Caitlyn, and then Vi starts pleading with her and does something that's probably not wise. She says,
"No, yeah,
damn it, Powder. Remember who you are." And then she starts. But you have Silco in the background being like, "No, shut the fuck up! No." He's trying to.
No. Pitch and Milo, it's like, no.
The way everyone appears to her.
Well, yeah, let's get a look at these visuals, shall we? Already, it's just like,
No, it's not helping to picture these people, alright?
Yeah.
Vi just fundamentally doesn't understand that the past is not a place of refuge for Jinx.
Yeah.
Which I think is a really good way of doing this, because how could she know that?
Well, yeah, and we talked about it in a different call, but it was just recently that we had Vi picturing Vanda, and compare that to this.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh.
So you might notice that Vanda's pictured as kind of a wolf a little bit. So I don't know.
Yeah, we did talk about that in the first stream, right? The connection to Warwick.
Yeah.
But that feels like another overt, like they knew what they were doing. They knew.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just it's perfectly in line with Vi to think that appealing to these people would help, but it's a fucking disaster on Jinx's end.
Yeah.
And yeah, Silco manages to get at the gun that she put down just earlier when obviously it was all the big dramas were happening, and he gets his chance while she's just getting absolutely fucking torn to shreds in her own brain. But the part that I absolutely love is he grabs the gun, and we've seen her do this before as well with how this gun works. Because I fucking don't know how it works, but I know that before firing it, you do a little twink thing, tink sound, a little thing pops out, and that sound is obviously something that she's going to be pretty familiar with. It shows him, it does the thing, and then we cut right into her, and she looks up, because that's the sound she knows. She knows her gun's about to be fired, and so just reacts, grabs the Gatling gun, and shoots Silco. Which is a decision. It's, I mean, you know, fundamentally, in that moment, you have to decide, let Silco kill Vi or kill Silco. You gotta choose between the two.
Doesn't she
split-second decision to make.
Doesn't she just swing around on their, like, shots and...
Yeah,
oh, no, wait,
like
that's probably from Silco.
Yeah, Silco fires one shot off at Vi,
yeah.
and it misses.
Yeah, he misses. He hits her in the shoulder, I think.
Grazes
Silco
it.
shot
Yeah,
first.
grazes the shoulder.
Silco shot first.
Yeah, I mean...
Silco was probably very displeased that Vi was causing Jinx to hurt in that way, and she didn't even realize.
This expression of just, that's it. I'm
Yeah.
out. That's
I'm
about
outie.
that.
Fuck.
And yeah, a lot of people get upset by this in terms of just, no, Silco.
I like that guy.
Yeah, she immediately regrets the decision, quote unquote, but I don't know that she regrets that Vi's life was saved. You know, it's a very complicated thingamajiggle happening here.
Yeah, I've saved one, but I just lost the other of my family.
I don't think she
I'm not
meant to do that.
Yeah, she just kind of did it on reflex because that's what she is. She is just as impulsive as Vi at this point, but to a much more crazy degree.
Yeah, and then we get another line that's constantly referenced. Silco says, "I never would have given them to you, you to them, not for anything. Don't cry. You're perfect."
Doesn't
And
even
that's
care that he's
Silco.
dying. It's just like, oh, it's gonna make sure
His
she's
last
okay.
concern is to
I-
make sure that she's okay. Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
so much to say about his choice to say this last. If we go with he wants his plan to be enacted, I don't, because a lot of people argue that that might be his primary motivation. I don't think it is, because he doesn't even mention it.
No.
I think his primary motivation is letting her know he loved her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And clarifying in no uncertain terms when there's kind of no reason to lie at this point. It's just like, nope, yeah, you're my daughter. And I love you just the way that you are, which is pretty significant for Jinx because like a whole issue that she's been grappling with for the series is the idea that she is like deeply, deeply flawed. Like
She
either
is.
way, you know. Well, I mean, she is, but like you know, everybody keeps telling her that.
Like Silco, even for better or for worse, I think it's important to specify Silco completely validated her as exactly who she was.
Yeah, which is something that she has received from nobody else.
It's just
at
someone
all.
just
Yeah,
wanted
Like,
to-
not even
she was
Vi, because
desperate
Vi wants
for.
Yeah.
Powder, not Jinx.
Yeah, Vi keeps calling her Powder. Not Jinx.
Yeah, but she's not And wow, actually, I'm jumping the gun a little bit.
Yeah,
because
we're
that's,
almost
like,
there.
10 seconds later.
Just want to comment again, the fucking expression in this moment, too.
Mhm.
Look at those eyes. There's so much feeling in those eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And then a moment later.
But yeah, that's it for Silco. I don't know if is it now the time to talk about Silco as a whole, since that is the end of his story.
Sounds good to me.
What a fucking
Sure.
fantastic
Okay with that.
character.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Excellent
excellent villain.
I think he is my favorite character.
Yeah, I would second
Same.
that. Vi comes in as a close second. I like Vi a lot.
Wow,
Silco is just so fucking good.
My second is probably Victor.
Hey, we're
But,
close to being able to talk about that, alright? Our listings of
Give it a
favorite
minute.
characters and characters. I
Yeah.
just specifically about Silco, it's just a wonderfully complete story. It's absolutely phenomenal. His dialogue is top notch. This guy comes across as completely in control of all of the horrible elements of his own empire that have all seemed to be in aid of one particular goal that isn't at all evil, the goal itself. It's just that he's so ruthless and he's decided early on in life that the only way to achieve said goal is to not have any limits about it. Which, hey...
only to them.
It
completely
reflects
pulled up.
lines from a certain... I want to get a message to Theo and Fringy specifically without saying anything else to anyone else, so... A certain blue person? That should be enough.
Mr. Manhattan.
She, the blue person...
I found that was pretty funny. Fine,
says,
okay.
if you want to win a war, you must serve no master but your ambition, I think is something that she says. She's got a lot of really good lines, but Silco would have liked her quite a bit. He just spends the whole fucking season being the Mega Chad, and then right at the end, he gets the exact same situation that he killed Vanda for. It's nothing but meaningful. It's amazing. His big criticism of Vanda was giving it up to the Enforcers and choosing his family over the Zorn. Like, over Zorn's independence, over Zorn's... Just making a deal with them at all is fucking disgusting. How could you? And then it's like, he gets everything he could ever want on a platter in exchange for the daughter. And Vanda gives himself up for Vi, and Silco gives himself up for Jinx, or at least gives up Zorn for Jinx.
Silco had no frame of reference for that criticism he was leveling before, but he gets it now.
He gets it now.
That's the really important thing. Like,
well, it's a different experience can inform like how well you're able to interpret a message or some sort of lesson.
It's easier. I don't want to say easy, but it's easier to say from the outside you should have given up your family or whatever else. You should have made some great personal sacrifice for the cause. But when it's you, I don't know. It's a little bit more difficult.
Like, people have guessed Nebula and Yondu as my mystery blue person. No, it's not Marvel. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know who it is.
Don't worry about it.
Yes, Dr. Manhattan. There you go. But yeah,
I said that like 5 minutes ago.
no, you didn't. You said like Dr. Wumhattan. You said some weird version.
No.
Don't count.
I even said,
Mr.
oh, nobody
Manhattan.
laughed. That's sad.
Yeah, you
and
said
then
Mr.
nobody
Manhattan.
acknowledged
That's
me.
different.
No, fuck you.
Yeah.
Idiot. Doctor and Mr. are two different titles.
I don't care.
Fucking Wum.
I'm Dr. Assist.
But yeah, he's gone. His light is faded. His watch is ended, and he's fucking completely broken. And then soon after that, she's in a different state.
Yep. And then she makes a decision.
Just look at that expression. I fucking can't get over how
That's
good
not
this
a
shit
look
is.
of resignation.
The information I get from looking at these faces, I'm like, I understand exactly what she's feeling right now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to say nothing. We got you.
Yep.
You've got the spooky mental damage whispers going in the background, just quietly.
So much on her plate. She was probably fucking wrong about Silco. That's what that is. I made a mistake there. Jesus Christ, he was probably the best person for me in terms of accepting me for who I am. And then Vi is like, yeah, hello? Are you? And then they just have this shot where she's just thinking and breathing, and it's like, you, what's going on? I remember at this point in the scene, I was just like, good God, anything could happen right now.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Makes a decision.
Oh yeah, I guess
Very important one.
She makes a very important decision.
regarding Silco,
Yeah.
I think it's worth mentioning as well that the connection of Vander sees himself in Vi and gives her the advice he believes is needed, that he would have wanted when he was younger, and Silco does that exact same shit with Jinx, to the point where his calling her perfect, I'm pretty sure, is simply commenting on what he would have liked to have heard when he was trying so hard when he was so young. So much of growing and nurturing their respective children relates to them as people as well. It's like, maybe they can turn out better. But yes, her kill count right now is staggering. For people that she's killed, in a sense, both of her fathers, as a result of her actions. The two of her childhood best friends, and she is, there is no powder anymore. Like, this is the big moment that's obviously made clear by her choosing to sit in the Jinx chair. It's just a matter of coming to terms with a lot of that. She says, I thought maybe you could love me like you used to, even though I'm different, but you changed too. Here's to the new us.
A little
Yes,
pause
new
before she
us.
says, even like different in the even though I'm different, the look on her face. Like, she's not all too commonly like enormously lucid about what she's become, but there's a couple of times. The first time when she says to Vi in episode 6, things changed when you left. I changed. And then this time, like, it's a really subtle kind of thing to just tell you she is not pleased with how she's ended up.
The thing that's making her so lucid is the idea of wanting to go back to how things were before, right? And realizing how that just wouldn't work anymore and she wouldn't fit into that situation
It's
today.
not even her. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is I'm really glad that this is what happened, because it just feels more honest to me. You know how like a lot of things do that. I know you're in there deep down. This is more recognition of
You're right.
Unfortunately, when you go on a certain track in life and then you have all of these experiences and you do these things, you end up in a place where it's like, no, actually, no. She's Jinx.
She could form a new, better person, but she's never going to be exactly who she was before.
Yeah, I mean, well,
she can improve, but she can't. But she can't undo.
The show has several episodes beginning with what I would refer to as possibly like core memories, core experiences for people that's defined them going forward. And like, I think the show is arguing, it's like, you can't just undo them. Like, you can't
just undo them with an appeal to like, hey, come on, we can be a family again. It's like, what does that mean? Like, the person you're talking to is not the person that you knew. it's over. There is no like appeal that you can make that can just reverse years of your life in terms of how that forges you as an individual.
No
People
fancy
don't
pants
change
speech is gonna
readily
undo
in
that
that
shit.
way.
Yeah.
There is no speech that you can give that's gonna,
Yeah.
undo that.
This,
Especially from Vi's POV. Vi, she doesn't have anything to work with. She hasn't seen this person in so long, and Jinx has gone through a lot of very formative experiences without her.
Everything she appeals to is years old and tied to an extremely traumatic memory.
I mean, that's the thing for Vi. That's just a struggle throughout this whole show. She's just unaware. There's so much she's missed out on. It even reflects hardcore with Echo, because Echo's just like, are you crazy? Like, with a lot of the things you're saying, it's like you have no idea what's happened. I love this shot as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, that shot's my favorite, with the line over the top of it.
And yeah, for game fans again, it's like, is she about to fucking ulti?
She's about to ulti the council!
God damn.
So yeah, super stylized, looks fucking amazing, and it seems that Vi knows what she's about to do, and she feels bad about it. Caitlyn is distraught, to say the least.
Because her mom's up there.
Yep.
Also, Jinx screams like hell when she's firing that thing. I would imagine it may be related that it's painful to fire because of all the energy, but I imagine it's because she's not exactly happy about doing this.
I think that's a lot of rage in there.
She just kind of lost yet another father, and now she's just like, fuck the world!
Well, and this was Silgo's design. This is the thing, we're almost to the end of the events of the show, and so we can just talk about things in general, but... yeah, we got a flash of Heimerdinger and Echo happily working away and discussing stuff while the camera shows us a clock in the foreground.
Mm-hmm.
That's just satisfying to see. And as they show this, each council member is voting yes to the peace. We see Singed is holding a locket with what we presume to be his now lost daughter, and it could end up being that's Oriana, as has been mentioned before.
That's the precise same hairstyle.
It is. And we get a very quick shot of what has to be Warwick.
Yeah.
Look at him up there. Look at him up there. That's what I had missed earlier.
That's going to be big hype.
It's just so quick.
Yeah.
People will be excited to see Warwick.
I'd be excited.
Yeah, and we see that Mel's mum checks out the painting that Theo was mentioning earlier, but it's like scribbled apart, sort of like paint has been splashed over it. Very much
defaced it with yellow gold. I wonder what that could mean.
Is gold is evil?
No, it's a color that one would associate with Piltover.
No, gold is evil. And she's saying that Noxus is evil. No, Piltover's like green. I don't know where you've been. Like fully green.
Oh, my bad.
But yeah, you know, these are all, as far as I'm concerned, just a flash of a couple of images of don't leave once you hit the credits, alright, we'll be back. There's lots of stuff to do. Yeah, the next one is, well, there's this shot, and a friend of mine unironically got confused that Jinx was trying to blow up the moon. And
that would have been confusing.
Wonderful.
That would have been very confusing, yes.
Like, oh no, she's shooting at the council. Oh no, it's also moon. Okay, we're good.
He said that when he first finished the show, he was absolutely lost at this point, and so the scene wasn't really working for him because he was pretty sure that it's stupid to try and blow up the moon. It's such a like absurd, cartoony thing, like Jinx's final plan to blow up the moon.
I mean, if I'm looking at this shot right now, it kind of looks like it's flying to the moon.
Yeah, I know, it's super stylistic at that point, but yeah, this probably best represents
not the moon.
The way these two feel about this event.
Not great.
And yeah, just to fade into Caitlyn's
like,
mom as well.
Mom! fucking
Well, yeah, who
Vi's
also
like,
votes
"Are
for
you
peace,
fucking
which,
kidding me?"
as this is progressing, it's getting gradually more and more sad that basically the
Yeah.
entire council have voted yes.
Like all happy. It's like, yay, we did it.
The
We did
rocket's almost
it!
prepared, and yeah, we just, you know, it's got to be mentioned that they show Mel's back light up
Yeah.
right here, and it looks like she's noticed something right before the rocket hits. So I don't know what they're trying to tell us with that, but we'll find out next time, because this is the last thing you see before it's over.
Yeah.
That's such a cool ass shot.
So good.
Yeah.
And that's Arcane.
We finished the season with an LT. How cool is that?
It really is.
And not for no reason.
Mel's gonna be a support character, and her ulti will be to make everybody in the room be unable to drop below 1 HP.
Nice.
AoE Tryndamere ult, please no.
Yeah, just wait for it. Wait for it to happen.
Wait, hold on. No, hold on. That ult already exists.
I was about to say, I think that does exist, right? The
That's Kindred's ult.
yeah. Gosh, Theo, what are you, a shitty LOL expert? Jeez.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. it is.
So
Roll credits. Good shit.
now what are
music
we to
in that
talk
last
What
about?
scene,
outcome are we hoping for from that cliffhanger is my first question, right?
Well,
Right.
I'm gonna make a guess and say Jace cannot die. He might even have a shielding thingy on something, because he's been putting shielding thingies on all his tech. Maybe he might have one on him. Who knows?
My guess, reality is that everyone dies except Jace, Victor, and Mel. I'm guessing that's what
And
they'll
that
do.
Victor
Yeah.
might get very badly hurt.
That's probably what they'll do, yeah. What we would like them to do, because this has been discussed in different calls, but came up with this scenario, which I would like to describe the scenario with fucking teeth, okay? Season 2 opens with a brutally injured Victor crawling out of that room covered in blood.
Yeah.
Everyone in there's dead. They've been torn to shreds. Jace, goodbye, and Mel, goodbye. There's no way they'd do this, but that would be the balls on them for doing that, you know? And he crawls his way...
I want that to do. I want that.
Crawls his way to the Hex Core, because that's the level of desperation he needs to get him to use the Hex Core again to save him.
Oh, I mean, we could actually see him use the hex core on Jace and then Mel, and then like the power is out or anything and he can't revive the rest. That could be how they live.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to say that there's no way for them to do it that would, like, not... Like, the idea that they keep the 3 of those alive and I can't be happy with that is like, it'll depend. It'll really depend on how they execute it, because they have dropped a seed in there. Something's going on with Mel. I don't know what it is. If it's as simple as no, she just has a reflective back and the rocket reflected. I was like, okay. But
just imagining through the window, boing, back out.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? If it's like, how can they execute that? It's like, there's a lot of different things they could do. We'll have to see what they do when they do it. I just don't know. I don't know what we're in for, but
hopefully we don't get this this show's normal track record with explosions and plot armor.
Well, yeah, because you know what would be the worst?
Caitlin rolls in there.
Is if it opens up and the rooms is rubble everywhere. There's clearly all of the bodies are just on the ground with bits of mud on their faces, and then Mel is like,
Jace is just standing there.
Yeah, and Jace is carrying her and Victor out of the room, and then she's like, "What about the others?" And he goes, "They're all dead." And it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, all right, that's what I expected.
God, I really hope you don't have to roll that clip at the start of the Arcane Season 2 discussion.
The funny thing is, if they did that, it's not like Season 2 can't still be amazing. It's just, it would just be like, okay.
Well, it's just like, well, I guess we never take explosions in the show seriously then, because, like, if there is a pattern.
And that's the only reason why I would happily have Victor survive, is that his augments already, there's an implication there maybe that he's got something that's gonna make him persist, but I would go as far as probably tearing some shit off of him in a very violent way, because of Just you gotta make it feel like it actually has weight to toss a hex tech rocket inside that room, you know? So anyway, it's time for us to open up into all kinds of discussions. May I start with what I believe to be the theme of this terrible show?
Yep, go for it.
Funnily enough, so it's been mentioned, and then we're finally here. It's the same thing as The Last of Us 2. A lot of people have already noticed this, and that's not a problem at all. Lots of stories do the same theme, because there's so many ways to explore it. But the funny thing, I guess, as a connection is that there's lots of pieces in this that really do remind you of The Last of Us 2. A lot of people compare the deaths of Vanda and Joel and what it means to the other characters and stuff, and it's just like, man, one of them has a lot of respect and reverence, the other one doesn't. I wonder what the difference is. I wonder why people hate one and love the other. I wonder why the idea of The Last of Us 3 is a fucking nightmare, but the idea of Arcane Season 2 is a desperate thing ever was. Now, I would also want to go as far as saying that there's always loads of themes you can pull out of a thing. I just mean the broadest one that I think the show is aiming for, which is covered in The Last of Us 2 as well. The simplest way to put it, and I've talked about this with a couple of you guys, but I think, Theo, you made it the shortest possible, which would be violence begets violence. The point the show would be making isn't necessarily to say that violence is good or bad, or even specific elements of all the different things that can happen as a result. Just that this shit's a cycle. And I would go as far as saying Caitlin says it explicitly in episode 7, I think. Essentially, the inequality of Zorn and Piltover, that's how it starts, and then that causes more and more tension until somebody makes some kind of mistake. It doesn't even have to be necessarily a mistake, but whatever it is requires retribution from the other party, and then that just creates more and more responses from different people who get caught in crossfires and get more involved until it gets higher and higher, and then start losing lives, and then more lives, and there's just fury from basically everybody involved. You see that from basically the opening scene. The prologue is like the best representation of what this show is entirely about. Like a guilt-ridden Vanda looking to adopt Powder and Vi because their parents were killed in a war that he led. Now, it may have been that they volunteered to help and stuff, but it's still he feels like he actually talks about this in episode 1 or 2, that whatever happens to and as a result of your the people you lead, it's on you. Which is, I think, just a direct reference to all the shit that he's done in his life. And so, yeah, like, he feels responsible for their deaths and sees that the fight against Piltover, all it did was destroy Powder and Vi's lives, at least to some degree. He's adopting them, his attempt at making their lives better. And you could just see that on his face. We're going over, like, he drops his weapons and instead looks after people. Just like as a result of how bad the war's gotten. I feel like that covers the whole show at that point in microcosm. But the show's story broadly, I would argue, is that we go from that early all the way up to that final scene is just the violence getting more and more and more out of control as the show goes on. We go all the way back, and then like the first thing Vi's doing when we meet her in episode 1 after the first scene is that she wants to jump at the opportunity basically to steal from Piltover, and the justification is they're better off than us. Done. Like, it's a pretty simple math. And all she's got is resentment for Piltover. And that event leads to an explosion and hurts a whole bunch of people's lives in significant ways, to the point where the Enforcers need to have retribution. They have to have someone to pay for that crime. It can't just be left undone in any way, and it starts to lead to the inspections and the abuse, and people are getting hurt as a result of Vi's choice to do that. And she only understands, thanks to Vanda, that it's really on her. She's the one that made that decision, and she makes a very adult decision considering her age in terms of giving herself up. Unfortunately, that prompts a different character, Silco. Been over this, how fucking good he is. So, like, he's got his own perspective on how this is all working, and it's all started with, again, the inequalities between Zorn and Piltover. And it's prompted by Vanda's decision to try and make her life better, which is basically all he's intending to do as a result of what happened to their parents, by giving himself up. And that just leads to even more people getting killed. There's like all these different lines getting crossed with all these different interests from different people. And getting that deal with the Enforcers makes Silco decide it's time to fucking kill him and take over as the leader of Zorn, and produce Shimmer to like a wide level, with the specific intention of Shimmer being something they can eventually manipulate into something that can be weaponized against Piltover. It's almost like Zorn has Shimmer while Piltover has Hextech. It's just that obviously Shimmer is so much less controlled and chaotic, while Hextech, even though it is chaotic to some degree as well, is the goal of trying to make it as straightforward. It feels much more like a, I don't know, just the representatives of each area as well. And that, you know, that's only happening, all that shit with Silco, because Vanda tried to kill him. Why did he try to kill him? Because Silco believed that you should do absolutely anything you can to win the war, which is the opposite of what Vanda wants to believe in. But it leads to that climax in episode 3. It's what fucking fucks everything up. It's just the violence. It's everywhere, and it's bleeding into everybody. We have Vander and Grayson in the first 3 episodes that are perfectly like representative of each side of this fight, only looking to calm everything down because they know how bad everything can get. Than the older characters, the more wiser ones. Both of them get fucking killed in episode 3, which I think is very deliberate. The reasonable sides of both Zorn and Piltover are now dead, so everything's just going to get worse.
It's worth adding to that real quick. The episode is called "The Base Violence Necessary for Change," which is also kind of, I want to say, a message coming out of either the show or that episode. In that, like, these problems, like this, I guess Vander and Grayson, they aren't changing anything. The status quo is remaining as it is, and a lot of people are not pleased with that. Zorn is still a place of like destitution and poverty, and you know, it's a mess, while Piltover continues to prosper.
Very true. So then, as a result of all of these different things happening, we have that one crystallized event of generating Jinx from Powder. It's all the violence, I think, just that scene gets created by it from all these different people getting all involved. All of them base motivation is retribution for wrongs done to them by someone else. And Jinx then goes on to kill so many people, and just blundering away through how her mind is just out of control. Trying to figure out who she even is. Meanwhile, Jace, having been fueled by everything that's happening as well, he's taking the life of a kid, working tirelessly to engage peace. And Mel, having been solely interested in raising like her own station as well as that of Piltover as like a global power, ends up denying essentially a Noxian heritage by deciding that peace is the better choice. Because, remember, war is a failure of statecraft, as she believes. And it's at that moment that Jinx destroys the entire council. An event that I think previously...
almost certainly... Well, not almost certainly. Will certainly bring about war.
War is happening now.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way to avoid it.
There's no
now.
stopping it now, really. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, where that was an
Actually,
incredible...
likely...
Where that was like a really good chess move for Zorn, like that would be great progress, like nice in terms of just a strategic thing in terms of actually a war happening. Like right now it's just tragedy, it's explicitly not even just because it's destroying the attempt to bring peace, but now that we've gotten to know so many people in that room and their intentions and how much they've worked to get everything better, it's just like, and like where does it all run back to? Like obviously the cycles being from all the way back to that prologue, it all leads to Jinx and that final decision. And, like, what's that going to lead to? It's just, like, way more violence. Piltover is going to war, absolutely. It's going to be... loads of people going to die as a result of this. Like, it's absolute fucking carnage. And it's precisely what so many characters were trying to stop, and so many characters end up stopping in... Like, how many examples do we have of people committing to violence and then realizing they shouldn't have very soon after?
Well, it's interesting to think about as a phenomenon, right? It's like, well, we don't want war, like we don't want people to die. It's like, yes, we all agree on that. Yet the council getting blown up, it's like, well, war's happening. It's like, but wait, people don't want war. It's like, yeah, it's not, don't work like that, you know? Like it doesn't work like that when we're talking about societies. It's people who feel that they've been wrong because they have been wrong, but then there's also like, well, wrongdoing preceded that. What were people's intentions? It's like, well, ultimately violence begets violence. Yeah, it's
Well, someone like mentioned
it's very small scale. Oh, go for it. Actually,
this starts with her stealing the hex crystal, and it's like, yeah, but why does she do that? To impress Silco. Why does she do that? Because she's seen as weak potentially. Why does she feel like she might be? It's like she's got massive insecurities created by that event at the end of it. That event at the end of episode 3 is where everything comes from, basically, for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And this is why I love it so much. That very small decision from Vi to leave temporarily, like, how could she possibly have known that is what leads directly to all those people getting obliterated in the council? It's just like, you can't.
Yeah.
No. How could you possibly foresee something like that happening?
And maybe there's an irony there in that she's leaving the situation because she's becoming violent with Powder. And she's like, it's better that I not be here, but like that's what leads to it all.
It was a pretty reasonable decision. It's like, oh, let me just
totally is.
get
That's
away
why I
from
love
the
it so much.
situation. Just let me have a breather. I'll go get her in like a minute or 2, maybe 5. But then, yeah, all the other stuff happens. It's like, damn.
But yeah, Jinx, created by all kinds of factors, but as she says, Vi is the one that made Jinx. It's like, it's that one decision in that one moment. That's really the biggest contributing factor. Of course, her desire to basically just take lives without really caring about it, you can imagine that's something that would have happened because of her upbringing with Silco. We've talked about how that would be something that she might find beneficial mentally because of how much the deaths have weighed on her head. And then, of course, just being nurtured by Silco is going to make her probably a lot more villainous than she may have been. But it's that one moment. And of course, like it's not even just that level of her upbringing. You have to consider Piltover's damage to Powder's parents. Powder being told by Vi almost every day of her life that, like, Piltover suck and they get all the stuff we don't. Fuck them. We can even beat them up. Who cares? And like how excited she was when she was younger at the thought of going to war with Piltover. Like, that would have just been nurtured as well. Is it like, what, Silco is going to tell her to calm down? It's like, no, he's going to tell her that that's probably where we're heading and that would be good. Yeah, you know, she's brought up by, like, drug dealers and thugs and a boss that wants her to create a weapon that can destroy the entire council. Like, it's all because of that one moment. And she would value Zorn over basically everything else. She's already got that hatred of enforcers that's throughout all the stuff that she does. And that's just 7 years, which is a very long time, especially at that age. So yeah, I just see Jinx as the complete result of all of the violent action in basically all of the story, from as early or even earlier than the prologue. And it's just a matter of, like, this is what happens, and I just love that we have the characters on all over the story that have all these different views on how much you should commit to violence, keeping people safe, alive, happy, but also defending yourself and having justified... Like, you know, Vi is a fucking crazy brawler person who fights everybody at the first chance that she gets able to, but she's still someone who sees the value in not reacting that way several times.
It may be her first impulse to beat up everything, but she's learned a lot from Vander, and so she really does try to commit a little bit better to not hitting everything she sees. But there's always going to be that impulse. It's going to be her first.
Yeah, and so why does Jinx pull that trigger? Is a question that some people need answering, I suppose, here and there on the interwebs. And I don't even know where to begin. The list is quite enormous in terms of all the reasons she might have to pull it. We could start with the easy one, being that it was always it was the plans designed by Silco, and it was the one thing he wanted, and he kept asking her to do, and told her it's the most important thing ever, as well as that line that plays when she's about to pull it from him saying we'll show them when he first held her.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a huge motivation. But then there's also she hates the moon. There's all of the baggage she's had forever in relation to Piltover and its relationship to Zorn. Piltover caused, basically, I think she would see them as the root cause of all of the shit in her life that's gone wrong.
Yep.
Which isn't hard to do, because of just all of the horrors that have happened in Zorn as being the, I don't know, the black sheep of that area. Nobody in Piltover seems to really care about them that much. Fully illustrated by Heimerdinger's journey.
Not to mention, they were willing to keep everybody's independence away until she was brought in from them. So they basically want her arrested and put away for God knows how long, maybe even forever, or executed, either way. So she's already, they want her arrested or killed, and she ain't all about that life. So there's another reason.
Well, I think to a certain degree she wants to do it. The amount of pressure on her whole life, as well as her insecurities about power. This is the biggest fucking move that anyone has ever done in the history of both areas. Is the strongest thing, the biggest amount of damage, gonna have major repercussions. There may not be much in terms of insecurity about her abilities anymore.
I think there's a large aspect of bridge burning to it, in that she wants to make sure that there is absolutely no way back and that Vi hates her.
Which I think...
Interesting thought.
Season 2 is going to have to do a lot of addressing for that relationship.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And based on that teaser, it would seem that we are going to be going in the direction that we ought to. Yeah.
And so...
after your sister, one of us is coming back in a box, I think it is, right?
Yeah.
To bring us back a little, just quickly, to the Harley Quinn stuff. The reason I hate Harley Quinn but adore Jinx as a character is the difference is just understanding them. With,
quality of writing.
Obviously. But,
yeah.
not only... It's literally a fucking crazy person, but I feel like I understand every decision she makes and how much she's struggling with everything that's happened to her. Harley Quinn, I have no idea what she's going to do or say in any scene she's in. I was just like, alright, she's here now. Oh, she's got a hammer. Just run around. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, what was it? We used
I'm walking left and right. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
We used Cheryl as an example. Cheryl from Archer as an example. Like, hey, you know when you... Just fucking the laziest shit ever is when writers just say, oh, the character is crazy, that's why they do random shit for no reason. It's like, that's not actually how crazy people work. Crazy people still have consistent patterns of behavior. They're just not based in what we would consider to be like reality, right? Or they, that there's some fundamental some fundamental difference between them and a person we generally consider to be rational. It's not that they are a fucking dice.
It's like, for reference, in economics, when it talks about like rational agents, like in the economy, like rational doesn't mean that you're making like the most optimal decisions. It means that you're operating based on like the belief that you are acting in your interests, whatever they may be. I feel like I just think about that when it comes to like, just people in general. People act in their interests, or people act in what they believe to be their interests, including Jinx. It's just that her interests are confused and misaligned.
But like, it's all thoroughly explained, and a lot of it's done subtly. Just
yeah, like I feel like there's no reason to look at a decision she makes and go, oh, why would she do that? It's like, I think I know why she would do that.
Never feels arbitrary to me that she has so much inability to decide on who's telling the truth and what she should do next, because she's been so thoroughly betrayed and damaged. And this is the thing, you'd be like, whoa, you sound like you think she's like a kind of a good person or something. It's like, no, she's a horrible person. It's just
very bad person.
I thoroughly understand how she got there, which is what we often need for our antagonists, which is essentially what she is.
She's an antagonist.
Yeah.
Or at least she will be now, in the next season for sure.
But I really hope the next season's doing.
They gotta commit to it. And I feel like there's reason to believe that they will, because they committed to a lot of the unconventional, difficult storytelling decisions. We saw that in episode 3, and we saw that in the finale. And throughout too. There were a lot of other instances where they could have done the safe, conventional choice narratively, but they decided to commit to what would happen, really. Just gives me a bit more confidence.
Yeah, I think that they earned all of their moments cracking. I think that, just for example, obviously the end of that episode 6 where he's just like the idea of being with Vi, and maybe that there was more to her life than what she had definitely committed to, and then embracing that for a moment, and then realizing like, well, but I mean, I can't really do that. It's not really possible. And then the next thought being, wait a minute, is Vi lying? Was this not even real because of Caitlyn and stuff? And just having all of that going through your head, considering all of her trauma and everything she believes, just like, I can't imagine any brain sustaining that for very long.
Yep.
And she's been struggling, like, her struggle, I think, throughout the season is how the hell to define herself and who exactly she is, because she's caught between a couple of different identities, each, like, leaning on a particular individual for support, like, going into the past as Powder with Vi, and then Jinx with Silco. But in both ways, she's really hedging her bets with a specific individual and who they're telling her she is. And I think
now she's on her own.
This last bit was a big statement of, no, I think I know who I am now. I'm the person who makes things go wrong.
Yeah, a Jinx, which is just what Milo told her over and over again.
No need for Milo to be whispering it in her ear anymore now that she just knows it herself.
And in relation to what I think is the main theme, just the lyrics of that song again from the opening, which is, I'm not even sure what the name of the song is, but it's, dear friend across the river, my hands are cold and bare. Dear friend across the river, I'll take what you can spare. I ask of you a penny, my fortune it will be. I ask you without envy. We raise no mighty towers, our homes are built of stone, so come across the river and find the world below. Which, it's the summary of everything that happens in this, what caused everything to happen in this. Was the disparity of living in both of these areas. That's what everything comes down to. Piltover skyrockets, the Undercity falls apart every time, but there's all people down there, and then they start to feel certain ways about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. We were far into the story to begin on the repercussions of a war that happened, you know? But then we're just talking about what are the results of that. It just never fucking ends. And with the end of this season, it's like, yeah, that ain't stopping. Oof.
Yep.
No resolution this time.
I think things are only gonna get worse for a little while now.
Yep.
There's a lot of bad in the future. Like, I think Jinx still has a way to fall. There's Warwick, that's not a pleasant story. I guess, spoiler warning, maybe, but who knows? A lot of Vi's friends or old friends may very well end up turning on her because of where she ends up.
Yeah. Which is a really interesting choice now, given all the history that we've got.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously,
like Becca.
To re-mention, just there are a lot more themes you can pull out of this thing. I just think that's the main one they're going for. A lot of people like to talk about what this show is trying to say about fathers. Which, yeah, there's definitely plenty to draw out there.
I think progress is another fairly easy one that's tied in with the idea of a cycle of violence, whether or not violence is the price of progress and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just all the themes about science and scientific progress in general.
I guess, yeah. To tie it back further, rather than violence being the price of progress, being the price of progress.
Change.
So, is there even reason to? But I kind of want to because we always do. But what would be the number you'd give this show if you were forced to at gunpoint?
8.
9.5.
I think I'm sitting at like an 8.5. I think that's where I'm at.
I was gonna say 8 to 8.5. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say
Hey,
9 based on
was the
personal
meanest.
enjoyment. But
Yeah. It may have been
be argued
obvious
to a 9, maybe.
from the get-go, but it's easily one of my favorite shows at this point. I was very impressed.
Yeah.
I want more.
Very.
God, yeah.
Whoa.
Careful what you wish for.
Breaking Read.
No, that's a fine wish. I want more of this. I don't want more of whatever they might end up giving us.
Bad.
Which could be bad. But, yeah, you know.
I think there's cause for optimism, though.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Standard pessimism
Imagine
as well.
They're getting more than a year to work on the next season. Won't come out until 2023. Well, I think all we've been told is not 2022. So I guess 2023 at the earliest.
That's fine. Take your time.
It seems like they already have an idea for the season 2 that was like definitely something they were aware of as an option when they're making this show, and they may well have already started thinking about what they want to do. And I think that there was enough instances of like, man, you know what you're doing when it comes to writing characters. That I think there's it would be baffling if it was considerably worse if we got the same people behind it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, imagine that article just fucking Arcane writers replaced.
Oh God!
All of them.
Arcane bought by Disney.
If like Riot like removed and replaced the entire writing team, I'd be like, I almost don't want to watch season 2 now. That's like, ooh,
I know.
That's a big naughty. You're not allowed to do that.
Your VLC is running better. Okay, good.
Who's everybody's favorite character?
Yeah, that's. Should we do the quick version first, and then we can talk about it? Just go left to right.
Left.
Oh yeah, okay.
Theo.
Oh, I didn't hear what you actually agreed on. I heard left to right, something else, then an O. Okay, so if it's me, Jinx.
Silco.
Jinx.
Silco.
Silco.
Oh, you broke.
Yeah, Silco.
You broke. And from what I've seen, the 2 most popular picks for favorite character are Silco and Jinx.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
I do have sort of a caveat though. Like, Silco is like the character I enjoy most on like a intellectual level, I guess. I want kind of a less wanky word for it, but that is the level, right? Whereas emotional investment, I'm more interested in Vi. So that's
so I think that
they're both my favorites on different levels.
Who's everybody's second favorite character? I'll go first this time. My second
right.
favorite character is Victor, I think.
Second favorite is Violet.
All right.
Jinx already said Vi, right?
Said Vi, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was like that. They're both my favorites on different levels. Silco and Vi.
Well, wait. Are we discounting Silco and Vi, or is it just whatever your second is?
No, I'm just asking who's people's second favorite is.
Right. Yeah. Well, so my second would be Silco then.
Victor.
Oh,
fine.
sorry.
I guess I wasn't allowed to say. I was thinking that. Fine. Oh, cool.
I looked up at my screen and for some reason.
No, it's fine. It's okay.
Fine. It's okay. Yeah.
I'm not even here.
It was Victor, right?
Who knows?
It was Victor. Yes.
It was Victor. Yeah.
And yeah, Silco for me.
Who's everybody's third favorite character?
We go right to left again, or
I'm actually
right to left.
This is difficult. Ugh. Victor.
Jace.
Yeah, mine's Victor.
Caitlin. I'm sad that I've not heard any appreciation for it yet.
Okay. Third favorite is Jace.
My third favorite would be Jinx.
And I assume we don't need to go further than that.
No, that's about good enough. Who of the main characters, like main, including I guess secondary characters as well, would be the lowest on your list? I say the lowest because worst feels like a bad way to describe it.
I don't think you can say there's a bad main character.
Yeah,
right. So I guess that's what I mean. Is like who
does
would
Echo
be...
count?
Yeah,
Ooh,
Echo
I
counts,
hate you.
but I totally disagree with that. Yeah, for what little time he
I
was
don't know.
on,
I don't know who to
just-
pick because
honestly, it's just because like he gets the least time. I know the least about him. I feel based on the amount of time I have to know him. So I guess he's my lowest pick.
I still hate you.
If it weren't him, it would be Jace.
That's fine, I guess.
Well, what's the acceptable answer, right? What's the?
I'm gonna say
they're
the
all
most
so good.
I think the most acceptable answer will be my answer, which is Marcus.
I think that's probably no. Actually, I think I changed my mind on Marcus over time. I think I have a lot more appreciation for him now.
For me, it is very begrudgingly Heimerdinger.
What? He's so
How is that?
adorable.
How is that more acceptable? How is that in any way more acceptable than Echo?
How
dare you?
I don't agree.
Because I like Echo in the game, so you know.
It's just bias coming through.
Here we go.
Goodbye.
Plain and simple. Echo, I really like the character, and they did him a lot of justice in the show.
I think I would go with Mel personally.
See, I think I'm not sure that I don't think I could go with her. Right now, I'm like,
Yeah, but it's my opinion, not yours. So fuck off.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking. I actually don't know now.
I don't know either because
I asked the question and I don't know.
Like choosing between the lot that have been mentioned, I'm just like, but I like them all.
Yeah, I like them all too.
Yeah.
Someone in chat was like, what about
Singed?
Singed? It's like, Singed is awesome. What do you mean?
I fucking think Singed is awesome.
Yeah, it's neat.
Is Singed even like? Is he? Because we said main, right? I'm like, what
well,
qualifies there?
So Singed counts because he's champion. I think
He has so little screen time.
No. Actually, no. Sorry, Jay. I'm gonna have to because Singed is one of the most important characters in the show.
I was about to say, is Emperor Palpatine not main because he's not on screen very much?
Yeah, like Singed. A lot of what happens in this show is because of Singed.
He invented Shimmer.
He invented Shimmer. He saved Jinx and made her, and that was like definitely bleeding into like the ending there. There's a lot of
Victor.
Which then results in the change of Victor, which then is going to result in decisions made by him and Jace probably. Yeah, like Singed is incredibly important.
Like he's plot important, but I'm not sure.
No, I think
I'm not sure how much being plot significant counts for.
I would say that it's pretty important when we think about who our important characters are.
How dare you?
Because like Palpatine is, I mean, he's significant to the universe, right?
Well,
but I feel that the reason that we qualify him as a main is because he's so thoroughly characterized in the few scenes that he has in Return of the Jedi.
Kind of like Singed.
I knew you'd say that.
Wow.
Well, I'm not wrong. Singed
you need to
is
calm down,
very well
Fringy. What the fuck?
characterized. Look, I really like Singed. That's all. That's
I kind of want to do a poll where we rank all the characters from best to worst.
We could do that with straw
because
poll,
of
right?
the EFAP audience.
I'm curious, Jay, because you said Caitlyn was your third favorite. Why?
Yeah,
that's an unconventional choice.
I found her very compelling right from episode 4. I found her like just journey to be interesting. Right from because I found her to be like the more interesting hero archetype, right? Of the Mauler, I talked to you about this way more coherently when we actually first watched that episode. Do you remember what I said?
Too bad. So sad.
Do you remember what I said?
No.
Because I'm looking for those words again.
Well,
Jay finds her hot. That's not all of it.
That's not all of it.
I suppose something that factors into my choices is like layers, and I feel like
all of the characters in the show are hot.
I think
even Singed.
Even Singed.
Even Heimerdinger.
I think
even Heimerdinger.
What's informing my choices is layers. I think Caitlyn is pretty straightforward. Not that that's a problem, but I don't know that I would consider it as difficult to nail that as a like her as a character, as opposed to say like Jinx. Jinx is really difficult to write well because there's so many variables that you have to account for. It's kind of the same with Jace as well, I think. Uh-oh.
You're all right.
Oh, what's wrong?
You'll just listen.
I thought everybody was silent. I'm like, wait a minute, have I like dropped off? Like, does nobody have anything to add?
I was wondering if Jay had anything to say. Like,
I guess.
Hang on, can you repeat what I
So-
should have been reacting to?
What I was gonna say was that the reason why I think when I was saying like Jinx is third, it's like I think I do oscillate with her like between like first, second, and third. Like, but ultimately, what all three of those characters have that I really like is they're incredibly layered. Whereas I think Caitlyn, she's kind of in the same category as Jace. It's like you've executed on this character pretty well, but it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
It's not super complicated, which isn't a problem. I just think I find it really impressive to create a character like Silco more so than I think it is to create someone like Caitlyn.
Yeah, because Caitlyn's kind of a character that we've seen many times over before.
We've seen a lot of Caitlyn's.
Well, that's what we say, right? Sorry, go on.
Just clarify. Keep going, but is that everybody? Have I got that list right? Is there anybody else?
Oh, what do we got?
Oh, is this a list of every character in the?
No, in the
No, that was a
just the ones
question.
that we're calling main.
Oh, okay.
Where's oh wait, is Vander on there? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
he is. Yeah.
Wait, is Caitlyn?
I feel like someone's
Oh,
missing.
Caitlyn's
Yeah, where's
missing.
Caitlyn?
Caitlyn, yeah.
Is that it?
I'm pretty sure there's someone else that I feel like is not on there, but I don't know why.
I can't see Jace.
Oh,
Hey,
Jace,
where's
yeah.
Jericho?
Where's
Oh,
there
I'm
you go.
missing Jace as well.
Yeah, where's
Jericho.
Jericho? Let's see that boy. Hey, can I take back my first answer?
Wait,
No.
where
Wait.
is Fishman?
Oh yeah,
Jericho.
where is
That's Jericho.
Yeah.
Wait, is this like a poll where people can rank them in their own order,
No,
or is it
it's
just
gonna
like pick their
be-
favorite?
No, vote for the least good character.
Ooh. Were you going to do a best one as well?
Well, we already know what our votes are in terms of best, right?
True. What? I feel like Jinx is actually going to be. What's what he's saying, Metal? Have you noticed? Have you noticed what I've done?
For how long has it been like that?
For about half the stream, I've had this.
Wait, what? What's happening?
I guess Neto has just realized that cum moves across Jay's profile image like
To be fair, most people wouldn't have seen that in chat because I would have to click into Discord to make it happen. Jay, speak for a little while.
I'm not sure. Hello. This is what happens when I talk now. I set this up. I thought, you know what would be funny if I just set this up halfway through the stream, so I did.
It's beautiful, really.
It's pretty funny.
Oh boy.
Well, all right. I think the poll's ready then. Let's get this going here because we need a fucking answer on this. Jesus. Okay, how do I do this? Share. Need more info. What the fuck?
I wait to forget that I have this on and then join like a serious Discord call that I actually need to be taken seriously in.
Yeah, you're on like a work meeting with some kind of a multinational network, and you got cum floating up.
Does this link work?
Let's
Who
find
the
out.
least good
Like,
character?
Click it.
The least good character. That's an interesting one.
Least good
Okay.
is a different question to least favorite.
Okay.
Hey,
The link works, by the way.
Excellent. All right.
Yeah, it does work.
Here it comes, people in chat. Here I go. Oh
Again.
boy, get ready to click. Because if you don't click it, you won't be able to share your opinion.
That's what's most important.
You wouldn't want that, would you?
I feel like
message.
Jinx might wipe up because of her like Harley Quinnness. I feel like that's probably pissed a few people off. So-
Jinx is like the most popular pick for like best.
yeah, but I
right?
feel like she also might be one of the most popular picks for the worst. I feel like she might be polarizing.
Yeah, maybe.
Nah,
I feel like she
not
might have
that much.
I feel like she might have a popular. I feel like she might have a more popular hate club than any of the other characters do.
I don't think so.
Oh my god, I'm
I
so
think
sorry
Jinx
about the
done
current
well.
results, Theo.
Uh-oh.
What are we looking
Refresh
at?
this. Oh no!
Hey.
Oh man.
Fucking hell,
Hey.
there are 2 votes for
Caitlyn there
Silco.
though. Caitlin's
What the hell is
there as
Caitlin
well.
doing there?
She's
What?
I can't believe how many people are voting for Jericho, though. It's
Okay,
Yeah, what, hey,
did
morons,
people-
this was for the least favorite character,
I was about to
okay?
ask, did
Get
people
it right.
read the thing?
Jericho's
Take
the
your
best
vote back
character.
and try
I'm
again.
offended.
I
No one
missed
thinks everyone
everyone
votes
this
for it.
last stream, right?
Everyone thinks he's best character, and they didn't read the title.
Yeah, I actually do wonder how
that's
much
what-
no title reading has got on here.
Jericho, stop it!
Yeah, Victor is the other way. Maybe that everyone thought it was vote for fucking. I don't know. I don't know how to make sense of this anymore.
Yeah, I
No.
can't interpret this data. I don't.
Yeah.
Chat, you
Why is
confused
Jericho in
us.
second place? I already told you what this poll
Maybe
was.
they're
You had a
taking
chance
Jericho
to change.
seriously as an answer. Like, maybe, yeah, Jericho
did
really
Jericho
is the worst
win?
character, 'cause he's
That-
not really there.
What?
Do we just have to like remove him and just look at the results as a?
I think we have to remove him.
I think, yeah.
No, I don't mean like actually make a new straw poll. We just have to ignore all of his vote. Well, that's not really how you do data, is it?
No,
Echo's
it's
got
not.
it now.
Who would vote for? Who would they vote
Yeah.
for if not Jericho?
Yeah, all the people who voted for Jericho,
line.
you
We
screwed this
redo-
up. It was a joke.
Yeah. Idiot.
I like the idea that they're like,
Yeah.
I was just following the rules. What?
Never trust stream chat to do
I don't know
anything.
Jericho.
Yeah, you know what? This was a bad idea.
I'm just shocked because like, surely they're going with. Surely if they're playing along with the joke, it would be to not
It
vote
would
for
be
Jericho.
0 votes.
I think
Yeah.
they're just very simple people. You see Jericho, you click Jericho.
Disgusting. That's what I have to say about that.
Vander is the least
Disgusting.
unpopular, least hated character.
I feel like it's really hard to hate Vander.
Yes. He's really cool.
He's a pretty wonderful lad.
I am actually rewriting this thing, by the way.
Are you serious?
Yes, because we have to. These are not clean results, Theo. They have been jinxed. We can't have this.
Ooh.
Oh, like Jinx from Arcane?
Who's that?
No.
Just a character.
You sound like a nerd, man. Just gonna say it.
Well,
It's a bit rude.
Is it? Think about it.
Oh,
And that one. I'm gonna have to unpin my previous one now. Look at what you've made me do, chat. Look at it.
yeah, good job,
Look at it.
dinguses.
I have not included the legend this time around.
Oh.
So yeah,
Jesus.
thanks for that.
clearly
Jeez.
you couldn't be trusted,
Yep.
so you had to do it again. All right?
Reality is often disappointing. Wait, remove pin. There we go. All right, everybody. Look, we got a new guy. in
Worst
town.
character. Worst.
No, not
Least
worst.
favorite.
Least good.
Look at this graph.
Echo is wiping up.
Well, now that we've
Cringe.
removed cringe, it would seem we
Oh,
know who
God.
all the votes to Jericho would have gone. We have got that answer.
Wow. Yeah, I guess so. Gee.
Oh man, yeah.
There's
Oh,
a lot of
Caitlyn.
voters, though.
Caitlyn coming in there hot, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Wow, looks like we have some bigots on our hands.
Wait a
But
minute.
yeah,
this-
why is
this
Vander and Victor just
Black
cleaned up?
person and lesbian.
Exactly.
I think it's hard to hate Victor or Vander.
I thought it was hard to
Yeah.
hate, Heimerdinger,
I
but
thought
there
it was
we
hard
are.
to hate Stilko too.
Where's the
As
like,
one
wait, wait,
person.
Well, because like,
It's like I genuinely wonder. Oh, if you forgot Mark. Oh no, you didn't forget Marcus this time. There he is. No, I wonder how many people who are voting are like legit. Yeah, fuck this character, and how many of them are like, oh, if I have to choose one.
I
I'm
think
still
it's more
upset
the
at
latter.
the Jericho results. Okay, I refuse to be that charitable.
Yeah, I believe Echo has been booted.
Wow.
Bad opinions. But
Can't
what's
say
the
I
spectrum?
expected
Even
that.
though he has the coolest scene in the show.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a good thing. What was everybody's favorite scene from? I was gonna say left to right, right to left. I don't even know anymore. What should we do? From the center?
Oh, it
From
is
the
such a
center
tough.
There is no
outwards.
center. There's 6 of us.
Yes, and that's why I found that funny to say.
Oh, I get the joke now.
The Echo versus Powder scene.
Echo versus Jinx.
Yeah.
Oh, it's both.
Well,
isn't it?
you know, because
Wow.
yeah,
actually.
and the bit of it really the really hits home for me is the Echo versus Powder part. Like that's that's what it comes to mind as.
Mm-hmm.
It's primarily that for me.
Well, so we'll do it. J, me, Das, Metal, Fringy, Theo. That's the best way to do it, I guess. I don't even know.
What?
It's definitely not the best way, but it's the way we're gonna do it.
Yes. I think my favorite scene is the finale, literally the last scene in whole, just because I think all about what all of it means and why it's happening, and then everyone involved, and the song. The song is fucking fantabulous. Though, the Echo Jinx fight it scores incredibly high. Absolutely no doubt. Das's turn.
Oh, I would have to give it to when Vi confronts Powder and calls her a jinx and everything. It's basically the end of episode 3.
Yeah.
I've got to give it to that.
I love that isn't even an explanation. It's just like, yep.
Yeah, to the end of episode 3. That's all you need to know.
Metal.
Oh, that's me. I mean, I've already said it earlier, but my favorite scene is the one where Jace and Silico are talking and coming to quote-unquote terms.
Why do you feel that means more to you than the other scenes that have been mentioned?
Because just the thing where they give the antagonist the choice that normally the protagonist gets. I really like that. Then Jace just being super confident after everything he's went through and realize that the best choice is to do the whole peace thing and give him what he wants for pretty much very little, and basically being a Chad going into his face like, oh yeah, if we do this, you all will be annihilated and it's going to be bad for you.
Somebody said, and the one where Silico kisses Jinx was very moving.
Wow. Free.
My favorite
I guess I'm done. Okay.
Were you not?
Just I'm fucking done now.
Well, see, the problem is most people don't say "I am done now" at the end of their sentences. I usually just have to go.
I know, but it was a meme thrown, so I was waiting for the meme to go through.
I think. Well, carry on. I think the meme is dead now.
Yeah. No, I just and Silico coming in like super confident in the get-go because like, oh, look at this weak piece of shit. He just attacked me and now he's coming around. He must be having doubt if he's gonna win this. But then he's basically just like, no, I want Jinx, and Silico's like, no. And yeah, that's there you go.
Well, that's 4 different scenes. Anybody who chooses a scene that's been mentioned for their favorite, that would be cringe. Fringy, you next.
Yeah, super cringe.
Yeah, my favorite is Echo versus Jinx on that.
That's
cringe.
mine. Cringe. Mine. I own that scene. I made it myself.
Yep.
You can't just put your little chair in the corner and say it's yours.
Theo?
Jesus, man.
I don't remember him.
Either the finale, the finale of episode 3, or Echo versus Jinx, and I can't decide.
You're triple cringe.
Yeah, that's hyper cringe. You gotta pick. There's a gun to your head right now.
I think I'm gonna.
Voldemort's holding it.
Yeah, I was gonna come on one side. Don't worry. Fucking get your hat on.
I don't have a hat.
Probably the finale. Yeah, you do. You have a big mask. That counts as a hat, right?
That's not a hat.
I'd have to ask Rags.
You can have a hat.
He's very picky about those sorts of things. But wait, what did you say?
The finale, episode 9. Probably that.
What reason does it outplay the others?
The character work with Jinx and the final decision she makes, I think. I think just working with the character in that scene is really, really interesting.
Yeah.
And just as the culmination of her arc, like, round of applause from me. And the fact that they chose to fucking end off on a cliffhanger, which is, kind of bold.
Yeah, and that's fine with me as well, because we got such a big meal. The idea that, yeah, but you didn't know what happened to people in that room. It's like, I'll find out. I've still gotten plenty to eat. It's just certainly a season's worth, I guess.
Stop eating stories, Mauler. Stop
So,
it.
Echo, I'm afraid Theo has lost. That's definitive right there. That's proof, actually,
Damn.
that he is the
But
cringiest.
Caitlyn to second place.
Hold on, no, I need
Wait,
to ask
someone's
you this.
voted for Victor and Vander now.
Those,
Oh god.
well, 3 people have voted for Victor and Vander. The horror.
Yeah.
horror.
But
How
Caitlyn
often do you
there
see
in
good
second
opinions come out of chat? That's all I'm asking.
Oh, chat! Get him!
You gonna take that?
Well, I mean,
Huh?
Victor and Vander are the least voted for options, so I'd say that's a good opinion coming out of chat. And then Silco is next, another very good opinion coming from chat.
But then you
Then
got
Vi and Jinx are next, another
Caitlyn's near the
great opinion
bottom,
coming from
bro.
chat. Well, yeah, that's true. No, fuck chat.
Just remind Jay of his favorite character ending up at number 2 for least favorite. It's like, yeah, chat are ridiculous and must be ejected into space. I
Well,
assume.
but then, like, saying above her is Heimerdinger. It's like, man,
No,
imagine not
Heimerdinger
liking
is,
Heimerdinger.
Who doesn't like Heimerdinger? Point to the person.
Exactly.
Well,
Point to
nobody's,
the-
well,
Find
remember,
him.
nobody's saying that they don't like Echo. They're all just saying that he's the least.
Oh, I'm sure that someone
it's
is
a
saying
bad
they don't
choice.
like Echo.
Yeah.
I
They
want to
must
see
all
it in
be
chat. Does
racist.
anyone here who voted genuinely dislike the character you voted for? And if so, who did you vote for?
Well, Kyle said, me, I don't like Heimer.
How can you not like Heimer?
Heimer could have been better used, though.
I would need to
Well, it
see
sounds
the
like you like him. You want more of him. Yes, you just like Mal.
I cheered when I
Really?
thought Echo died. Oh my god.
What?
Jesus.
It's a bit rude.
So many different opinions in chat right now.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
I'm met on Echo. Well, you can't even spell his fucking name.
Wow.
Yeah, I learned how you spell it correctly yesterday, and I'm going to act really high and mighty about it.
Wait.
Why did you think it was spelled like the way that it's normally spelled, and then you found out?
I'm not going to
Joe.
lie. Yes, I did.
Well, look, that's okay. We all make mistakes.
I don't.
What matters is that we don't repeat them, right?
That sounds like a Silco line.
Was a Silco line.
That's
Sure
probably
was.
why it sounds like it then.
God
I'm a
damn.
good judge of these things.
You have a Silco line detector.
I'm a Silco die.
Patty Jenkins in the form of a pop figure, huh? Wow.
Why?
I can't wait to pick that up.
Someone's gonna send you
I think I
that. If
can
you
wait.
have a PO box, someone would send you
Also,
that.
that's number 2, apparently. So there's only one more that was chosen, like, I guess, first as a choice.
Well, you know, how many of these do you think they're actually manufacturing?
I have no idea.
7.
2.
Patty Pops?
I didn't know that this was a thing. Vinyl Funko Pops for directors, specifically.
I think there's
No
a Ryan
kidding.
Johnson. If there's a Patty
Wow.
Jenkins, surely there's like a J.J. Abrams and a Ryan Johnson.
I'm interested to do a poll of who the best one is. Do you think we should allow multiple answers or just one?
No, one.
Let's go with one.
I
Let's
don't know,
commit.
multiple. It seems fair. Or you could do one of each.
No,
see how that
let's
changes
make
the
them-
results.
make
That could be
them commit.
interesting.
One.
One. Make them commit.
There
Yep.
seems to be more passion on the one side, so I'm going to go with them.
Fine.
I'm sorry, Jay, they just wanted it more.
I feel like this is not
Yeah.
going to be a contest, honestly.
I
think,
shouted louder, okay? That makes
wait.
me right.
Who do you think's going to win, then? Because I'm not
Silco.
sure.
I'm going to say Silco.
Silco's going to win. He's going to win.
Silco's hands down. He's going to win.
Yeah.
Especially
definitely.
because we've spent, 3 consecutive 9-hour podcasts giving him a tongue bath.
4 out of
What?
6 of us.
I don't know
Oh
what
my
you're
god,
talking
yeah.
about.
Like every time we showed up in a scene, we're like, yeah, those
4 out of 6
lines.
of us said that he was our favorite. And I saw a lot of people in chat also.
Hoomer Doober.
Oh yeah, I called him Huma Duba.
Hooba
Yeah,
Doober.
yeah, look at that. Yeah, already.
Huma Duba's, doing alright. He's got himself 5 votes,
Yo, whoa.
Huma Duba!
Look at him
Let's
go.
go.
Boomer Doomer.
I wonder if that spelling has actually influenced more people to pick him.
Probably has, yeah. He's voted above Vi right now. I think you're lying, chat. Look, I love Humaduma, but to be fair, I basically like all
Vi
of
is
these
so
characters.
low.
Vi, well,
is she anybody's favorite? Everybody likes her a lot, but would she be anybody's
well,
favorite?
Das said he was
Wait,
second
I mean,
pick,
I was
right?
gonna say,
favorites. Yeah,
she's,
that's true.
I said she's my second favorite.
Silco is the character that I think is the most like the biggest achievement in terms of writing craft, and then Vi is like my personal favorite who I'm invested in.
I think Jinx is.
I
but
think it's probably Jinx. Yeah.
We get a lot of roboting right now. I'm getting a lot of robots.
I don't hear any robots.
No,
I've
there
been
are no
roboting.
robots.
I've
Yeah.
seen people.
Well, it was a brief robot, but we're good now.
Yeah, look at him run away with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely winning. But it's interesting because it's like it's between Silco and Jinx. Victor and Vander, the next sort of tier
Competition.
down. Even though,
Caitlyn is very and Echo.
Actually, surprised to see Jace so low.
I think it's neat that Jay voted for Caitlyn though.
I actually did not vote for. I voted for Silco.
Well, there's one vote for Echo too, so I could have voted for Echo.
The sympathy vote.
Yeah. We each give a coke vote to our character.
Nobody's favorite is Savika. Which makes sense. It's fine.
That doesn't surprise me, but you know.
He's a backstabbing cunt.
Oh my god.
You can't say that.
He literally just said that, you fucking moron.
I think it's interesting that Jinx has managed to score
this
high with a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think they must have... that is a hard character to nail, dare I say?
I would say so,
I think it's hard to write characters that don't properly process well what they are feeling. That's something I have a lot of admiration for as well in terms of writing, that very human experience of having a lot of feelings bouncing around inside of you that you don't really know what the hell to do with. And the show really knocks it out of the park with Jinx in that regard.
But yeah, the J score, I've seen that reflected in a lot of the subreddit discussions for Arcane, where he's just not popular there at all. People like Jace is meh. I don't think he is.
He's not mad. No.
I think he's very well written and
really
goes through a very important set of events, but there's something about him that people just don't find him as compelling. I'm not entirely sure what it is.
Maybe he's less complex than the other characters.
It is interesting because
out of all the complex characters, I'd say Jace is low on the list.
But I feel like he's sufficiently complex, though. That's the thing.
He's still good, but now you got Silco and Jinx. My God, are they complex as shit? They're very fascinating. You don't get a whole lot of people like Silco and Jinx, so I think a lot of people are like, "Damn, they finally did it. They did this character archetype that I could get behind, dude." And I haven't seen much of it.
I think Jace is a kind of fairly unique character archetype in that regard, though, because like I described him, he's a character who's very idealistic and has a lot of energy and a lot of like drive to do good, but he's got all sorts of voices pulling him in different directions, and he doesn't know how best to use that the power he wields.
But I think we can argue that we've seen characters like that before many times. Same with Caitlyn.
I don't who.
This isn't even a meme, it's just like reality.
It's reality.
It's just kind of like a... That's the fucking...
the little eyebrows.
Now we've got these pictures as well. That's just raw sewage. This isn't... What is happening here?
That's Book of Boba Fett. Isn't my thing just amazing? That's just raw sewage. What the fuck? Well, you just hate, bigot.
The other one is Arcane. Despite a few structural flaws, I'm guessing the overall quality of this is the absolute best we've seen in a long time. Well,
thank you.
Yeah, she should be happy. Old Vi is representative of the show. It's not exactly like, for those who've been through all three of these streams, we think pretty highly of the show.
Yeah.
We don't typically find that often.
Exactly. I would say so far that it is the best show that we've seen since Breaking Bad. All it has to do is
Bly.
pull its
It's
stuff.
Bly.
Yeah.
Lie.
Why was that?
I would rate Bly above this.
Daz is like, well, I mean, it was okay. What the fuck are you guys all talking about?
Yeah, I think
You're a
Lie is better
liar.
than this, even if I like this more.
You're a Blyer.
You fucking
Yeah, you are
liar.
a liar.
Liar!
But yeah, I think that's probably it. It's over. Silco is the clear winner, with Caitlyn coming in last.
Yikes.
Hoggy.
Wait, has someone voted for Savika
Yeah,
now?
Savika's gotten 2 votes.
The pity votes because we mentioned her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, Singed is below Savika now. It's like, damn.
Well, they're equal.
Well, they're even. It's
Oh, yeah,
just that
well,
you've
yeah, yeah.
registered it as being because I don't know.
Well, probably because he's below
You
her.
got to work on that. Yeah, but he's not actually.
No,
when
he
you look
is.
at the
He's
numbers.
literally below her. Can you see that?
Yeah,
She's
but
there,
when
and then
you
you
think
go
about-
down,
yes,
and he's there. So he's below
Yes,
her.
but in the sense of below, when we talk
Yes,
about
literally
statistics,
below her.
I just think that
Yep.
that's a failure. to
Literally below. And
interpret.
Heimabuba is above both of them.
Heimabuba is above both of them. Yeah.
Hooba-dooba. But I don't know. These results, I guess, make sense.
They line up.
I think that
To some
makes
degree.
sense.
It's pretty. I like how well Vanda typically scores in Use Onion 3.
Yep.
He's just such a
How
well-rounded
do you
character.
dislike
Good.
Vanda? How do you dislike him?
He's a good Heimer.
And he left a strong impression on everyone.
I think
did
everybody's bound
indeed.
to have a favorite character later.
Muller, another question for the cast. Where does this show rank among your all-time favorite stories?
Second favorite,
Oh, Schnizzle, what's your first?
Breaking Bad.
Oh, fair enough. All right.
I come back to it a lot more than I feel I
Well,
should.
since you were
and
first, should we to match the order then go Metal and then me and then Fringy
What?
Theo J? That makes sense.
This is really
Sure.
stupid.
I have no fucking clue. Well, literally, whoever
this
wants
is
to go
the
down.
price you pay for my enthusiasm. So
Yay.
fuck you.
I'll just go next. I think it's like second after
Ooh.
Bly.
Wow, alright. I know it's in my top 5. I can't be certain it's in my top 3, but it's close, but it ain't my number 1. It probably isn't my number 2. But it probably fits in
I'm gonna
neatly.
guess your number one's Buffy.
Yeah, Buffy and Angel as a package. 2, I think is Bly. I very much love that fucking story. And then
Yeah.
this show, it's then in the running. It's competing with other things. But hey, like if we get another set of seasons that are as good as this one, and they tie into each other like significantly and stuff, it could get its way into being number 1. But I mean, that's pretty fucking impressive for one season.
Absolutely.
Bly doesn't have enough fight scenes. True.
That is very true.
It's also not scary.
Nah, I didn't find it scary. They said it was horror. It was really just girls kissing,
Yeah.
which is kind of scary. But
You
That's
don't
scary
find
to
that
some
horrible?
people.
I mean, yeah, of course that's not horror.
all right, who's left?
I've
Jay-
not
Jay
been, but
Fringy
I
at
don't
the,
really. I don't know. I don't know. I can rate my favorite stories. You know.
Well, you got no choice to chat or asked.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. I guess it's definitely. I don't know.
Wow. All right, Theo and Fringy.
Do you want to go first, Fringy? I still need
You
to
can
think.
go for. Well, so I was. For me, I don't think I often like pick a favorite for anything. There's usually like this big group of things that I value sitting up there. When I think about my favorite stories, it's like, again, it's always going to be this big, vague group of. Well, I guess not big. I guess it's a reasonably small list of like super duper favorites, but it's high up. But I guess, like if you were to ask me, well, what world do you prefer? The world where Arcane exists and The Simpsons doesn't, or the one where The Simpsons exists and Arcane doesn't? It's like, that's easy for me in terms of choosing The Simpsons because I value it really highly. But the problem is, it's like, well, do you value it highly as a narrative, or do you value it highly for its comedy? And there are a lot of shows that I value highly for their comedy, not strictly their narrative. So it's a bit hard for me to figure out where exactly it would sit in terms of my favorites. I really, really do like it though.
Okay. Shit. It is definitely in top 5. It's certainly in top 3, I think.
You probably could have just started with the 3 one instead of the 5 one then.
Well, I'm working it out in my head as I go. Shut the fuck up. I was doing a process of elimination as I went.
The latest Simpsons 20 years are pretty garbage though. Dude, you got like a solid 8 or 9 seasons there of gold. I don't. How are you meant to look past that? And also, the 20 seasons aren't garbage. This is just not true. There's like a lot of good seasons of Simpsons that follow. They're just not as good as as the Golden Age.
Even the new stuff, even the very new stuff, it's seen a bit of a revival, and it's certainly not bad. At least the stuff of it that I've seen, the very new ones, which isn't much to be fair.
Arcane probably scores 3rd place.
Still better than like
a
shit ton of new animated comedies that are coming out. Sorry, what?
3rd place, Theo said.
3rd place.
Not bad. Not bad.
I'm not
at
sure.
all.
It might be 2nd. It's like tied with Disco Elysium.
Wow, so that was something that was in my brain as well. It's like, what about like movies and video games? These all slot in when I'm thinking about favorite stories.
I was trying to pull from everything.
Oh shit, I was just thinking about series, to be honest.
I think we can make it easier by saying just consider TV shows. That's not easy.
Just considering TV shows.
Yeah.
Does anime still count? I don't fucking know. That's
Yeah,
TV
shows.
Yeah. Why did you have to ask that?
How could Arcane count, but anime is disqualified? Like, that's not fair.
I don't fucking know. People have weird fucking, classifications.
Wow, calling me
so
weird.
It's 2nd place then.
All right.
I think it's something I need to, because I mean, for instance, when I think about Angel, I think that was one I had to sit with for a while before I was ready to be like, oh boy, that show. I think it's the same here. It's like, I think I want to sit with it for a while before I start making a decision. It's
Completely
very impressive,
fair. Well, and that's the thing. We've probably missed praises and criticisms. Obviously, the comment section should be able to take care of it, as well as maybe the subreddit. Though this isn't the end of talking about Arcane, because that video has to be covered. It is so tismy.
I imagine that video will make me really angry.
Oh,
it will. Right?
It will. You're gonna you and Rags specifically, because Rags is very much likes Marcus.
Marcus is. I nearly said one of my favorites, but I can't say that because then I'd be including everyone. But yeah, he's really good.
I know what you mean. These are pretty good memes, by the way. I like all of these.
Yeah. Long Kong.
We watched Long Kong. It was called The Book of Boba Fett, episode 7 for a bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't fit Arcane into this podcast. Like, maybe if we do multiple episodes. Oh, yes. We actually did
I think a lot of people in chat now are asking, Theo, what is your first with that anime qualifier?
You're not allowed to know.
It's the Monogatari series.
Okay. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, don't watch it.
Oh. Favorite show,
Theo,
don't watch it.
Theo doesn't want more people who don't understand it to watch it, right? That's what it is. I'm sure of it.
I'm actually really curious what's motivating that, though.
I just don't want people to watch it.
What?
Why?
That's just odd to me. It's like, it's my favorite show, don't watch it.
Look, when you've been in enough internet arguments, okay?
Okay.
Are you worried that we're going to say it's shit?
Well, partially, yes. I don't want to deal with that.
Okay. Alright.
It's Fringy. I don't know if you've seen this before. Definitely an Arcane meme.
It's still loaded for me. It takes me a little while.
Oh, you're gonna have to click it as well because there's a bit of text. Or I can read it out, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I guess I was coming first in this Mario Kart. Oh my god! Look at it. It's a whole thing. It's a whole meme. Look at all these drawings.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Actually a front for Friggy's Goo Lab. To which, what's the situation in the lanes? Does someone else want to read the
I think it's Savika is the purple then. So yeah,
Right.
Silco's dead. Both cities devolved into chaos.
Pity. He was quite a useful asset.
Despite everything, we secured all the necessary data about Shimmer. It uses and its uses and long-term effects.
I'm afraid that's useless to me now. Get rid of it.
And
then during EFAP, was that 142?
172.
172. All right. It's the consistency. After careful examination, I've concluded it's not viscous enough to be classified as goo. This other thing I've been working on, though, it looks much more promising.
And I think
there's a lot of green goo there.
That's Zach, right?
That was a teaser for Zach when he came out.
That's really good.
Making Zach. He's got
That's a great meme.
Goo everybody. Oh yeah, it's a good meme.
It's a good meme.
Good shit.
Seriously, that's really cool. Whoever made it.
This isn't even Arcane, but it's something I just want to show because I got it recently.
I grew up surrounded by Kirby.
No, it is wonderful.
Yeah, the coins in the helmet as well.
Yeah. This is a good one. These Kirby memes have been awesome. Really good.
It's not worth it, Kirby. Don't try and gain his abilities.
You're getting dumber.
He'll learn how to use stick. That's his ability.
I think I keep forgetting to show this on stream. I think have we only shown this on in calls? We ever shown this on stream?
I think we might have. Yeah, we should. Yeah.
Well,
throw it up there.
This is something really neat. We've talked a little about all the costume design throughout Arcane being fucking great. But having the letters most associated with them in their clothing is just like, that's really cool.
Oh.
That's art direction right there. Character design, fantastic.
It's people with an idea.
You didn't have to do this, but you did.
That's cool. I like that.
You will learn rifle and stick. I think the quote is, he says, "I will take rifle and stick, and I will go to..."
To destroy the gun train, I need the stick.
Oh, and yes, and there was this one. I met it came in and regrettably could not make it into the last of the Boba Fett recordings, but an important meme. It's sad that Rags isn't here to appreciate it.
Oh, you got to save that for Rags.
I can show it.
Got to show him.
Must.
Yeah, got to show him that on the recording.
There's a lot of pride in Fringy's stance there. He's like, this is production.
I'm so proud of the cream, but it's not cream, it's goo. It's my goo.
And Rags, not having a good day.
Something I thought of that would be really fun. I like the idea. I want to I always talk about it. I want to dabble in video game making. And I remember the other day I was like, I feel like there's got to be an idea of a video game where you play as me trying to like make goo, and like you're trying to produce goo for what, like you got to go through the experimentation phase, and then you got to start doing like distribution, manufacturing,
Goo Tycoon,
like, scale it up. Fringy's Goo Tycoon or something like that. I like that as a concept.
So it's kind of like it's like Factorio, except you're making goo.
Yeah, and goo-related product.
It's goo and other associated adjacent substances.
Yeah, call it Tygoon.
Tygoon.
Yeah.
Tygoon. That's a good meme too.
Yeah. Can't get them.
He's got the gas mask already.
Yeah, I don't know. Are there what? Because this is the thing. I just want to make sure we've covered all the things we wanted to say, and then maybe have some like summary things about Arcane. But is there anything you guys are thinking of, or do you feel, you know what, we've exhausted the topic of Arcane?
For a long time.
We really have.
Yeah, I would say there's nothing more to be said.
On it.
It was good. Those are my notes. Please write more.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah. Well, needless to say, when Arcane Season 2 comes out, we'll be watching it as it releases. We won't be waiting.
Oh yeah,
We will.
that's for sure.
We will give it big thumb up to see what's going on.
Ooh.
All of the production elements just top notch. It's not even just the writing, which is always nice.
The fucking animation, holy shit.
Production elements
The
are
animation,
all in
yep.
service of the writing and to, make this a really strong audio-visual experience and to complement what's going on in the writing room. There's a lot of communication back and forth, it feels like, between all of the people who worked on this.
Someone said I still don't like Arcane. It would be weird if everyone liked it. So it's good that there's at least someone.
Well, Max, I say to that, relax.
Kill
I'm
that
not
person
used to being in a
immediately.
position of outright affirming something that is universally loved and super popular. So, if more people could dislike it, that would be cool.
Yeah, it makes it easier for us to like it when it's not as popular.
Well, I wonder what the 1-star reviews of Arcane say.
No,
I've seen
let's
what
not.
Arcane critics say.
Let's
I've
not.
seen it. It's not good. You don't need any more of it.
Well, I'm just gonna have a look, and I will share anything if I.
So the studio is
decide to.
French, right? I couldn't tell from how good the show is.
So there's something there that needs resolving, alright?
Them French.
It's really funny.
Damn them.
He's super pleased. He finishes watching it. He's like, oh, I wonder who made that. Looks up, sees Fortiche Productions. His face just falls.
How could this be French?
That's funny because you're shitting on the French.
Yeah. What are they gonna do? Surrender?
It's not even been 20 minutes yet.
So that's Arcane. Season 1, EFAP coverage, 3 full episodes. And yes, they are full episodes, alright? I won't be hearing anything else, you longoids, you long flumes. And I think we're probably going to end there, specifically because I don't have a lot of time left today, unfortunately. And I'm very close to getting something completed. Okay, chat?
Oh
yeah?
God.
Getting something close.
He is very close, I can vouch for that.
He is.
Wednesday
Before we
stream
go,
will happen. I was just going to say that the super chats from this
Sure.
stream and the previous one, it'll just be an Arcane catch-up, I imagine, next Wednesday. Well, the coming Wednesday, I should say. But like, so you got nothing's coming out Sunday anymore, alright? Boba Fett's dead. Fucking
It's done,
dead.
and we can finally get back
God.
to working on things that aren't Boba Fett.
Okay, can we go now? I don't even know what I'm referencing there. Some show or movie.
It's fine.
Oh, I think it's Newt from Aliens. They're dead, okay? Can I go now? Yeah, that's what she said. Anyway, so this will be re-uploaded on the Sunday. And then Wednesday, you get the stream. And then Saturday, we'll be doing another EFAP of some kind. I'm not 100% sure which one that'll even be yet. But at the end of that EFAP, I will tell you what the video is. Because it's that close to being done. And it'll likely be done by then.
God damn.
Finally. Am I right? It's been a while. I've just been working on it for all of the things. And I didn't even tell anybody what it was yet. Fring, on the other hand, told everybody what he's working on. Fool.
I did, and that was my mistake. It's coming, alright? I'm working on it. I'm working on it every day. It'll be done eventually.
But
it's okay to tell people what you're working on.
Release.
No, it's not.
It's not okay. It's literally evil. The release.
I'm working on a Lego Star Wars video.
Evil.
Fuck you.
Evil. Release date for the video is pretty much intended to be the 4th of March, and there's not really anything that should stop me from doing that. So
oh boy,
hype. But I rudely prevented Theo from saying something additionally to what he was saying. You may now continue.
I just someone in the chat mentioned they wanted to or each of us to answer the question of favorite song in the show. I don't know if we have time for that, but
finale song for me.
Yeah, finale song.
Yeah, finale is great.
I really like the song when it's Vi and Jace fighting those people. I really like that one.
I don't know. I like the bridge fight, Jinx and Echo song.
That one's really good too. Yeah.
Dynasties and Dystopia.
Oh, Das.
I'm having trouble with that one.
I don't know that song.
There's a couple of good ones. Well, I would, yeah. Then I'd have to go ahead and go with Snakes, the one where Vi and Jace are battling the dudes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one. I like it.
Strong
I mean, it works
choices.
with it. It definitely works with what it is, and then of course, it's either that or goodbye, because it's like, oh, after the end of episode 3, it stung.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, is that it? Is that it? Have we done it?
All I got.
You forgot to do all the super chats, Mauler.
I shall get to them. I'm gonna get to the lot of them, and it's gonna be real sexy. Trust me. Give me that big ol' sexy trust. Though I was just thinking, there are no more of those types of questions, are there? Like, favorite thing that thinged. I think we went through them all, right? I find that favorite episode is a boring question because it's just like, I don't even know that anybody here has an easy answer for that, other than choosing which episode has their favorite scenes in it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say most often it will just be I pick the episode that has my favorite scene. Like,
Yes.
Favorite hair of a character.
I mean, if we're talking like favorite character design, that might be I think it might be. I think
Jinx.
I really like Mel's character design, but I also like Jinx's character design as well. I think that it's an improvement on the video game. That's for sure.
Massively.
Agreed.
Silco is a pretty cool character design as well.
Especially with his coat.
Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start listing them all.
Unironically, Jericho. He's pretty cool looking.
Yes, he is.
The Techno Union guy, hell yeah. Wonder if there's just a pile of gears on the floor at the beginning of season 2. It's like, oh no, there he is.
No.
You hear a vague, like, winding down noise.
You guys missed when Mel's mum said that Mel weakened her. It was pretty huge for both their characters. That's true. We did miss that.
We did actually miss that.
Yeah.
My bad.
And it was a pretty good scene.
Amongst all of the other.
Yeah, it's hard for us to record everything, honestly. And there's going to be people out there who are like, can't wait for them to get to that scene, and then we don't even mention it, and they're like, duh. I listened for 20 hours, and you guys don't even fucking... So I apologize for that. But I guess if we can talk briefly about it, it's Mel probably never got that answer from her before in her entire life. That the reason is you made me look weak. Because Mel didn't have the balls to kill their political enemies where needed.
I couldn't fucking.
No. She didn't say that. She says because you weakened me. Like she couldn't stand the look in her eyes whenever it was time to do things that were necessary to do.
Well, but
so she didn't say she looked weak.
So yeah, but the idea is that whenever people needed to be killed, which is the right thing to do, from her POV, she would just judge her and be like, and then that would make her question whether or not she's doing the right thing. Which is bad for her as a leader. Yeah, you're right. That clarification is important.
Like the parental look. It's another take on the whole family thing that the show has.
I'd say she lost her nuts.
She was struggling to do the things she saw as necessary because of her daughter. Makes you think.
You guys also missed it when Savika said Vander had his chance. Yep. That did happen right before she lasered
the laser through
all of Vander's embryos.
Oh no!
It was a weird scene, but you know.
Thematically relevant.
Also, oh wait, no, I got nothing.
Well, I was gonna say,
there was a joke brewing there, but it's gone.
Unless anybody has anything else, we will end there.
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
I'll do Metal's Forge tomorrow.
What is it on?
That's happening. I'm gonna be talking about Smiling Friends.
Hey, you having anyone on?
No, it's just me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, anything to promote Smiling Friends, I see it as a worthwhile endeavor.
Yeah,
the friends
get
really
out of my
smiling,
head.
Get out of my head.
They smile at the end typically. Man, I don't know what to take no more,
don't know
man.
what to-
I don't know what to freaking take no more, man. Get out of my head.
Like
Look, someone said to me that joke was dumb. You're wrong. That joke's great. I love it. It's one of my favorite jokes in that show, and I got a lot of favorite jokes. Wow, the Renaissance Man is the best joke. Like, bar none.
Oh, someone said favorite actor, damn it. So I'm assuming they're saying favorite performance for acting from all of the people in...
Jinx.
It's gonna be Jinx for me, yeah.
Yeah,
especially if we get to include Powder.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with that one too.
But man, fucking great selection of performances.
Everyone
it's a
nailed
tough hill
it.
to climb,
awesome.
that kind of character, and she nailed it.
But yeah, all right. We'll stop there. Like I said, I'll collect them all up and put them into a big thing. We're gonna do them all on Wednesday. Thank you all for joining us for this wonderful little journey. And go watch Arcane, I guess, if you haven't. You may as well at this point. I've gone through all of this.
Look, even having watched all of this and having the whole thing spoiled for you, you'll get something out of watching it.
Yeah, why not? And yeah, thank you so much, and we will see you next time. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Was that a fart, man?
Yes.
It was inappropriate
That's
to
great.
say.